I've been with my girlfriend for 3 years, and now she's pregnant, but the child isn't mine. I'm pregnant, but the child is not yours. 3 years of licking a dog, no one knows, but once she gets pregnant, everyone knows. After licking for 3 years, the school beauty finally got pregnant with someone else's child. Chuan suddenly realized and walked into red romance. Mr. Gu paid for tonight's consumption. Unexpectedly, an accident brought him back to the day of confession. But this time, Chuan did not look back and resolutely hugged the rich woman's thigh. Seeing that the former licking dog no longer pursued her, the green tea school beauty actually cried anxiously, "Why don't you like me? Chuan, can you pay attention to me? Can I pursue you?" Chapter 1, I just wanted to massage my feet, I didn't expect to reincarnate. The brain South storage place will return it to everyone after the story ends. Cough, by the way, let me store my mouth here too. Chuan, I'm pregnant, and the child isn't yours. I admit it, I betrayed you, but so what? Don't ever say things like I should take responsibility. You were the one who insisted on being with me, it has nothing to do with me. You can't give me what I want. In this materialistic society, who has the right to say they love me? Next month, on the 8th, is my wedding. Make sure you come. When you see me marry the one I like, you should be happy for me, right? On the streets of Nan City, Chuan stood, blowing in the cold wind. The beer bottle in his hand creaked as he squeezed it. And the sound of his girlfriend's incessant voice echoed from his phone, panting as if she were running. Go to hell, slut. Upon hearing this, Chuan couldn't suppress the fury in his heart anymore. He cursed out loud. He had been working hard, carrying bricks outside, adding to the foundation for a better future. But what did he get in return? His girlfriend was out there doing someone else's hair. What is this? This is low. Why learn anything else? She decided to be someone else's lapdog, and now she deserved this outcome. Match made in heaven, at least the garbage sorting by the god of love was done properly. A bitch for a dog, may they last forever. He could only blame himself for being blind. Pretty, huh? Slut. Bitch. Used shoe. Standing on the street, Chuan screamed in pain, and then picked up a small card from the ground. Red Romance Spa? 20% off their whole place. Paradise for men. Damn. I've worked hard for these years, can't I enjoy myself? Foot massage, here I come, tonight everything is on me. Ding dong. Chuan slipped the card into his pocket and turned to enter the dark alley, but received a text message. Developer ran off with the money, XX community has halted construction and is unfinished. Damn. Not long after, Chuan heard the sobbing voice of a young girl. Sis, what should I do? He passed out before we even started. Passed out. Prepare the pacemaker, see if we can save him. Doctor, what's going on? He has probably been overworked for years, it's accumulated into a serious illness. Plus, drinking too much, too excited, caused a heart attack. Is there any hope? Looking at his ECG, routine methods probably won't save him. Wake up, I'll wear black stockings for you. Beep, beep, beep. The ECG fluctuated, and then flatlined. When you step onto the platform and walk alone, I can only deeply wish you well. The school's loudspeaker broadcasted the graduation song as the teaching building filled with noise. A sky full of exam papers fluttered, falling into the hollow courtyard. It was as if all the suppressed emotions of 3 high school years were being released. Chuan, why did you drink so much? A strong sense of dizziness hit, and Chuan felt his brain freeze for a moment. His eyelids were heavy, and he could still hear voices echoing, pleasant but with a hint of annoyance. None of your business, just give me a foot massage. Chuan shook his head and drunkenly yelled as he lay like a dead fish. Chuan, are you even listening to me? I told you, I don't want a relationship right now. The girl in front of him was angry and kicked him twice. Chuan was stunned. He opened his heavy eyelids and saw a slim figure in a school uniform in front of him. Do current technicians still do cosplay? Wearing a school uniform to work. He waved his hand and turned over. Okay, got it, I'll add more money later. But before he could lie back, a glass of water was splashed on his face. Chuan sat up with a start, anger in his eyes. What kind of technician does this? Splashes water on someone's face. Is this how they serve customers? Where's the supervisor? I want to complain. When he sat up, he froze in place, seeing the scene in front of him. An old teaching building, a dilapidated playground that looked like it had been gnawed by dogs, and a loudspeaker that sounded like a broken gong. But most of all, the figure in front of him was incredibly familiar. The blue and white school uniform couldn't hide the slender figure. High ponytail, red lips, white teeth, an oval face, and light makeup. This wasn't Lin Chui, the girl who was pregnant with someone else's child, whom he had been a fool for all these years. How could she be here? Wait a minute, why am I wearing a high school uniform too? Could it be I've reincarnated? He tried hard to recall. Was today the day after the college entrance exam? If he remembered correctly, it was on this day in his past life that he confessed to Lin Chui. And, as expected, he was rejected. TSK. Chuan clicked his tongue and lay back down. Actually, I just wanted to massage my feet. How did I end up reincarnating? My money. I haven't even spent it all yet. The girl in the alley, I haven't enjoyed her yet. Heh, a poor guy from the countryside, trying to chase after Chui. He really doesn't know his place. See, he got rejected, huh? A few students from his class walked over, one of them named Wang Lang, a second-generation rich kid from the mountain city. He always acted arrogantly, relying on his family's wealth, though he wasn't very handsome. He was also one of Lin Chui's suitors, and when he saw Chuan get rejected, he couldn't help but mock him. Wang Lang, can you stop talking? The class monitor, Lin Hui, glared at him. What's wrong with being poor? The poorer, the more honorable. And Chuan is outstanding in both character and appearance. Why can't he pursue her? Wang Lang sneered. Hey, does being handsome fill your stomach? Someone from the class retorted, it can't fill your stomach, but looking at you, no one can even eat. Wang Lang was furious, his face turning red as a pig's liver, while everyone laughed like pigs. Seeing that Chuan had already laid back down as if he didn't care about her words at all, Lin Chui frowned, her proud face showing clear displeasure. Chuan, what kind of attitude is this? I know I rejected you, and I made you sad, but I really don't want a relationship right now. And I only temporarily rejected you, I didn't say I wouldn't give you a chance. You can apply to the same university as me, maybe we'll be together then. Don't you think your attitude right now is very ungraceful? Hearing this, Chuan couldn't help but laugh. You're talking to me about grace. You've already put a green hat on me and you're talking about grace. And now you want me to apply to the same university as you? I know someone who makes spare keys. Do you match? How many keys do you match? In my past life, I actually believed your nonsense, gave up a prestigious university, and went to a lousy one with you. Since then, my life trajectory has completely changed. Don't say something like let us be friends. I'm just a poor scholar from a rural place. I can't afford to climb up. With that, Chuan turned and left. This woman is not only a green tea bitch, but she also likes to fish for compliments. I spent 4 years in college without a girlfriend, and she almost hooked up with 100 guys. Even worse, while rejecting me, she wouldn't let me like other girls. Keep being friends. How can you have the face to say that? You think my history as a lapdog isn't glorious enough, and you want me to keep building it up for you? Or do you plan to have me ask you in the future? Does your boyfriend eat xylong babo or vegetable pancakes for breakfast? How cheap is that? Lin Chui was stunned, her eyes full of disbelief. This doesn't make sense. He's not supposed to laugh and say it's fine. Then continue to be her lapdog, at her beck and call. How is he acting this way? It feels like she's the one who got dumped. Chuan, stop right there. Lin Chui frowned and lightly scolded. Chapter 2, I'm your English teacher. Chuan spoke impatiently, what? Didn't I make myself clear? Or is it that you don't understand human speech? Chuan wasn't the kind of person who would smile and stay friends with someone who just put the proverbial green hat on him. He hadn't thrown a size 43 shoe in her face and cursed her out as a bitch, which already showed his remarkable self-control. As he watched Chuan walk away with a carefree stride, Lin Chui's eyes gradually widened, her expression turning incredulous. Was this the same Ji Chuan who used to show so much concern for her, always warm and considerate? How could he speak to her like this? Meanwhile, the other students in the class stared at Ji Chuan, completely dumbfounded. Had he picked up the wrong script today? As Ji Chuan pedaled his bike past the teaching building, he sighed softly, gradually accepting the reality of his situation. In his past life, he had wasted his future by being a pushover. Now that he was reborn, wasn't he going to leave unfinished business lying around? He'd make up for the unspent time, enjoy himself, and have some fun while he was at it. Though born poor, thanks to an old book left by his grandfather, he had managed to open his own little studio. He helped people appraise antiques and sold second-hand collectibles. His monthly income wasn't much, but he got by, living a lively life. Unfortunately, Lin Chui, the most beautiful girl in school, didn't think much of him and ended up running off with a middle-aged man in his 40s, a fat, balding man. Now that he was back, he had 3 things to do: make some money, drink some alcohol, and meet a pretty girl. In other words, make money and drink with the pretty girl. But where should he start to earn his first bucket of gold? Real estate was the golden age of business, but the problem was, he had no money in his pocket. Ji Chuan, are you going home? At that moment, a voice called out from behind him. Turning around, he saw a mature and graceful woman smiling at him. She wore a white long dress, her long hair cascading down her shoulders. She was tall, had a beautiful oval face, and exuded the charm of a confident, mature woman. English teacher? Ji Chuan blinked in surprise, then remembered. Heaven is kind to me. Just when I'm feeling tired, someone sends me a pillow, he chuckled to himself. Liuxian, the English teacher of class 30, was young and beautiful, and she never wore the same outfit twice in a week. He later found out that his English teacher was a wealthy woman. After the college entrance exams, she planned to quit her job and travel the world. Her father was a coal baron with assets worth billions. Not only was she rich, but she was also stunning. What a coincidence! He had been the class representative for English and often visited her to get some extra help. Hello, Teacher Shin. Ji Chuan waved and greeted her with a smile. Liuxian blinked in slight surprise at being addressed as Shinjie's sister Shin, but then smiled and accepted it. Since she was older than Ji Chuan, calling her sister was perfectly fine. Where are you headed, Shinjie? Ji Chuan asked, noticing she was holding a stack of thick books. Liuxian shrugged gracefully and smiled. I've resigned. I'm going home to live off my parents for a while. Ji Chuan pretended to be surprised. You resigned? Liuxian nodded. Yes, teaching isn't as fun as I thought, so I want to go out and see the beautiful mountains and rivers of our country. Ji Chuan chuckled and teased. Shinjie, do you need a travel buddy? I'm in great shape and can carry heavy stuff. Liuxian smiled and rolled her eyes at him. I'm afraid I'll take you with me and end up getting my aunt to come after me. Are you going home, Shinjie? Ji Chuan asked again. Liuxian nodded. Well then, hop on. I'll give you a ride home. Ji Chuan patted the backseat of his bike, where there was a soft cushion he had prepared earlier for Lin Chui. No need, it's not far. I'll walk there, Liuxian waved her hand. The school had dormitories for staff, but Liuxian wasn't used to staying there, so she had bought a small house outside. She did have a car, but it was being serviced, and since she was leaving, she thought she'd take a stroll through the campus, which held many memories. You're wearing high heels. Walking in those, your feet will be sore, Ji Chuan said. Are you going to carry me? Ji Chuan joked. Liuxian glared at him playfully, then reluctantly got on the back of the bike, grabbing his shirt lightly. Ji Chuan wobbled as he pedaled, feeling like standing up and kicking the pedals, then suddenly slammed on the brakes. Liuxian lost her balance and collided with his back. Shinjie, you'd better hold on tight. Otherwise, we might end up in the flower bed. Liuxian lightly hit his back and said with a half smile, I think you did that on purpose. Despite her words, she wrapped her arms around his waist from behind. Ji Chuan laughed, no way. Though he said that, his hands couldn't help but move toward the brake. As they rode along the tree-lined path of the school, Ji Chuan looked back with a smile. Shinjie, are you free tonight? Want to grab a drink? Liuxian froze for a moment, then asked, grab a drink? Well, the exams are over. It's time to relax, and also, Thank you for taking care of me these past few days, Gu Chuan said casually. After thinking for a moment, Liu agreed, all right. Where should we go? I haven't decided yet. I'll text you later, Gu Chuan replied, as he already had her phone number. Liu rolled her eyes at him. This was the first time she had seen someone invite someone out for a meal without even knowing the place yet. How did you do in the exams? Liu asked, wrapping her arms around Gu Chuan's waist with a smile. Not bad, I think I'll be in the top 10 in the grade, aside from the competition class, Gu Chuan replied. Liu's beautiful eyes widened in surprise. You're that confident? As her teacher, Liu was aware of Gu Chuan's academic performance, but this year's exams had been tough. Well, of course. Don't you see who taught me? Gu Chuan said, trying to flatter her. Liu laughed and rolled her eyes at him. When did you become so good at talking? I'm just telling the truth, Gu Chuan said with a smile. As a teacher, when your students do well, do you get any rewards? Gu Chuan asked. Liu smiled, what kind of reward do you want? Well, I don't really lack anything, just money and a girlfriend, Gu Chuan replied. You want to choose one of those? At this moment, Gu Chuan's face looked like that of an oily, middle-aged man flirting with an innocent young girl. Liu paused, then laughed, I'm just a plain old English teacher. I don't have money. As for a girlfriend, I'm a few years older than you. Gu Chuan turned his head and feigned ignorance. Plain? No way. Liu froze for a moment, then understood what he meant. Her cheeks turned red, and she pinched his arm. I'm your teacher. After sending Liu home, Gu Chuan got back on his bike and started aimlessly riding around, trying to figure out where to take her for dinner. But where could he get the money to treat her? He couldn't possibly let her pay, that would be so embarrassing. After all, he had been mooching off her milk for a while. Just then, his phone rang from his pocket, a basic flip phone from the past. Hello? He answered with a hint of indifference. Gu Chuan, I have some things here. Can you come help me move them home? Oh, and I want to eat the xiao long bao from the west side of the city. Go buy it for me. Bring it to the dorm later. It was Lin Chui's voice, as arrogant as ever, speaking as if she were on a high throne. You're out of your mind, aren't you? Don't you have hands or feet? Can't you buy it yourself? I'm not your servant. Why should I serve you? Gu Chuan hung up the phone immediately, annoyed by the subconscious reflex that had made him answer it in the first place. Damn it. This wretched dog-like soul of mine, I really hate it. Meanwhile, downstairs. In the girls' dormitory, Lin Chui stared at her phone in a daze. Her eyes widened, disbelief written all over her face. She stared at the screen and confirmed it was Gu Chuan's number. But why was he so cold and rude? He even called her crazy. Fuming with anger, Lin Chui stomped her feet and clenched her fists tightly, her face full of fury. She had intended to give him a way out, but instead, he had completely ignored her. Gu Chuan. I never want to see you again. Chapter 4, no photos, but I took a video. After a moment, Liu Bowen recalled the matter at hand and tried to comfort Gu Chuan. Don't worry, brother Chuan, don't be upset. If it doesn't work once, try again. Eventually, you'll move her. Gu Chuan's expression turned a bit strange at these words. How come I never noticed? You've got the potential to be a dog. Liu Bowen looked confused. Dog? What's that? Gu Chuan didn't feel like explaining. These days, it's hard to find a three-legged frog, but there are plenty of two-legged girls. Don't hang yourself on one tree. Remember, warm-hearted men are behind the dogs. Liu Bowen sneered. Cut it out. You haven't even hung yourself on one tree, and you're already thinking about others. Gu Chuan nodded seriously. Yeah, just now, I was hanging out with our Chu Da Xiaohua. I said I had to leave, but she was stopping me, saying she couldn't bear to let me go. See? The scratches on my arm are proof that she couldn't bear to part with me. Liu Bowen rolled his eyes. You can't even catch Lin Kia, and you want to chase Chu Da Xiaohua. If you manage to catch Chu Da Xiaohua, I'll shout that to you in front of the whole class. Gu Chuan smiled. Then shout 2 times now and record it. You can send it to your mom to listen. Liu Bowen's face turned red. Damn it, you can't spit out anything good from that dog mouth of yours. How could you, when so many rich and handsome guys failed to win her over? Do you think you're some kind of top-tier man? Liu Bowen raised an eyebrow, looking at Ji Chuan with mockery. Are you saving up tears to cry in your bed when you get home? Ji Chuan glanced at him and said lazily. At least crying in my bed is better than shaking the bed with you. Liu Bowen froze, his face turning bright red, steam practically coming out of his nostrils like an old steam engine. Damn. Did you go through my phone? Ji Chuan shook his head. I didn't have time. It's just that the noise you make at night when shaking the bed is too loud. Everyone in our dorm waits until you're done before we can sleep. Hearing this, Liu Bowen wished he could dig a hole in the ground and bury himself. The embarrassment was overwhelming. He really wanted to change planets to escape the shame. Then, glaring at Ji Chuan, he asked angrily. Why didn't you remind me? Ji Chuan smiled and patted his shoulder. I didn't want to ruin the precious memories for you and the whole dorm. It's those precious memories for you guys, damn it. Liu Bowen's face turned purple with rage. He wanted to die right there. Then, Liu Bowen seemed to remember something and looked at Ji Chuan warily. You didn't take any photos, right? Ji Chuan shook his head. Liu Bowen let out a sigh of relief, but then Ji Chuan's next words immediately broke his composure. But I took a video. Ji Chuan, you son of a b. Liu Bowen screamed in rage. Sewing machine bar. The location was relatively remote, with few people, and the business didn't seem to be thriving. The sign out front was built with a thick iron frame, treated to look scorched. The metal door was covered in graffiti, adding a heavy metal rock vibe to the place. Back in 2008, when KTVs were more popular in small towns, there weren't many bars. Although it was afternoon, the interior lighting was dim, with very few customers. The decor inside was simple: bar counter, dance floor, wine shelves, and a projector. The overall style was consistent with the outside, with spray-painted graffiti everywhere. Since it wasn't yet business hours, there were only a few staff members inside. At a booth, Ji Chuan was engaged in a heated argument with a middle-aged man, wearing a dragon pattern vest and holding a prayer bead bracelet. Ji Chuan's spit was flying as he skillfully tried to convince the man using all the persuasion tactics he had learned over the years. Ji Chuan had originally come to check out the place, planning to have a drink with Liu Xin. But upon arrival, he had come up with a bold idea. And now, here he was, having a verbal battle with the bar owner. Geography is important, but marketing is also essential. Places like KTVs are too business-oriented and not ideal for fresh graduates. There's limited space, and when dozens of people are fighting for 2 microphones, you're just a background actor. On the other hand, a bar is something new for many students. The dance floor is big enough for them to enjoy themselves. As long as the drinks are reasonably priced and there's some promotion, business should be good. Ji Chuan spoke confidently, selling his plan to Chen Gang. I'm not sure about whether Liu Xin is reliable, so I need to have a backup plan. I may not make a fortune, but at least I can cover some living expenses. Chen Gang took a deep drag from his cigarette before replying slowly. The location is fine, but marketing could be a challenge. Although a bar is different from a KTV, it still doesn't have a good reputation in students' minds. They might be resistant to having their graduation parties here. It could be difficult to persuade them. Ji Chuan nodded. He had already thought of this problem. So, it's up to you, boss. If you want to host the graduation parties, you'll have to set the place aside specifically for students. After all, the general public can be a mixed bag, which poses risks. It's hard to ensure safety. Once an accident happens, no student will ever come back, which is what teachers and parents are worried about. While students may not have jobs, they still have plenty of pocket money. Once word spreads, you won't have a shortage of customers all summer, and the revenue will be substantial. Plus, graduation parties are an ongoing event. After high school, everyone becomes an adult, and university is the time to fall in love. Boys and girls mixing together could lead to some unexpected sparks. For students, promote it as a fun experience. For parents and teachers, promote the safety measures. Making money isn't shameful. Unfortunately, high school students still have some sense. Unlike university students, whose eyes are full of innocence and foolishness, just a lollipop, and they LL obediently get into a human trafficker's van. Chen Gang took a deep drag from his cigarette and looked at Ji Chuan. He hadn't expected this young man to be so business savvy. The cigarette was hanging from his ear, looking like a street punk. Since Ji Chuan had changed clothes and hadn't revealed his identity, Chen Gang didn't know he was just a high school student. Otherwise, he might subconsciously have thought this wasn't reliable and dismissed it. After a long pause, Chen Gang finally spoke. Ji Chuan wasn't in a hurry after all, there was a certain amount of risk involved. He was just here to check things out, so he didn't have to make the deal. Finally, as the cigarette was nearly finished, the owner agreed to Ji Chuan's suggestion. All right, we'll do it your way. When Ji Chuan heard this, he smiled. Since that's settled, can you arrange a private room for me? I have an important guest coming tonight. We're talking about a multi-million-dollar project. Chen Gang agreed, which was within Ji Chuan's expectations. After all, he didn't have any reputation. If it had been another bar with a steady business, they probably wouldn't have agreed so easily. Chen Gang was taken aback but then looked at Ji Chuan with admiration. All right, don't worry. I'll make sure it's all set up. Ji Chuan lit a cigarette and walked out of the bar, hands in his pockets, feeling like he had no competition. This trip was definitely worth it. Not only did he get a free private room, but he also landed a business deal. Looking back at the scorched iron frame, Ji Chuan blew out a smoke ring. Sewing machine? That's a pretty clever name. But Gong Ges Bar sounds better. He then took out his phone and sent the bar's location to Liu Shen via text message. Chapter 5. Lin Chuyar was so angry that she cried. Seeing that it was still early, Ji Chuan went to the mall to buy a women's skirt and a men's belt, and walked home with them. Chuyar, what's wrong with you? Did Ji Chuan make you angry again? After leaving school, Lin Chuyar called her best friend Chen Xiamen to go shopping and relax, but she was in a very depressed mood. She just rejected his confession, so there was no need to be like this, right? It's not like she had never rejected him before, and she had never seen him like this before. Could it be that he didn't like her anymore after being rejected? She had already given him a way out, but Ji Chuan still mocked her, which made her even more angry. The more she thought about it, the more annoyed she became. It was obviously Ji Chuan who was rejected. Why did she feel so bad? She obviously didn't care about him. Just then, she saw Ji Chuan, and her eyes were stunned. Was that really Ji Chuan? Why did he become so handsome? When he smiled, it seemed that his whole body was glowing. He seemed to be holding something in his hand. Could it be that Ji Chuan realized that he was wrong and bought a gift to apologize to her? Chen Xiamen didn't know what happened before, she just thought that Ji Chuan had made Lin Chuyar angry again. At this moment, seeing Ji Chuan coming with a gift, her face was slightly stunned, and she rubbed her eyes. Is that Ji Chuan? Am I dazzled? When did Ji Chuan become so handsome? Like Liu Bowen, Ji Chuan was just a gentle and good student in her heart. Although he had distinct facial features and fair skin, he could only be considered good-looking. But when she saw Ji Chuan at this moment, a big word, handsome, appeared in her mind. It would be a pity if this face didn't become a duck. Maybe she could take care of his business at that time. Come back to her senses, Chen Xiamen winked at Lin Chuyar. Yes, Chuyar, Ji Chuan brought a gift to apologize to you. Seeing that her best friend also thought so, Lin Chuyar's mood was slightly better. But as proud as she was, she still said, HMPH, even if he comes to apologize to me now, I won't forgive him. Chen Xiamen smiled and took her arm. Yes, the people pursuing our Chuyar are all from here to France. Although Ji Chuan is handsome and good at studying, he has to get Chuyar's consent. Lin Chuyar's face turned from gloomy to sunny, and she raised her snow-white chin with a proud look, but her happy emotions were not shown on her face, as if she didn't see Ji Chuan at all. But her eyes were always paying attention to Ji Chuan's movements. Just when Lin Chuyar was full of expectation that Ji Chuan would bring a gift to ask for her forgiveness, he walked straight past her without looking at her from beginning to end. Seeing this, Lin Chuyar's mood became even more depressed, with a bit of anger on her face, her 10 fingers tangled together, and she stomped her feet hard. Chen Xiamen beside her was also confused when she saw this. Could it be that Ji Chuan didn't see Chuyar? Chuya, don't be angry. This is definitely a man's trick of playing hard to get. Don't worry. Chuan will definitely come back to find you in less than 3 seconds. Hearing this, Lin Chuya's heart was rekindled with hope. She resisted turning back and counted silently in her heart. But 10 seconds had passed, and she still didn't see Chuan turning back. Chen Xiamen was also a little panicked. She smiled awkwardly and hurriedly turned back and called, Chuan. Hearing someone calling him, Chuan stopped and turned back, and saw Chen Xiamen pulling Lin Chuya over. Chuya is here. Chuan frowned and said impatiently, what's the matter? Now he has no good feelings for Lin Chuya. Even talking to her is a torture. Chuan's words made people stunned, especially Chen Xiamen. Didn't he understand his eyes? Aren't the things you bought for Chuya? Chen Xiamen asked in confusion. Chuan was slightly stunned, then he smiled with his mouth corners pulled, showing a bright white teeth, and gave her a thumbs up. You are really smart. In the future, you will have a place in the world of Crouching Dragon and Phoenix. Before that man came out, Crouching Dragon and Phoenix were still complimenting words. Chuan, I want you to apologize to me. Hearing Chuan's ridicule, Lin Chuya could no longer suppress her anger and said in a condescending tone. When Chuan heard her condescending tone, the brilliance of his eyes instantly turned cold. Are you sick in the head? Did I sleep with you or kick you out? I'm giving you a chicken feather apology. Also, don't talk to me in this tone in the future, I don't owe you money. After saying that, Chuan turned around and left, too lazy to pay attention to her. For such a self-righteous person who likes to look high and mighty, Chuan felt disgusted just by looking at him. Chen Xiamen was in disbelief. Did Chuan get the wrong script? That was Lin Chuya, the one he had liked for 3 years. Why was he so cold to her? If he had seen Chuya angry before, he would have come to apologize and begged her for forgiveness in a soft voice. But what happened today? Not only did she not apologize, but her eyes even revealed disgust. Looking at Chuan's back as he walked away, Lin Chuya felt even worse. She stamped her feet hard, tears falling down, and even her voice was a little crying, feeling extremely wronged. Chuan, I will never forgive you again in my life. Standing downstairs in the community, Chuan felt a little nervous for some reason. His mother remarried when he was in junior high school, and his father died when he was in elementary school. For him, all Chuan could remember seemed to be hatred. Alcoholism, gambling, domestic violence, and idleness all day long, basically all the bad things Chuan could think of, he did. As a result, his childhood left an indelible shadow, which was also the reason why his character became more and more inferior and sensitive later. Some people can use their childhood to heal their whole life, but some people need to spend their whole life to heal their childhood. My father died in a car accident after drinking. He was mainly responsible because he was driving against the flow. The driver who hit him covered the funeral expenses out of humanitarianism. On the day his father died, Chuan did not cry, not even a tear. Many people said he was unfilial, but he did not refute it. After smoking a cigarette downstairs, Chuan went upstairs with his things. In front of the door of 301, he knocked on the door nervously, and soon his mother's voice came from inside, I'm here. The door opened, and my mother's familiar face came into view. She was much younger than I remembered, and there was more smile on her face. Chen Lan was slightly stunned when she saw her precious son. How come he looked like a different person after changing his hairstyle? He really is her son, so handsome. Then she smiled, come in, your Uncle Li just cut a watermelon. When Chuan entered the door, he saw Uncle Li coming out of the kitchen with 2 plates of watermelon. Seeing him, he smiled and asked him to sit down. You must be exhausted during the college entrance examination. Look, you have lost weight. Come on, eat watermelon. As he said that, Uncle Li pushed a plate of watermelon in front of Chuan. Chapter 6 The Hongmen Feast of the English Teacher. Uncle Li's original name was Li Xiangshan. He was honest and simple. He was of medium height and a little thin. He looked stable. He did not hold a grudge against Chuan because he was of a different surname. Instead, he treated him very well and sent him good things to school. He worked in a government agency. Although he did not earn much, he had no problem supporting his family. No one was short of food, clothing, or daily expenses. Thank you, Uncle Lee. Chuan nodded with a smile, and he didn't feel too reserved. He held a piece of watermelon and started eating. Will Sister Ling come back during the summer vacation? Chuan asked with a smile. Uncle Lee also has a daughter, who is 2 years older than him and is in college. She is very pretty. Li Xiangshan nodded. She should come back. The girl hasn't passed the driver's license test for 2 years. Chuan smiled and took out the things in the bag. Mom, this is for you. It's hot recently, and it's time to change clothes. Chen Lan looked at the skirt handed by her son. Her face was startled, and she said a little reproachfully, "You spend money again. There are enough clothes at home." Although she said that, she couldn't hide the happiness on her face. Her son would buy clothes for her. Then, Chuan handed the belt to Li Xiangshan. Uncle Li, this is for you. You have been busy during the college entrance examination. Li Xiangshan took the belt, but his face darkened. What are you talking about? Isn't this what I should do? Besides, you are going to college soon. Isn't it good to save money for your classmates? Chuan smiled. It's okay, Uncle Li, I found a part-time job in the summer vacation, so I don't lack money. Hearing this, the two of them looked over at the same time, and Chen Lan sat down next to him. Part-time job? What part-time job? Li Xiangshan handed Chuan another piece of watermelon, and then said, Chuan, you don't have to save money for us. Your mother and I have already prepared the cost of college. It's getting hotter and hotter. What kind of part-time job is that? It's very hard. If you need money, just tell Uncle Lee and I'll definitely give you enough. Chuan smiled. Uncle Lee, this is not a question of money. The main thing is that I want to exercise. After all, I'm an adult after the college entrance examination. Chen Lan heard this and showed a touch of relief on her face. She took Chuan's hand and patted it. Great, my son has grown up. After chatting about family matters for a while, Chuan got up and prepared to leave, but Chen Lan stopped him. It's almost time for dinner. Where are you going? Chuan smiled. I've made an appointment with my classmates to eat outside. Seeing this, Li Xiangshan took out his wallet and was about to give Chuan some pocket money, but he stopped him. Uncle Li, no need, I still have some in my pocket. After several attempts, Li Xiangshan had no choice but to give up. When he reached the door, Chuan suddenly turned his head and looked at Li Xiangshan. Uncle Li, thank you. This was from the heart. My mother was very happy to be with him. She no longer had to work in the sun and wind to raise tuition for him like before. Li Xiangshan smiled honestly. What nonsense are you talking about? We are all family. There is no need to thank or not. Looking at Chuan's back as he walked away, Chen Lan showed a relieved smile on her face. Xiao Chuan seems to be different from before. Li Xiangshan nodded. Yes, Xiao Chuan rarely spoke before. Sitting on the curb of the street, Chuan lit a cigarette, smoking half and blowing the other half. Then, he started blowing. Why can others take off easily after rebirth, but it is his turn to be so clean? It seems that novels are still very different from life. However, Chuan was not discouraged. Didn't Lei Jun say that if you stand on the wind, even pigs can fly? In this era, what is lacking the most is opportunities. What is lacking is money. He has seen all the changes in the future era. His former studio was derived from the internet. Chuan feels that the chances of making money are still quite high. Of course, the premise is that he can satisfy Sister Shen tonight, and then, pay the money obediently. People say that if it is the first time for a man, the girl will give him a red envelope. Oh, this seems to be about chickens. Well, if it doesn't work, I will learn some golden bell cover and iron cloth shirt to see if I can resist the unique skills of rich women. If hard work is useful these days, what do we need rich women for? There is no way, who made me have no system and no super memory. It's just an ordinary handsome guy. He can't go the way of plagiarism. After all, not everyone can fit millions of words of novels and hundreds of golden songs in their heads. However, when it comes to songs, he really remembers some. They are just folk songs that he likes to play on weekdays. He picked and chose those that have not been released yet, which should be enough for him to make a small fortune. As for novels, although he has a good brain, he can't remember so many words. There is a short story that he remembers deeply, not because he likes it so much. But, that bastard wrote all his favorite characters to death. In this case, Jiangnan old thief, then don't blame me for deceiving the world and stealing the name. Thinking of this, Chuan laughed. He is familiar with the plot, and as for the writing style, he should be able to piece together a rough outline by asking someone to help polish it. He remembers clearly that Jiangnan Old Thief's first Dragon Clan was released in 2009, and now it is 2008. Jiangnan, it's broken. I've become a substitute. Sure enough, most people's first pot of gold is not clean. Chuan comforted himself like this. Jiangnan, can this be used here? At 7 p.m., when the sun was setting, Chuan met Liu and went to the sewing machine bar together. The private room, food and drinks were all ready. After all, Chuan was talking about a big business. At this moment, Liu changed into a particularly fresh outfit, a white vest, grey jeans, and a pair of white sneakers. Standing with Chuan, they looked like classmates. The decoration of this bar is quite artistic. Looking at the graffiti on the wall of the private room, Liu beautiful eyes were a little surprised. Rock veterans are more alternative. Chuan said with a smile. The private room is on the second floor, with a huge floor-to-ceiling window, and the situation outside is unobstructed. Chen Gang was right. The business of this bar is indeed bleak. When night falls, there are only a few dozen people, and it looks extremely empty. You called me here not just for dinner, right? Liu is very smart. She stared at Chuan with clear eyes and a faint arc at the corner of her mouth. Chuan opened 2 bottles of beer and put them in front of Liu without blushing or panting, then smiled. Didn't I say before that I'm short of 2 things now, money and a girlfriend? Sister Shin, pick one. Liu rolled her eyes at him coquettishly, but didn't say anything. Her beautiful eyes stared at Chuan for a long time. I found that you seem to be different from before. Chuan stretched his head towards Liu and said thick-skinnedly, have you become more handsome? Liu nodded, yes, I am more handsome than before. And, my face is much thicker. Chuan used to be very introverted, liked to keep his head down, and had a little inferiority complex. But now, Chuan seems to have changed. Not only can he joke with her, but his personality has also become much more cheerful. It's useless to say these things. Let's drink first. When we're drunk, we can talk about other things. Chuan picked up the bottle and clinked it with Liu, then gulped it down. Drink slowly. No one is going to snatch it from you. Liu rolled her eyes at him, poured the beer into the glass, and drank it. Sister Shin has a good alcohol tolerance. Chuan grinned and filled her glass. Chapter 7. Sister Shin, is your family in need of a son-in-law? The reason why Chuan chose the bar was because the mature lady in front of him actually liked excitement the most. In her previous life, she had played all kinds of exciting activities, such as bungee jumping, skydiving, canyon rafting, etc. You can't think of them, but she can't play them. This is also why she resigned. The profession of teacher was too boring for her. Liu snow-white chin slightly raised, and a charming smile appeared on her face. Don't drink too much later, let me take you home. Chuan waved his hand. Impossible, if I don't get you drunk today, I will marry you. Seeing that Chuan took advantage of her without blushing, Liu glared at him coquettishly. I am your teacher. Although she said this, she really liked this way of getting along, which was free and easy, unconventional, and without those restraints. Chuan smiled. There are many teacher-student romances these days. Burp. After 3 rounds of drinking, both of them drank 12 bottles of beer. Chuan burped, but he was not drunk at all. Chuan looked at the person opposite him, with surprise in his eyes. He really didn't expect that Liu could drink so much. At this time, Liu beautiful cheeks were slightly flushed, and under the light, she looked particularly attractive. But looking at her appearance, she was obviously still conscious. I guess she wouldn't draw circles even if she got another box. Holding her chin, Liu long eyelashes blinked and stared at Chuan a little tipsy. Tell me, what do you want from me? Chuan didn't say anything, clapped his hands, and then the bartender brought in 2 more boxes of beer. Bang. Chuan opened the door and pushed it in front of Liu. Drink first, and then you'll be beautiful. Liu rolled her eyes at him and said unhappily, am I not beautiful now? She probably wouldn't get drunk with another box of beer, but it would be troublesome to go to the toilet all the time. Ji Chuan pulled the corner of his mouth and smiled. Beautiful, of course Sister Shin is beautiful. But you will be more beautiful after drinking more. After drinking several more bottles of beer, Liu Shin's cheeks became more flushed, and she waved her hand to indicate that she couldn't drink anymore. It's not that she's about to get drunk, but she really doesn't want to go to the toilet. At this moment, her eyes are a little more blurred, her cheeks are flushed, and she is a little more drunk. Just like Ji Chuan just said, drinking more really makes you more beautiful. Aren't you going to the toilet? Ji Chuan drank at least 17 or 18 bottles, but there was no sign of drunkenness on his face, and he even went to the toilet only twice. Ji Chuan smiled and waved his hand. No way, my kidneys are good. After drinking so much, he didn't feel drunk at all, which was a bit strange. Although he had a good alcohol tolerance in his previous life, it was not to this extent. Could it be that this is the benefit of rebirth? Liu Shin's cheeks turned red again when she heard it, and she rolled her eyes at him coquettishly. Can you tell me now? Ji Chuan looked at her confused eyes and felt that the time was almost right. He smiled and moved forward. Sister Shin, can you lend me some money? Liu Shin was slightly stunned, and then picked up her bag. How much do you want? Ji Chuan's face rarely showed a bit of shyness, and he showed 3 fingers awkwardly. 3 million. Liu Shin nodded and continued to look for her wallet. But when she heard it clearly, her pretty face was stunned, and her beautiful eyes looked at Ji Chuan with a bit of surprise. The blurred eyes seemed to be a little clearer. How much? Ji Chuan knew that it was a bit abrupt to borrow so much money from her at once, but at present, she was the only person Ji Chuan could think of. Although there was a high probability that he would be rejected, Ji Chuan still repeated, 3 million. These days, people who can make money are thicker skinned than city walls. Liu Shin's beautiful eyes were a little absent-minded, and her blurred eyes became a little more clear. What do you want so much money for? Ji Chuan smacked his lips. Look, this is the confidence of a rich woman. When a pauper hears this number, he will only say, where the hell do I get so much money? But a rich woman is different, she will only ask you, what do you want so much money for? Ji Chuan did not hide it. After all, if you want to borrow money from someone, you must at least reveal the purpose. Otherwise, if you use the money to go whoring and gambling, they will become accomplices. Of course, Ji Chuan did not completely reveal his cards. After all, he had no way to explain the source of some information. I want to use this money to buy a few properties and then earn relocation compensation. Ji Chuan said truthfully. Purely fictional, please don't get tangled up in irrationality. Relocation compensation. Liu Shin was a little surprised. Ji Chuan nodded. With the booming real estate market, many old urban areas will be demolished, and compensation subsidies are considerable income. However, the above policy has not yet been issued, but if Ji Chuan remembers correctly, it will be implemented this summer. This is why he would borrow money from Liu Shin at this time. If it is later, this train will be missed. Liu Shin seems to know the real estate industry very well, and asked Ji Chuan, where did you get the news? Ji Chuan spread his hands. This. I promised that big guy not to disclose it. But I can guarantee that the news is absolutely true and will not make you lose money, Sister Shin. Liu Shin leaned back and leaned on the sofa. Why should I believe you? At this time, she seemed to be much more sober. Although she still had a smile on her face, her beautiful eyes revealed a businessman's shrewdness. Ji Chuan shrugged. I can't make Sister Shin believe it. After all, if she loses, Sister Shin will bear a greater risk. As the weaker party, Ji Chuan can only be honest. Swearing and promising these things will never work in the business world. Liu Shin leaned forward, holding her cheek with her jade hands, staring at Ji Chuan quietly. How do you know I'm rich? Ji Chuan smiled. Sister Shin's clothes are never the same, and although the car she drives is niche, it is very valuable. And even if you don't live in the faculty dormitory, you can rent a house, there is no need to buy it separately. Of course, it's more of my guess. But, looking at Sister Shin's reaction, my guess seems to be correct. After listening to Ji Chuan's analysis, Liu Shin's eyes were a little surprised. You are very good at guessing. But why should I lend you money? Ji Chuan shrugged. I don't have much money to bargain with Sister Shin, I can only say that I'm asking for your help. This is the truth. After all, he is just a poor boy. Even the money for Sister Shin's dinner was borrowed from the campus beauty of Chu University. Although he knows some inside information, this thing is not a secret at all, especially for Sister Shin. As long as she uses some connections, she can get it. I can't use this as a bargaining chip to threaten her. The reason is very simple, that is Sister Shin. She is not short of money at all. Liu Shin was a little surprised when she heard this. She didn't expect Chuan to be so honest. I thought he would use inside information to bargain with me, but he asked me for help. You are honest? Chuan shrugged and said helplessly, I am only honest. Liu Shin smiled, what if the information is unreliable? Chuan lay down on the sofa and said, then I will give you my body to pay off the debt. Liu Shin glanced at him when she heard this, you are greedy, eating and taking. Chuan looked helpless. There was nothing he could do. Even if he had a lot of things in his head, he didn't have the capital. Therefore, he resorted to this desperate measure, to save the dying horse as a living horse. Compared to buying lottery tickets to earn the first pot of gold, Chuan felt that it was more likely to please the rich woman. Liu Shin tilted her head and thought for a while, since you said so, then I will play with you. 3 million may be an astronomical figure for many people, but for Liu Shin, it's just a chip thrown out for a casual play in Macau. She didn't expect Chuan to really make money, she just thought it was fun. Whether it was this so-called price difference game or Chuan, she found it interesting. For her, money is just a number, far less important than emotional value. Just based on the meal that Chuan invited her tonight, based on the fact that he didn't stay away from her like other students. Based on the way he got along with his friends, based on his voice. Sister Shin. It doesn't matter if the 3 million is wasted. Hearing this, Chuan was stunned and didn't come back to his senses for a long time. You agreed? No, I've prepared a lot of toasts and touching stories, why did you agree? This is a bit unexpected for me. Besides, he didn't think Sister Shin would really agree. After all, although he was her student and had a better relationship with her than ordinary people, it was limited to friends. It's too unrealistic to just open your mouth and lend you 3 million. Even novels don't dare to write like this, right? But Sister Shin agreed, and she agreed very straightforwardly. It's just like, Chuan went to the store at the school gate to buy 50-cent spicy strips. No, that's not right. With Chuan's current net worth, he would hesitate to buy 50-cent spicy strips. Sure enough, if you make the rich woman happy, making money is as easy as drinking water. Just a little tip is enough for ordinary people to fight for a lifetime. Thinking of this, Chuan seemed to have established a new outlook on life. Sister Shin, is your family in need of a son-in-law? Chapter 8 Sister Shin, don't test me with this. TSK, Sister Shin, you are really rich. You live alone and buy such a big house, why is the other bedroom occupied by dignity? After taking a taxi, Chuan sent Liu Shin to a high-end community. When he opened the door and looked at the simple but elegant decoration, Chuan felt poor again. Helping Liu Shin put her on the sofa, Chuan straightened his back and stretched his muscles. Fortunately, I have a lot of strength, otherwise, I really can't fight back. It is said that drunk people are heavy, but I didn't expect that beautiful girls are also heavy. Water, I want to drink water. On the sofa, Liu Shin was sleepy and her eyes were a little blurry, and she muttered drunkenly. Okay, I'll serve you well before I leave, because you are my sponsor and rich woman. After saying that, Chuan poured a glass of water, sat on the sofa, helped her up, and poured it into her mouth little by little like feeding a kitten. After drinking half a glass of water, Liu Shin lay on the sofa, her hands were dishonest, and she was about to take off her t-shirt. Seeing this, Chuan hurriedly grabbed her and muttered, don't look at it if you don't want to. Sister Shin, although I didn't drink too much, don't test me like this. I know I'm handsome and my character is still very upright, but I can't stand this kind of test. Be obedient, let's not take it off. Liu Shin drank a lot tonight, her earlobes and jade neck were a little red, and she looked like a ripe apple, making people want to take a bite. Gulp. Swallowing his saliva, Chuan suppressed his thoughts and muttered secretly, I heard that drunk girls are hot. Fuck. I'm a gentleman, what am I thinking? Damn it. As he said, Chuan lifted up Liu Shin's arms and moved her from the sofa to the bedroom like a bandit robbing his wife. Then, he helped her take off her shoes, TSK, it's a pity that these feet don't go to pedal a tricycle. After muttering, Chuan brought a basin of water to wash her feet, but while washing, Chuan was stunned. What the hell am I doing? Is this what I should do? Isn't this the job of a licker? Fuck. I became a licker again after my rebirth. Shaking his head, Chuan began to comfort himself. No, 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 how can this be a licker? This is respect for rich women. I was just succumbing to money, not girls. Yes, it must be like this. After washing her feet, Chuan brought a wet towel to help her wipe her face. Fortunately, Liu didn't wear makeup, otherwise, removing makeup would be a life-threatening job. After doing all this, Chuan covered her with the quilt. Want a cigarette after sex? Bar, what is a cigarette after sex? This damn licking dog soul is affecting me again. And smoking in someone else's house is really impolite. After waiting for a while, seeing that Liu really fell asleep, Chuan left with peace of mind. After he left, Liu on the bed slowly opened her eyes, her cheeks flushed a little. For so many years, it was the first time that a man touched her feet so intimately. You said it so high-soundingly, but you didn't see you so honest when washing my feet. Liu muttered coquettishly. Until now, her feet can still recall the touch of Chuan's ravage. But this little guy didn't take advantage of me. On their way to send her back, Chuan has been very well behaved. He didn't touch anything randomly, nor did he accidentally touch anything he shouldn't touch. You're smart. Liu smiled, and her beautiful eyes inadvertently swept across the counter. There was a medal for the Taekwondo black belt competition on it. But for some reason, she felt empty in her heart, as if, a little regretful. Thinking of this, Liu couldn't help blushing. Oh, Liu, what are you thinking about? You are his teacher. After sending Liu home, Chuan returned to the sewing machine bar. Looking at the increasingly bleak business of the bar, Chen Gang became more determined to hold a graduation party. At 12 o'clock in the night, there was no one in the bar. Chen Gang tossed and turned and couldn't sleep, so he pulled Chuan to discuss the details of preparing for the graduation party. He is a rock veteran, but even the most rocker people have to eat. The more they talked, the more Chen Gang felt that Chuan was sophisticated and thoughtful, and many issues were more comprehensive than he considered. Even half of the wine on the shelf was replaced with drinks. As for the promotion, Chuan already had a general plan in mind, and he could start to promote it after discussing it with Chen Gang. When the time comes, find a few beautiful girls standing at the door with smiling faces, the effect will definitely be excellent. After all, no matter how well the folk songs are sung, they are not as attractive as beautiful girls. Didn't he the song sing, if the actor next door can't stay, who will sleep with you until dawn? Offline promotion has been settled, so online promotion cannot lag behind. Penguin Group is a good promotion channel. However, Chuan is not in a hurry to promote by class. He can first find some big-mouthed students to experience it. Wait until the promotion reaches a certain level, and then promote the class. Use if you can't rock out after graduation, your youth will always leave regrets as a gimmick. At that time, I can record a few more singing videos and find a few goddesses from the school to gain traffic, which should have a good effect. Thinking of this, Chuan blew a smoke ring. It seems that he still has the potential to be a profiteer. Of course, he is not a good guy. He will naturally take a commission from helping others make money. Finally, after working until 2 o'clock in the morning, Chuan fell asleep in the bar. After sleeping until noon, Chuan suddenly felt as if he was being pressed by a ghost. The body was heavy, and there seemed to be something soft on the chest. Opening his sleepy eyes, Chuan saw a familiar face, with long eyelashes blinking and beautiful eyes staring at him. Fuck. Witch, get off me, my old waist is going to be broken by you. After his eyes were fixed, Chuliao's face was reflected in his pupils. At this moment, she was riding on him in an extremely convenient posture, which scared Chuan so much that he sat up from the bed. But in the face of Chuan's protest, Chuliao did not move at all, riding on him, looking down at him from above. Were you with a woman last night? Chuliao asked fiercely with her beautiful eyebrows raised. Chuan shook his head like a rattle. How could that be? I was discussing the preparations for the graduation party with Brother Chen last night. Chuliao pulled Chuan's collar. Then why is there a lipstick mark on your clothes? Chuan looked down and saw that there was indeed an obvious lipstick mark on his collar. He secretly said that he was careless. It was probably rubbed when he sent Liu home last night. How could Chuan, who was so stubborn, admit it? He immediately made up a lie. Hey, I was drinking with Sister Yang last night. It was probably hers. Yang Shui is the DJ of the sewing machine bar, the red-haired little girl I met yesterday, who is highly regarded by the boss. Chulia stared at Chuan with her beautiful eyes, trying to find evidence of lying on his face. However, Chuan was too thick-skinned and there was no trace at all. Seeing this, Chu had to give up. Hurry up and get down. My waist is about to break. Chuan arched his waist and couldn't help complaining. Logically speaking, there was nothing wrong with his action, but the two of them were so charming that Chulia's cheeks instantly turned red. Chuan. Try to move again. With cheeks as red as apples, Chulia pinched her waist, her aloof look gone, like a turkey with its feathers blown off. You asked me to move, not me. Chuan spoke slowly, and then moved again. Chapter 9 Capturing by Yueguang School Beauty. Chuan, you stinky hooligan. If I don't beat you up today, I'm not your aunt. Chulia went crazy, put her hands together, and directly choked Chuan. Oh, if the tiger doesn't show its power, you really think I'm a sick cat? Little girl, watch me. Chuan bent his body, held Chulia's wrists with one hand, and gently pulled her to the side, and Chulia immediately lost her balance. The next moment, the two of them directly changed their roles. Chuan was on top, Chulia was on the bottom, and the little aunt was captured alive. Lying on the bed, Chulia stared at Chuan with her smart eyes, exclaimed softly, blinked her long eyelashes, and had a bit of disbelief on her face. Is she so easily subdued by Chuan? Although I know that Chuan has always let her go before, I shouldn't be so vulnerable that he can control her so easily. Show off. Arrogant, where are your previous abilities? After subduing Chuliao, Chuan looked down at her with a smug look on his face full of the look of a villain who has achieved success. Wow. I'm going to tell my aunt that you bullied me. 555. You're still being a hooligan to me. Woo, I can't live anymore. With a slight turn of her lively eyes, Chuliao actually cried out with a wow. 2 tears rolled down the corners of her eyes, her eyebrows tangled together, and her little face looked extremely aggrieved. Chuan panicked and quickly let go of her hand. I'm wrong, isn't it okay? As he said that, he got off her and hurriedly bowed to apologize, almost kneeling down and kowtowed to admit his mistake to this little girl. Then you learn to bark like a dog. The crying stopped abruptly, and Chulia raised her snow-white chin high, proud like a queen who had won a battle. What? Chuan was stunned. Chulia glared at him with her beautiful eyes. I asked you to bark like a dog. Chuan nodded and repeated, I asked you to bark like a dog. Chulia puffed her lips and said angrily, I asked you to bark like a dog, not to talk like me. Chuan grinned, that's right, I was barking like a dog. Chulia's pretty face was slightly stunned, and then she reacted. Anger appeared in her beautiful eyes. She picked up the pillow and threw it at Chuan. Chuan, you dare to call me a dog? Chuan dodged the pillow and smiled, even if it's a dog, it's a beautiful puppy. After lunch, Chuan sat on a high stool with his guitar in his arms, tuned the strings, and the spotlight enveloped him. Opposite, Chulia set up the tripod, turned on the video mode, and then made an OK gesture to Chuan. Ding-ling-ling. Chuan nodded, plucked the strings, and the melodious music began to echo in the bar. Did I promise you too much, or did I not give you enough in the first place? You always have thousands of reasons, and I always follow your feelings. Chuan's clean voice was hoarse, but it didn't sound turbid. On the contrary, it was low and narrating, which was easy to substitute emotions and infectious. Yang Shui, Chen Gang and others gathered behind the video recorder, listening attentively. Chulia's face was also full of smiles, and the spotlight was on Chuan, and he seemed to be glowing. For some reason, Chuan seemed to have changed since he was rejected. But as she listened, she always felt that the lyrics seemed wrong, and her eyes seemed to glare at Chuan. This guy, he doesn't like that green tea, right? How can I bear to blame you for making a mistake? I gave you too much freedom. I made you more lonely and fell into the whirlpool of emotions. How can I bear to let you suffer? I gave you too much freedom. Chuan naturally didn't know what Chulia was thinking at the moment. His slender fingertips danced quickly on the strings, and every chord was already familiar to him. In the past, Chuan felt that this song was very suitable for his mood. He had given his heart, but in return he was just a dog licking sound. After rebirth, the past was gone with the wind, and Chuan completely let it go. Playing this song again seemed to put a perfect end to the youth that had been fed to the dog. After singing a song, Chuan hesitated for a moment and plucked the strings again, and the unfamiliar melody slowly sounded. Let me look at you again, from south to north. Like the North Fifth Ring Road, with blindfolded eyes. Let me listen again, about that day, the girl holding the box, and the man wiping his sweat. Chen Gang pushed 2 Buddhist beads and smacked his lips. You can't sing this flavor without having a few wives, right? But after listening for a while, he felt that this song was particularly unfamiliar, as if he had never heard it before. Have you heard this song? Chen Gang looked at Chu Liao. Chu Liao was slightly stunned and shook her head. No wonder they did that. This song, On Her Bridge, was released in 2013, and now it is 2008. If you have heard it, it would be weird. I know that those summers, like youth, can never come back. Replacing dreams can only be done reluctantly. I know that boasting will also be laughed off with youth. After the song, Chu Liao made an okay gesture to him, and Chuan put down the guitar and approached the camera. How is it? The previous song was not unfamiliar, Over the Top, which had already spread all over the streets and alleys. But later Chuan thought that since it was to be used for publicity, it should be a little novel, so he played the song On Her Bridge. This song has not been released yet, and it is novel to many people, and it should be quite attractive. Without waiting for an answer, Yang Shui on the side shouted directly, awesome. Yang Shui, a little gangster in the bar, a DJ who plays discs. She is tall and looks particularly eye-catching with a head full of red hair. She is also very bold in her dress, with a black suspender and a short skirt on the bottom, revealing a pair of snow-white thighs. Brother Chuan, you sing so beautifully. Have you ever been dumped? Chuan's face darkened. If you can't speak, don't say anything. You guessed it right, don't guess it next time. Then, he waved his hand with a nonchalant look. The songs I composed before are not worth mentioning, not worth mentioning. Mr. Song, do you think you are humorous? Chen Gang also came over and handed Chuan a cigarette. Did you write this lyrics? Seeing Chuan nod, Chen Gang gave a thumbs up. Awesome. Chuan is so young, but he can write such vicissitudes of life lyrics. How many relationships has this guy had? I don't know how many times he has been kicked by girls to write such lyrics. This should also be considered as a dedication to art, right? After watching the video, Chuan nodded and said, that's it, I will post the video to my Penguin later. This video will be used for promotion and sent to various class groups to gain attention for the sewing machine bar first. Chu University Campus Beauty, how is the person I asked you to find for me? Chuan put out his cigarette and looked at Chu Liao beside him. Shaking her phone, Chu Liao said with some pride, this girl is absolutely reliable. Yes, they are here. After saying that, Chu Liao nodded at the door of the bar. Looking down, I saw several young and beautiful girls walking in, looking at the dim room curiously, with vigilance in their eyes. Chapter 10 Singing and dancing, rap, but unfortunately there is no basketball. They also have tinted glasses in their hearts about bars. However, after seeing Chu Liao, the vigilance in their eyes gradually faded, and they walked over with a smile. Liao, why did you invite us to a place like this? Seeing Chu Liao, Liu went up to give her a big bear hug with a smile on her face. It's just that her eyes seemed a little sexy. Liu, Chu Liao's best friend, is tall, about 1.7 meters tall, and her legs that are longer than human life are extremely eye-catching. She was wearing casual clothes, a high ponytail, 2 dimples when she smiled, and an oval face. Although she was not as stunning as Chu Liao, she was also a rare beauty. Seeing her hands touching her body, Chu Liao glared at her fiercely, but Liu was not afraid and stuck out her tongue with a smile. Yes, these are the goddesses of our school. I met them when I was in extracurricular classes. Aren't they beautiful? Liu introduced Chu Liao after making way for several beautiful girls. Hello. Chu Liao nodded and greeted them. At this time, Chuan came over from the side. Seeing this, Chu Liao immediately introduced him. Yes, this is my friend, Chuan, also from Shancheng No. 1 Middle School. Good afternoon, beautiful ladies. Chuan smiled and greeted them. Liu took a look in surprise and thought that Guoguo was quite handsome. I wonder if he has a girlfriend. Rogue whistle. But then, the surprise in her eyes turned into vigilance, and she put her arm around Chu Liao. There has never been a boy around her bestie, and Chuan is the first one she calls a friend. Could it be the relationship between these two people? Thinking of this, Liu looked at Chuan with more vigilance. Could this bastard be trying to steal his girlfriend? One of the four girls seemed to know Chuan. She blinked her beautiful big eyes and asked in surprise, "Are you Chuan?" Chuan nodded. "Do you know me, girl?" Chen Shui looked at him with some resentment. "How can you not know me? You have suppressed me for 3 years." As soon as these words came out, several people looked at Chuan in unison, and their faces became a little exciting. He suppressed her for 3 years. This is a bit of information, how about expanding it? Chu Liao stared at Chuan with her beautiful eyes. Although she didn't speak, her eyes were questioning, as if to say, why did you suppress her? Being stared at by several people with burning eyes, even Chuan, who was so thick-skinned, could not resist and scratched his head in embarrassment. "Girl, you can eat whatever you want, but you can't say whatever you want. We don't seem to know each other, right?" Looking at the eyes of the crowd, Chen Shui realized that there was a misunderstanding. Her cheeks flushed and she hurriedly explained. "Don't get me wrong, I'm talking about the ranking of grades. She and Chuan are both in the first level department, with 10 classes. There will be rankings for every exam, but she is always suppressed by Chuan. Of course, this is the ranking excluding the competition class. The overall teaching level of Shancheng No. 1 Middle School is still a little behind that of the city. She had met Chuan several times before, but he always liked to lower his head, and his face was covered by thick bangs. When she saw him today, she didn't expect him to be so handsome. Hearing this, Chuan breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, it was grades. If it was something else, the child would probably be 2 years old. "I'm calling a few girls here because I want you to take some photos or videos for me to promote my business. Don't worry, I'll pay you. I won't let you work for nothing. During the summer vacation, if you come here to play, all drinks are free and half price for alcohol. Would you like to consider it?" Chuan asked the girls to sit down, opened a bottle of drink for each of them, and explained with a smile the intention of inviting them. These girls are all very beautiful, and they are also goddess-level figures in school, with many suitors. Asking them to help with publicity will definitely be more effective than handing out flyers on the street. After all, only lickers understand the mentality of lickers the best. Just like Chuan before, wherever Lin Chuya went, he would follow her. Looking at each other, the girls' eyes were all flashing with vigilance. And Liu, since knowing that Chuan was Chu Liao's friend, he disliked him anyway. He puffed his mouth. "My friends are all serious people." Hearing this, the four people nodded hurriedly. In this dark environment and subtle atmosphere, can the photos taken be serious photos? If it weren't for Chuan's handsome appearance and sunny face, I'm afraid they would have been ready to run away now. Chuan smiled. "Don't worry, it's definitely a serious photo, just used to promote the bar." After hearing this, several people looked at Chu Liao suspiciously, and when they saw her nod, they timidly agreed. Seeing that several people agreed, Chuan took out the camera, and several people asked in confusion, "Don't change clothes." Chuan pulled the corner of his mouth and covered his forehead to explain, "Girl, we are really doing a serious business." After hearing this, several people's cheeks were a little red, and they wanted to find a crack in the ground to crawl into. In order to make the photos more relaxed and free, and to set off the harmonious atmosphere of the bar, Chuan did not take them right away, but had in-depth exchanges with the girls. Just like some movies, everything is about a natural outcome, and you have to have a feeling, so that the photos look real. Neighbors go out to take out the trash, come to fix the water pipes, nurses, secretaries. "Liu Bowen, did you peek at my phone, you thief?" With him leading the topic, the mood of several people gradually relaxed, and a few jokes popped out of their mouths from time to time, making them tremble with joy. The relationship gradually became closer in this laughter. Chuan picked up the camera at the right time and pressed the shutter. The girls' smiles were frozen at this moment, and their smiles were as beautiful as flowers. They were the kind of lickers who wanted to wear them on their waists. The lights in the bar seemed to have a magical power, and even the pork would become extra fresh after being illuminated by the lights. After the relationship gradually became familiar, Suwana and Li Shisha, two dancers, were still dancing on the dance floor. Ji Chuan drooled at their slender figures and graceful dance postures. Which liquor can resist this? Let alone liquors, he felt that the cement on his heart was loose. Wu Mengmeng is a music student, majoring in modern pop music. The spotlight shines on her, her voice stretches, and the listeners are intoxicated. As for Chen Shui, because she is a cultural student, she doesn't have any special skills, but she also sang a song with a beautiful voice, which is more than enough to attract some licking dogs. Ji Chuan nodded, and then his face was a little strange again. Singing and dancing, rap are all there, but it's a pity that there is no basketball. Looking at the masterpiece taken by Ji Chuan, Chulia pouted her lips. Oh, it's a good shot. You usually take pictures of other girls, right? Ji Chuan smiled with the corners of his mouth, picked up the camera and pressed the shutter, and a beautiful and cute photo with a pouting mouth was frozen. TSK, I didn't expect that the Cold Chu University campus bell has such a cute side. If you take it out, it will definitely sell for a good price. Ji Chuan said with a smile. Oh, it's so ugly, delete it for me. Looking at her embarrassing appearance in the photo, Chulia's pretty eyebrows flew up, and she was about to grab the camera in Ji Chuan's hand. Is that it? Chen Shui and the others looked at the 200 yuan bills in their hands, a little unbelievable. This money is too easy to make, right? Ji Chuan nodded. What else? Then he smiled again. If you really want to take some photos that can't be broadcast, I don't mind. Hearing this, the cheeks of the others blushed slightly, and they rolled their eyes at him coquettishly. After that, Ji Chuan asked the beautiful waitress newly recruited by Chen Gang to change her clothes and took a few photos. She was very beautiful, but not tainted with the air of prostitution. After all, this bar is for students, not for you to pick princesses. Chapter 11. Hey, the little rich woman said she would support me. Sitting on the bus back to the countryside, Ji Chuan looked at the slowly setting sun outside the window and felt empty inside. He was very happy that his mother had a new family, and Uncle Li treated him very well, but that place was not his home. There is an old man living in his heart. He grew up with him and always likes to be carried on his back. In the eyes of many people, the poor and backward countryside is the pure land in Ji Chuan's heart, where he has complete childhood memories. Ding ding. At this moment, the phone vibrated. It was the penguin's notification sound. In this era, most mobile phones are still candy bar phones with physical buttons, and the penguin interface has Lin Chuya pinned at the top. Ji Chuan, what's wrong with you? Did you make Chuya angry again? A brown stuffed bear avatar flashed. It was a message from Chen Xiamen. Don't you like Chuya? Why do you always make her angry? Although you look more handsome now than before, and you look more compatible with Chuya, this does not mean that you can bully her at will. It's no big deal to be rejected when you confess your love. Men should be more generous. As Chuya's best friend, I can quietly tell you something. Chuya is actually testing you to see if you really like her. What does this mean? This means that you have great hope. Otherwise, why doesn't Chuya test others? Looking at the series of messages on the screen, Ji Chuan laughed. It's true that birds of a feather flock together. Otherwise, why doesn't Chuya test others? Men should be more generous. Even if Emperor Huangtian came, he wouldn't be able to take these two punches. Then, Ji Chuan clumsily pressed the keys, edited a line of text and sent it. Then I'm really honored. On my way back home, I'll take a look at the ancestral graves to see if there's any smoke coming out. After saying that, Ji Chuan directly clicked delete, and in the process cleaned up Lin Chuya's penguin as garbage. Test? Who the hell can test me these days except the red star shining on the banner? As for love, as long as I haven't said I like you, we are still friends even if we have slept in the same bed. It's such a fucking classic, I have to write it down in a memo. After saying that, Ji Chuan actually wrote down these words in his memo. The title clearly stated, The Grandmaster's Rules of Love. As for pinning chats and showing special concern, it's just a show. For this thing, wouldn't it be better to just pin whoever's on the bed to the top? Angry? Want to break up? That's great, the next one will be better behaved. In a bedroom in a community in the mountain city, Lin Chuya was lying on the bed, staring at the ceiling in a daze, but the image reflected in her mind was Ji Chuan's appearance. He seemed to have really changed. Not only did he become more handsome, but his temperament also changed a lot. In the past, he always studied hard, like a nerd and a dull person. But when I met him yesterday, he seemed to be much more energetic, with a free and easy temperament and a sunny smile. There is an inexplicable attraction. But why did his attitude towards himself change so much? Cold and even with a hint of disgust in his eyes. He used to care about himself the most. Not long after, her best friend's avatar lit up. What happened? What did he say? Lin Chuya asked hurriedly. After waiting for a long time, Chen Xiamen sent a message, he deleted me. Lin Chuya? Chen Xiamen, I told him that Chuya didn't dislike you, she was just testing you, and then he said a word and went offline directly. Lin Chuya, what? Chen Xiamen immediately forwarded Ji Chuan's words, then I am really honored. On their way back home, I will take a look at the ancestral grave to see if there is any smoke coming out. Seeing this, Lin Chuya was so angry that she almost went crazy. She could tell the sarcasm in Ji Chuan's voice. But then, she felt wronged. You confess to me, don't I have the right to refuse? Why do you treat me like this? The more she thought about it, the angrier she became. Lin Chuya looked through the chat list, ready to question Ji Chuan in person. But then she found out that she had also been deleted by Ji Chuan. Seeing this, Lin Chuya threw her phone heavily onto the bed, slapped the stuffed bear on the bed with both hands, and her angry voice echoed throughout the bedroom. Oh! Ji Chuan, I don't want to see you again in my life. Their half-hour drive was over quickly, and Ji Chuan shouted to the driver in his familiar accent, Master, step on the foot brake at the intersection ahead. Ji Chuan got off the car carrying a lot of bags and walked on the familiar country road. The setting sun stretched his shadow very long. I'm finally back. I remember that no matter when he went home, my grandfather would wait for him at this intersection, holding a flashlight when it was dark and a mat and a palm leaf fan when it was hot. The road is not far from the village, just a few miles and only takes about 10 minutes to get there. Nothing can stop. At this moment, the phone rang, and after it was connected, the voice of the campus beauty of Chu University was heard. How's it going? Are you home yet? Ji Chuan was a little surprised. How did you know I was back? Chu Liao snorted, is this hard to guess? Why, you called me deliberately. Are you afraid that I will run away with your money? Ji Chuan joked. Chu Liao rolled her eyes at him and asked, which university are you going to apply to? Ji Chuan was a little confused, the scores haven't come out yet. Why, is the campus beauty of Chu University planning to apply to the same university as me? Chu Liao curled her lips and said with some disdain, I have a face for sale, do you want one? When the scores come out, remember to call me first. Oh, by the way, remember to say hello to Grandpa for me. Ji Chuan thought for a moment and said, I haven't decided on a university yet, but I can tell you the scores now. Chu Liao's pretty face was slightly stunned, and then she showed a look of contempt. TSK, I don't believe it. 666, a very auspicious number. Ji Chuan shrugged and said immediately. Chu Liao raised her little finger to him through the phone and said proudly, if you really get 666, then I will support you. Ji Chuan heard this and chuckled, you said it, you can't go back on your word. Chu Liao said confidently, whoever regrets is a puppy. After saying that, she hung up the phone. Naturally, she didn't believe the score Ji Chuan said. Ji Chuan is a good student, but that doesn't mean he can accurately estimate his scores. After hanging up the phone, Ji Chuan smiled, TSK, I got a little rich woman for free, isn't life going to be better now? As for his college entrance examination score, it was determined the moment he put pen to paper, 666 points, first in the class and ninth in the grade excluding competition classes. It's just that, although they had the same score, their fates completely took a different path at the moment of confession. Oh, by the way, I have to send a message to Sister Shin to express my condolences. Ji Chuan suddenly thought of something. Sister Shin is not only his teacher now, but also a wealthy financial sponsor, so he has to hold onto her tightly. Oh, it would be better if there were black stockings. Chapter 12. Does your dog smoke? Finally, before the sun completely set, Ji Chuan saw the familiar courtyard. Located at the southern end of the village, it looks particularly eye-catching. It has 5 small rooms but a large yard, and the courtyard wall is made of red bricks and earth. Smoke rose from the yard and drifted into the woods to the south. The old man said that food cooked with wood smells better and can help you find your way home even if you get lost at night. Chuan would often joke about it. If I really get lost, it must be at night. Can I see smoke coming out of your house at night? The old man was also very polite, and said with a smile, get out of here. The door of the yard is made of wood, with clear vertical grain and polish to a shine. Although it is very old, it is still very thick. Pushing open the door, there are many fruit trees planted in the yard, many of which were planted by Chuan when he was a child. There is also a vegetable garden. The smell of soil and trees mixed together is particularly fresh. Looking at everything familiar in front of him, Chuan's face showed melancholy. This was where he grew up and had the best memories of his childhood. Grandpa. After entering the door, Chuan let out a howl, and soon, an echo came from the kitchen, and an old man in his 60s walked out of the house. He was not tall, about 1.6 meters, and a little thin. He wore a vest with holes on his upper body and long pants on his lower body. As the weather got hotter, he rolled up his trouser legs. He had a dry cigarette in his mouth, which he rolled himself, and he took a puff from time to time. Looking at the person in front of him who was most familiar to him, Chuan's heart seemed to skip a beat. Because of work, he missed the chance to see the old man for the last time. This is a pain in Chuan's heart and the thing he regrets most in his life. When they met again, Chuan's eyes couldn't help but turn red, but he still forced a smile. Oh, you're quite fashionable. Nowadays, people wear ripped clothes. You're more than 10 years ahead of the trend. The old man glared at him and said, you bastard, you can't spit out ivory from a dog's mouth. Chuan grinned, oh, a two-part allegorical saying, you have become a cultured person after not seeing you for a few days. Then, he took the things in his hand into the kitchen and said, this is what my mother and Uncle Lee brought for you. The old man put out his pipe and complained, we're spending unnecessary money again. You bastard, you didn't even tell me when you came back so I could pick you up at the village entrance. Chuan smiled and rolled up his sleeves. It's just a few steps away. There's no need to pick it up. Seeing that Chuan was about to take action, the old man chased him out directly. Go, 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 stay in the room, don't make trouble here. Chuan smiled and said, I'll help you light the fire. Seeing him picking up firewood and about to put it into the stove, the old man raised his foot and kicked him on the butt. Get lost, I forgot that last time you lit the fire to cook, you burned my pot. All right, stop standing here, it will be over in a moment. Chuan smiled awkwardly. He had no choice but to go back to their house and move the small table and benches to the yard. As the sky gradually darkens and early summer is approaching, it is elegant to have an open-air meal in the yard. Soon, the food was served. The old man filled the wine cup and Chuan drank 2 sips with him. They were all home-cooked dishes, but Chuan ate them like a starving ghost, and the taste was still the same as in his memory. I have to say, the food cooked on this stove is even more delicious than that in a restaurant. Have you finished the exam? The old man asked after taking 2 puffs of his pipe. Nodding, Chuan said, the exam is over. Okay, it'll be fine once the exam is over. You're almost as skinny as a monkey. Chuan smiled and didn't respond. The old man never asked him how he did in the exam, he only cared about whether he had eaten enough. After dinner, the two sat in the yard and looked at the stars. There is also a big yellow dog in the yard, a small local dog from the village that is easy to raise. As far as Chuan can remember, 2 or 3 rhubarbs have passed away in this yard. He was the one who took care of all their funerals and cried his heart out every time. Chuan still leaned on the old man like he did when he was a child. The sound of crickets mixed with the barking of dogs was a very different combination, but it made him feel inexplicably peaceful. Just as he was about to express his feelings, he smelled a burnt smell and looked around. Does your dog smoke? The old man flicked the ash off his cigarette and shook his head, no. Why is there a burnt smell? Chuan asked puzzledly. The old man put out his cigarette and quietly picked up the broom on the ground, because you threw the cigarette butt into my shoe. Hearing this, Chuan's expression gradually became stiff, so. The old man nodded and said, don't make any noise when I beat you up later. The neighbors are all asleep. Then, Chuan ran away, and the old man chased him with a broom, cursing as he ran. You bastard, I knew that when you came back, something bad would happen. Bang, bang, bang. The next morning, Chuan got up early, hung the sandbag he bought when he was in junior high school on the jujube tree in the yard, and hit it with it. This is a good thing about a young body. After half an hour, I still feel full of energy. Rich women all say it's good after using it. He took off the wet vest, revealing his fair and strong muscles, and felt refreshed despite being sweaty. Although Chuan is usually gentle and taciturn, he is very good at fighting. When he was in junior high school, 6 or 7 strong men called him a fatherless child and were beaten into the hospital by him. But after seeing his mother apologize to everyone one by one and cover the medical expenses, he never fought with anyone again. However, from that time on, school violence never happened to him again. You bastard, why are you still awake so early in the morning and braying like a donkey? At this time, the old man took a stool and walked into the yard, breaking off some yellow cucumbers and feeding rhubarb. Chuan turned around and smiled, then bent his arms to show the old man, look at this muscle. You're as skinny as a firewood chicken, where do you get the muscles? The old man didn't even raise his head, too lazy to pay attention to him. Afterwards, Chuan washed his face with a basin of warm water, lifted his bangs, and combed his hair into a middle part manually, looking very proud. How is it? Am I handsome? The old man looked up at him and said, what a shaggy haircut. You look like a traitor. Shave it off for me now. Chuan grinned, somewhat speechless. You are an old man, and you keep using foul language all day long. How can you be so disrespectful? When the old man heard this, he opened his mouth and uttered the beautiful Chinese quintessence again, picked up the broom on the ground and prepared to hit him. Old Shen, have you heard that the daughter of someone in our village got 500 points in the exam? It's really a great honor for her ancestors. Just then, a tall and thin old man came into the yard, also with a pipe in his mouth. Hey, when did Chuan come back? Old Li asked in surprise when he saw Chuan. It's Grandpa Li. He just came back yesterday. Wiping the sweat off his face, Chuan answered with a smile. Old man Li, the former blacksmith at the south end of the village, occasionally made farm tools for people, but now he seldom makes fires. He is considered a close friend of my grandfather. We are of similar age and grew up together. Hey, Chuan is taking the college entrance examination this year, how did you do? Chuan is an introvert who never leaves the house. Not to mention his academic performance, many people in the village don't even know what grade he is in. I heard that your aunt's child scored 500 points in the exam. If that's true, he would be the second college student in our village. Old Li said again. There was only one college student in the village, and he scored 560 points in the exam. When the news came out, the village was as lively as New Year's Day. The scene was filled with the roar of gongs and drums, the blast of firecrackers, and the waving of red flags. Chuan brought a stool and asked him to sit down, and asked in confusion, 500 points? Didn't we just take the exam? The results haven't come out yet, right? My parents are from the same village, and there is an uncle above me, but their relationship is not good. The uncle is rich and looks down on them. That lady was also a character. She was either cursing in the street or on her way to curse. Once, during an argument, she even grabbed a piece of ollie and threw it against someone else's door. I seem to remember that there was indeed a cousin who was 1 year older than him. She didn't do well in the exam last year and had to repeat a year. However, Chuan had no impression of them, and because of his father, he rarely interacted with them. So he really couldn't remember how many points his cousin got in the exam. Old man Li took a puff of his pipe and said, I heard that they estimated it themselves and said that the questions this time were particularly simple. When Chuan heard this, his face looked a little strange. It was extremely easy and he got 500 points in the test. What kind of nonsense is this? If he remembered correctly, this year's test papers seemed to be the most difficult in recent years. Many students with good grades on weekdays complained bitterly, but his cousin actually said that the questions were easy. Chuan didn't want to comment, or how should I put it, wish her success. After all, different trades are like different worlds. Hey, Chuan is back. I heard that you are also taking the college entrance examination this year. It would be embarrassing if my Ching didn't do as well as me. If it were me, I would be too embarrassed to go out. Just then, a weird voice came from the door. If you didn't know, you would think that her prostate was stepped on. Chapter 13, The Little Bastard's Curse is Really Nasty. As soon as he finished speaking, a few middle-aged women came in. They were in their 40s, wearing colorful clothes and looking particularly festive. Chuan knew them all, but he was not very familiar with them. He could see gossipy women standing on the street every time he passed by the village entrance. They all have first-hand information, some of which even the parties involved don't know, but they know everything. He sits at the entrance of the village all day long, and every dog passing by will be scolded. The person who spoke was Chuan's aunt, Wen Guifang. She was not tall, about 1.5 meters, and looked like a little grasshopper, with a sarcastic look on her face. I heard that you also took the college entrance examination this year. What score did you estimate? Perhaps because she was used to being bossy in the village, Wen Guifang didn't even look at Chuan, and questioned him in a condescending manner. Although Chuan and his cousin were in the same school, they were not in the same grade and they rarely even saw each other, let alone talked about their grades. Chuan smiled and said, I, an ordinary person, don't dare to estimate the score. If I guess wrong, I will be criticized for the rest of my life. Wen Guifang frowned. What are you talking about? Could it be possible that Qingqing in our family estimated the score wrongly? On the contrary, you don't even know how many points you got in the exam, nor do you know what school you are attending. I think she is afraid that she will not do as well as our Qingqing in the exam. Isn't that embarrassing? Chuan nodded seriously. Yes, I'm really scared. I'm afraid that I won't even be able to pass the undergraduate entrance line, and then I have to repeat a year. Wang Guifang's face changed. She could hear the sarcasm in Chuan's voice. I am your aunt. How can you talk to your elders like that? Chuan smiled coldly, pretending to be innocent. Hey, I didn't say anything about your Qingqing. You wouldn't put yourself in that situation, would you? You also said that you are the elder. How can you argue with a junior like me? Right. After all, I'm still a child. Wen Guifang was so angry at Chuan's words that her face trembled. She didn't expect that Chuan, who was usually so incompetent, could be so eloquent. The little bastard's curses are so ugly. With a cold snort, Wen Guifang continued, Humph, college students are worth a lot these days. Do you think it's easy to get into college? Isn't it common to repeat a year? Some people, even if they repeat a year for 10 years, may not be able to get into a university. If Qingqing really gets into college, your family's ancestors will be very happy. Chuan nodded and gave her a thumbs up. Not only will our ancestors' graves be filled with smoke, but we will also have to write you into the family tree. Wouldn't it be better to open a separate page for you then? Since you have such great ambitions, let me first wish your Qingqing to pass the test next year. Wen Guifang was stunned for a moment, then reacted and said sarcastically, How can you talk like that, you little bastard? You are cursing my Qingqing that she won't pass the exam this year, right? Chuan hurriedly shook his head. How could that be? Didn't you say that repeating a year is common? The questions this year are also quite difficult, so it wouldn't be uncommon to take another year, right? But you also have to be careful. If you fail the exam next year, then you must have a problem with your brain. One of my classmates' father is the director of the psychiatric department. If he really fails the exam, I'll have to take someone there to check it out. After all, even if this idiot repeats his studies for 10 years, it's probably going to be hard for him to get into college, right? Wang Guifang's fingers trembled in anger at Chuan's words, and she cursed, Little bastard, can you speak human language? Let me tell you, only people like you who hold back the class find the questions difficult. My Qingqing said that the questions were very easy this year. Chuan pretended to be surprised. Oh, that's really amazing. But if your Qingqing thought today's test was easy, why did she only score 500 points? The remaining 250 are all given to you, right? Wen Guifang was so angry at Chuan's sarcastic words that she picked up the broom on the ground and prepared to hit him. At this time, Da Wang suddenly broke free from the leash and ran straight towards Wen Guifang. Oh my dog just ate shit. If he gets bitten, it would be like falling into a toilet. He would be gossiped about for the rest of his life. Look at my memory. It's not like you haven't done this before, so you're probably not afraid. Just bear with it, and it will pass. Although he had an anxious look on his face, Chuan had no intention of stepping forward to stop the fight. Instead, he stood by and watched the show with a joking look on his face. He didn't forget to make a few sarcastic remarks. Woof woof woof. Seeing the big yellow dog rushing towards her, Wen Guifang was so scared that her soul almost flew away. She didn't even bother to curse anymore. She dropped the broom and ran out, her voice so frightened that she burst into tears. Help! Someone's killing me! Seeing this, the other aunts didn't dare to gossip anymore and ran out of the yard in shame. Soon, Wang Guifang's harsh voice was heard from outside again. Just wait, little bastard. If Qingqing doesn't do well in the exam, you'll see how you can get ahead. TSK, your dog is really weird. It doesn't bite others but just stares at Wang Guifang. Seeing Da Huang coming back, Old Li took a puff of his pipe and exclaimed in amazement. Dogs understand human nature and can tell the difference between good people and cowards. The old man echoed. Chuan bent down, smoothed Da Huang's hair, and smiled, not bothering to pay attention to the gossipy woman anymore. This dog is sometimes much better than humans. But it's strange, Da Huang has a very gentle temperament and never bites people, but when Guifang, even if she walks on the street, Da Huang will chase her away for several miles. After lunch, Chuan took some clothes and prepared to return to the city. The promotion of the sewing machine bar had already begun. The demolition issue must be put on the agenda as soon as possible. Wow, such a handsome and dandy guy, he is more than qualified to be a gigolo for a rich woman. Staring at himself in the mirror, Chuan looked very proud. A white vest on the upper body, black shorts on the lower body, simple white sneakers and a black baseball cap, casual yet handsome. The old man sat on the chair and glanced at him, taking a puff of his pipe. You are a scoundrel, just like a street urchin. Chuan put out the cigarette for him, and smiled while carrying his bag. Smoke less in the future, or you won't live to see the day when you hold your great-grandson. The old man glared at him, but no Chinese quintessence came out of his mouth. Chuan smiled, knowing that the old man had listened to him. If one wanted to quit smoking, he had to have some motivation. Just keep poking at his weak spot, and it would surely work. Okay, don't see me off. I can't get lost in these few steps. It's pretty hot this day. Let's go back. At the entrance of the village, Chuan and the old man were engaged in a tug-of-war. The old man refused to listen and insisted on sending it off with his stool and palm leaf fan, saying that he had just finished his meal and taking a walk would help digestion. Chuan couldn't persuade him, so he could only pick up a stone on the ground and then throw it into the yard. As luck would have it, it knocked over Da Huang's rice bowl. Woof woof woof. Then, a burst of cursing dog barking was heard in the yard, as if shouting, "Who the hell is destroying my job?" When the old man saw this, his face suddenly darkened. It's bad, my flowers. You bastard, you are totally useless. Then, he picked up the sole of his shoe and started hitting him, but there was no trace of Chuan in front of him. On the country road, Chuan ran wildly with his mouth grinning to the back of his head. After running to a safe place, he turned back and waved to the old man, "Go back quickly, or the house will be robbed." The old man laughed and scolded, but finally did not insist on seeing Chuan off. He waited until Chuan walked far away before going home. Soon, a miserable dog barking sound was heard in the yard. A woo a woo. Chapter 14. Who would show their good friends to others? Their half-hour drive ended quickly. As soon as he got out of the station, Chuan saw Chulia standing in front of the ice cream stand and waving at him. With a sweet smile, "Everything pales in comparison and the cement in my heart seems to loosen." Chulia was also wearing casual clothes, a white t-shirt with a koala embroidered on the chest, which was very cute. She was wearing a pair of jeans, which, although loose, still outlined her deadly long legs. Her black hair was like a waterfall and she wore a dark yellow baseball cap on her head. She looked pure and cute. When she saw Chuan, Chulia's beautiful eyes were blank for a moment. His distinct facial features, cold white skin, casual clothes and sunny smile are enough to charm thousands of girls. Why didn't I think he was so handsome before? Considering his appearance, it doesn't seem so bad to keep him by myself. Here, have an ice cream. Chulia skipped forward and handed Chuan a piece of ice cream. I'm so lucky that the campus beauty of Chu University can come and pick me up in person. Chuan said with a smile. Chulia rolled her eyes at him, with a bit of arrogance on her face, "You wish, I'm just afraid that you'll run away with my money." After returning to the sewing machine bar, Chuan began to promote it. I found some passers-by and forwarded the videos and photos to various class groups. At the same time, they did not forget to add some exaggerated titles, which quickly attracted a lot of attention. "Wow, is this my goddess Chen Shui? My goddess Wanner is here too, as well as Wu Mengmeng. Fuck, how could I deserve a goddess to dance for me? Oh my god, who recorded this video? It's just a lie for all you lickers. Godfather, please accept my knees. Where are they? They look so happy. Oh my god, Liu Xin's legs are almost as long as my life. Sewing machine bar? What a strange name, I've never heard of it before. Wow, the waitresses in this bar all so pretty and look so innocent. Yes, she looks like my neighbor's aunt. Fuck. She's my neighbor's aunt. Wow. Who is this guy? He sings really well. Yeah, this level is not inferior to those singers. This song has been sung for a long time. How many wives can't sing it in this way? But why is this guy wearing a baseball cap? I can't see his face clearly, so I don't know who he is. But judging from his outline, he should be quite handsome. Could it be that a certain singer came to this bar to sing incognito? Holy crap. Dude, you found the blind spot. Otherwise, why would these goddesses go to the bar? Chuan's singing and playing video also attracted a lot of attention. His clean and deep voice was very contagious, making people wonder how many wives he had. After the sewing machine received widespread attention, passers-by in the class group began to take the opportunity to promote it. Surprise! The owner of the sewing machine bar actually has this kind of relationship with a famous contemporary singer. Breaking news, sewing machine bar is actually an entertainment venue specially opened for students. Shocked! The doorman of the sewing machine bar is actually XX from the XXX beauty pageant. During the summer vacation, the sewing machine bar will be fully open to students, with a 20% discount on drinks on the first day, and a special venue for graduation parties. During the summer vacation at Sewing Machine Bar, a mysterious handsome guy will be the resident singer. Enjoy the party. If you can't rock out on the sewing machine after graduation, your youth will always leave you with regrets. After a wave of hype from passers-by, the sewing machine bar instantly became well known among the student community. At the same time, the group of Class 30 of senior high school was also in an uproar, with videos and photos being reposted crazily. Wow, even though I can't see his face, I think this pot is so handsome. That's right, this voice is so beautiful, could it really be a singer? I used to think that bars were only for gangsters, but now it seems that's not the case. Are there any groups? Shall we go check it out tonight? At this time, a high-quality man with a profile picture wearing black sunglasses came online. Huh, it's just a bar, what's so special about it? Chuya, are you going? I'm very familiar with the owner of this bar. At this time, Chuya was sitting on the sofa in a daze. In the past 2 days, her mind was full of Chuan, and that cold face often appeared in her mind. Why? Why does he treat himself like this? If I reject his confession, does that mean we can't even be friends? Especially when she saw Chuan became so handsome, she felt even more unbalanced. The only thing worse than breaking up is your ex being better off than you. What's worse than this is that the bootlicker is living a better life than his ex. The more I think about it, the more annoyed I get, but the more annoyed I get, the more I think about. At this moment, a penguin message suddenly came on my mobile phone, and I found that it was Wang Lang adding me in the group. Lin Chuya was losing interest and was about to refuse, but she saw the video, clicked on it, and was quickly attracted by the clean voice. It sounds really nice. It's a pity that I can't see his face clearly, but judging from his angular features, he should be quite handsome. A clean voice, angular facial features, and a slightly melancholy temperament, this is exactly the template of her imagined future boyfriend. Thinking of this, Lin Chuya quickly sent a message to her best friend Chen Xiamen. Xiamen, do you know who this mysterious handsome guy is? 5 minutes. I want all his information. Chen Xiamen, who was chatting in the group, saw the message and immediately sent an emoticon. Chuya, you are not in love with him, are you? This progress is too fast. Lin Chuya nodded proudly. Don't you think he's handsome? He has a melancholy temperament, a clean voice, and he sings so beautifully. If you like someone, even if it's just one glance, it's love at first sight. What she likes most are boys who sing well, especially those with a melancholy type of voice, which is a perfect match for the song Over the Top. Perhaps it was due to her personality, but Lin Chuya always looked down upon boys of the same age as her. On the contrary, boys outside the school are particularly attractive to her, preferably those who are older and have mature charm. Even if he is just a yellow-haired guy riding a will-o'-the-wisp, in her eyes he is more attractive than a bootlicker like Ji Chuan. Unfortunately, her bootlicker Ji Chuan has never sung a song for her. Oh, even though the reason is that I didn't give him a chance, won't he look for an opportunity? Besides, Ji Chuan looks so honest and he probably can't sing either. Chen Xiaomin was surprised. Wow, this handsome guy is so lucky to be favored by the campus beauty of Lin University. After a pause, Chen Xiaomin asked again, what about Ji Chuan? Lin Chuya said calmly, he's just a bootlicker. How can he compare to my idol? With just one video clip, Lin Chuya had already regarded the mysterious man as her idol. I have to say, sometimes so-called love comes faster than a tornado. As for Ji Chuan, this bootlicker, she had already forgotten about him at this moment. Then let's go together tonight. Chen Xiaomin asked. Lin Chuya nodded, see you at 8 o'clock in the evening. After agreeing on a time, Lin Chuya went straight into the closet and began choosing clothes to wear in the evening. That lickspittle Ji Chuan is really lucky. It doesn't matter. I'm wearing it for my boyfriend to see. With a smug smile on her lips, Lin Chuya had already started imagining herself appearing in the bar in a beautiful dress. Enjoy the cheers of countless people, be the center of attention, and finally join hands with your own male god. By then, there will definitely be countless photos circulating in the school group, and everyone will appreciate their own beauty together. And these beautiful photos are what she calls that cheap dog Ji Chuan. Maybe, when Ji Chuan sees her, he will come back to lick her like before. It's a pity that even if Ji Chuan confessed to her, she would not accept it. Because at this moment, she already has the perfect candidate for a boyfriend in mind. Thinking of this, a happy smile appeared on Lin Chuya's face, and a proud expression reappeared. Soon, 8 or 9 people in the group agreed to meet at the sewing machine bar at 8 o'clock in the evening. Ji Chuan. Where are my photos? Did you delete them? In the snack street, Ji Chuan was questioned by Chu Liao by grabbing his ear, and he was very angry. The photos were reposted to various class groups and received a good response, but Chu Liao was not happy with it. Because there were no photos of her in every album, all the photos taken by her bestie were stuffed in, but hers were missing. She didn't care about these, but there was a photo of her and Ji Chuan in it. Ji Chuan smiled awkwardly, do you believe me if I tell you I forgot? Chu Liao glared at him angrily, do you think I believe it? Ji Chuan handed her a sausage and explained with a smile, if others knew that our Chu University's campus beauty was here, who would dare to come? Look at you, you are so beautiful even when you are wrapped up so tightly. If others come, they will become green leaves to set off your beauty. After hearing this, Chu Liao's eyebrows stood up, then you still blame me? No, how could I blame you? Ji Chuan said with a grin. HMPH, you're smart. Chu Liao snorted and turned her head away, but a smile spread across her face. Since he is so good at talking, I will reluctantly forgive you. As for why Ji Chuan did this, there are 2 reasons. The first is, of course, the reason he just said. The second is, these photos are of promotional nature and are meant to be shown to others. Ji Chuan doesn't want those men to appreciate the beauty of the campus belle of Chu University. As a dog man, he knows the thoughts of those dog men best. Who would show their good friends to others casually? As for the photos and videos of Chen Shui and the others, I paid for them. Chapter 15 Ji Chuan, I want you to add me back. I'll go home and change my clothes first, and then come over later. Chu Liao waved her little hands at Ji Chuan while running. Slow down, and don't turn around and sit in other people's pot. Looking at her mischievous appearance, Ji Chuan smiled helplessly. Slightly. After making a face at him, Chu Liao disappeared into the crowd. Boss, give me some grilled cold noodles, no spicy. Brother Chuan. While walking back with snacks, Ji Chuan suddenly heard someone calling him. Turning around, he saw it was Liu Bowen, who was surrounded by 7 or 8 classmates. I told you, this guy is now a handsome and dandy guy. Seeing Ji Chuan, Liu Bowen proudly showed off to his classmates, as if that face was actually on his body. Oh my god, is this really Ji Chuan? So handsome, it feels like he's a completely different person. Why didn't I realize before that there is such a treasure boy in our class? Yeah, if he hadn't confessed to Lin Chuya, I would have wanted to pursue him and become my boyfriend. When they saw Ji Chuan, several girls in the class were stunned for a moment, rubbed their eyes, and some of them couldn't believe it. On their way here, they heard Liu Bowen praising him to the sky. They didn't believe it at first, but now they believe it. When Lin Chuya saw everyone's reactions, her chin unconsciously raised, as if she was showing off her trophies. Ji Chuan's confession to her at that moment was like a medal and honor to her. Today, she deliberately wore a white dress. Her graceful figure and slender legs were particularly eye-catching, and she looked extremely pure. Hello, everyone. Ji Chuan waved his hand and greeted them politely. TSK, what's so great about being handsome? You're only fit to eat this kind of cheap food. Someone in the crowd snorted with disdain. Wang Lang, a native of Shancheng, is considered a half-rich second generation and his family has some money. I recently bought a new watch worth over 10,000 yuan. I can't wait to walk around with my arm raised and show it off to everyone I meet. It's just that he looks a bit ugly. Can you please stop talking? Squad leader Lin Hui couldn't stand it anymore and glared at Wang Lang. Where are you going? Ji Chuan ignored him and turned to look at Liu Bowen. I heard that a new bar opened recently, so we're going to go check it out. Liu Bowen put his arm around his shoulders and chuckled. Let's go, together. A newly opened bar. Ji Chuan was puzzled, then shook his head. Forget it, I have something else to do later, you guys go and have fun. After saying that, Ji Chuan turned and left. Seeing this, Chen Xiaomin quickly said, Ji Chuan, let's go together. Qiu Ye is here too. Ji Chuan glanced at her calmly and said, what does it have to do with me? Then he left. The campus beauty of Chu University wants to eat candid whores, but she will bite you if you don't buy one for her. Seeing Ji Chuan was about to leave, Lin Chuya said angrily, Ji Chuan, why did you delete my penguin? I want you to add me back now. Compared to before, Lin Chuya's tone was less commanding, but still superior. When Ji Chuan heard this, he stopped and frowned. Are you sick? Do you think it's an honor for me to be able to add your penguin? I'm not your servant. Don't order me around in a condescending tone all day long. No one has the obligation to spoil you. Oh, by the way, I know someone who makes keys. Could you please make one for me? After saying that, he turned and left. Looking at Ji Chuan's leaving back, everyone present was stunned, staring at each other. Doesn't Ji Chuan like Lin Chuya? Why would he treat her like this? Although they were confused, no one thought Ji Chuan's words were excessive, because everyone saw his efforts over the years. What Ji Chuan had done in the past would have melted even a piece of stone. But what about Lin Chuya? When it comes to Ji Chuan, he always speaks in a condescending tone, as if everything Ji Chuan does is natural. To put it bluntly, Lin Chuya treats stray dogs on the street better than she treats Ji Chuan. But they couldn't say anything. After all, it was Ji Chuan's own will. At this moment, seeing Ji Chuan's attitude, they felt a little relieved. Lin Chuya looked at Ji Chuan's disappearing back, her expression became extremely ugly, and her 10 fingers were entangled together tightly. I feel extremely wronged. Why? Hadn't I already given him a way out? Why hasn't he come over to apologize to me? Seeing this, Chen Xiaomin hurried out to smooth things over. Qiu Ye just had a conflict with Ji Chuan recently, how could he not like her? After saying that, he winked at Liu Bowen. But the latter seemed not to see it, and laughed, oh, what a beautiful day it is. Wang Lang saw this, but he looked very proud, as if he smelled an opportunity, and sneered and said, har har, you are just a poor loser, I really don't know where you get the arrogance from. Chuya, ignore him, let's go to the bar first. Lin Hui also spoke at the right time to break the awkward atmosphere, yes, let's go to the bar first. Didn't Wang Lang already reserve a seat? Wang Lang laughed and agreed with everyone, but in fact, he didn't reserve any seat at all. Sewing machine bar? I've never heard of it, and I don't think it's a big deal. As long as I spend some more money, the boss will definitely come over and treat me as his brother. No way, why are there so many people? But when he arrived at the door of the sewing machine bar, Wang Lang was stunned. The huge crowd seemed to be having a discount promotion. Not to mention asking the boss to apologize, now he can't even get in through the door. Wang Lang, are you able to do this? Having been stuck at the door for more than 10 minutes, Chen Xiamen couldn't help but complain. Wang Lang blushed and felt a little embarrassed. He cursed in his heart, thinking that he should have booked a seat in advance. But he didn't want to lose face in front of Lin Chuyar, so he had to bite the bullet and squeeze in front of the bartender, smiling and negotiating with the bartender. "Brother, your boss and I are friends, let us in." The bartender looked him up and down and said coldly, You're friends with my boss? You're the 30th person who said that. I know a key maker. Can you make keys? How many keys do you make? If you don't have an appointment, get out of here right now. Don't stand here. I can't even eat when I see your ugly face. He returned in embarrassment, with everyone's eyes focused on him. Wang Lang could only hide the embarrassment on his face and pretend to be confident. Oh, there are too many people today. The boss just called me and said that the computer was infected with a virus and the previous seats were not reserved. Let's wait for a while. Don't worry, it will be quick. I think there will be a seat in less than 10 minutes. Hearing this, disappointment appeared on their faces. Can you do it? Chen Xiamen couldn't help but complain. When Wang Lang heard this, he couldn't help but curse in his heart. What are you barking about, bitch? I can at least call you daddy. If it weren't for Lin Chuyar's sake, he wouldn't even bother saying a word to a girl like Chen Xiamen. At this time, Liu Bowen shouted across the street, "Brother Chuan," attracting everyone's attention. Chapter 16. If you can order it, I'll call you dad. Across the street, Jiyu Chuan was walking over with a snack and a string of candid whores, and was a little surprised to see them. Why are you here? Jiyu Chuan looked at Liu Bowen with some confusion. This bar just opened, so we thought we'd come over and take a look, Liu Bowen explained. Seeing the bright red candid whores in Jiyu Chuan's hand, a girl smiled and asked, "Is this candid whores for Chuyar?" Jiyu Chuan turned his head and smiled at her, gave her a thumbs up, and then pointed at Chen Xiamen. "You are also very smart, and you are quite like a dragon and a phoenix." The girl was a little confused. Who else could it be for if not Chuyar? Didn't he like Chuyar? But it doesn't matter. Jiyu Chuan praised me for being smart. In the crowd, Lin Chuyar saw Jiyu Chuan coming over with a candid whores. She was initially expectant, but when she heard these words, her eyes dimmed again. Just opened. I heard Liu Bowen talk about going to a newly opened bar before, but I didn't expect he was talking about sewing machines. However, comparing the crowded scene in front of me with the previous one, it does look like it has just opened. Why don't you go in? Jiyu Chuan asked again. Liu Bowen said a little frustratedly. Wang Lang said that the boss didn't book the ticket he had booked before, so he couldn't get in. Jiyu Chuan turned his head and looked at Wang Lang, and he understood the reason. This guy probably wanted to show off in front of his classmates, but he didn't expect the sewing machine bar to be so popular. This crowded scene was somewhat beyond Jiyu Chuan's expectations. He thought the publicity effect would only become apparent after a few days, but he didn't expect it to be packed tonight. If there hadn't been a bartender blocking the door, I would have had no place to stay. Come on, I'll take you in. Jiyu Chuan said with a smile. Hearing this, the frustration on Liu Bowen's face disappeared, and his eyes widened like copper bells. Is it true, Godfather? When Wang Lang heard this, a sneer of disdain appeared on his face. Heh, if he can reserve a seat, I'll call him dad. Hearing this, Jiyu Chuan looked at him with some disdain. I don't have a son as ugly as you. After saying that, he walked towards the door of the bar with the candid whores. Liu Bowen followed him nervously, whispering, "Brother Chuan, are you okay?" Jiyu Chuan shook his finger and said, "As a man, you can never say no at any time." Behind him, Wang Lang looked at Jiyu Chuan's back with disdain on his face. Har, just wait and see, he will definitely be thrown out by the bartender later. Even a rich man like him can't do it, so how can a poor country boy like Jiyu Chuan do it? As soon as he finished speaking, he saw the bartender coming towards Jiyu Chuan with a smile on his face, calling him Brother Chuan all the time, looking particularly polite. That expression was completely different from the one when he was yelling at me to get out before. Seeing this scene, the sneer on Wang Lang's face gradually became stiff, as ugly as if he had eaten a dead child, and like a thorn in his throat. Would you like to come together? Ji Chuan turned around and waved. Lin Hui and the others nodded quickly, trotted forward, and asked in surprise, Ji Chuan, have you reserved a seat? The bartender explained with a smile, Brother Chuan is a friend of our boss, and there is a seat reserved for him inside. Brother Chuan, you're awesome. Liu Bowen's eyes widened like bells and he gave Ji Chuan a thumbs up. Look, Wang Lang's face is as black as the bottom of a pot. Ji Chuan didn't bother to pay attention to his bad taste and said to Lin Hui and the others, let's go. Lin Hui nodded, but then she thought of Chuya and the others and hesitated, Ji Chuan, Chuya and the others. Lin Hui just thought that the two of them were arguing and didn't know what happened, so she wanted to help ease the relationship. Ji Chuan turned around and looked at the remaining people, apologetically saying, sorry, I have friends inside, so there's no room left. Then, he turned his gaze to Wang Lang, young Master Wang is so rich, it shouldn't be difficult to book a seat, right? Wang Lang snorted with a sneer when he heard this, har har, this kind of bar can afford to book 10 booths, let alone one. Ji Chuan smiled and nodded, giving him a thumbs up, but that smile gave Wang Lang a bad feeling. Well, everyone, see you later. After Ji Chuan finished speaking, he turned around and took Liu Bowen and others into the bar. Behind her, Lin Chuya's face looked extremely ugly, her fingers were clasped together so tightly that her nails were almost digging into her flesh. In the past, at times like this, Ji Chuan would beg me to be with him. But now, he looked impatient and disgusted. This made Lin Chuya feel extremely depressed, and deep teeth marks were left on her lips. Chuya, shall we go back? Seeing Chuya's angry look, Chen Xiamen asked tentatively. Lin Chuya shook her head vigorously, snorted coldly, and said through gritted teeth, I'm not going back. Since Ji Chuan doesn't cherish the opportunity one gave him, I don't want this bootlicker anymore. What's the big deal? He's just a little more handsome than before. Do you really think he's worthy of you? After all, isn't he still a poor boy? The people chasing after me line up from here to France. I let you be my bootlicker just because I respect you. Do you really think that you are the only one? Anyway, she came here today not for Ji Chuan, but for the mysterious resident singer in the bar, her future boyfriend. Thinking of this, Lin Chuya's face showed pride again, and she turned to look at Wang Lang, please book a booth for me, I'll pay for it. Wang Lang naturally didn't know what Lin Chuya was thinking, but looking at her expression, it seemed that she was completely disappointed with Ji Chuan. He immediately patted his chest and said with a proud look on his face, Chuya, why are you being so polite to me? How can I let you pay for my company? Don't worry, I'll be able to reserve a seat soon, and it will definitely be better than Ji Chuan's. After saying that, he took out his cell phone and started calling people. Walking through the door of sewing machine bar, you will find a world inside. The dim room and the shining but not glaring lights stir people's emotions. The interior space of the sewing machine bar is large enough to accommodate 300 people, and it is equipped with tables, booths, dance floor, bar, and performance area. Combined with the graffiti all over the wall, it looks particularly artistic. Wow, the atmosphere of this bar seems different from other places. Lin Hui said in surprise as she looked at the graffiti all over the wall. And next to her, the pretty girl, Wang Qiang, also had stars in her eyes and nodded like a chick pecking at rice. Yeah, the stars on the ceiling look so romantic. In addition to the two of them, there was a boy and a girl, both of whom were classmates. At this moment, they were also looking at this sewing machine bar with curiosity. In their impression, bars are very chaotic places, filled with alcohol, hormones, impulse, sex and other elements. But the bar in front of me seems a little different. Many people had drinks in their hands. They were not making any noise or getting drunk. They were just chatting along with the melodious music. Brother Chuan, do you really know the owner of this bar? Liu Bowen was also shocked by the scene before him and stared at Ji Chuan in disbelief. Is the owner of this bar a woman? Could it be that Brother Chuan is someone's gigolo and is being kept by someone? After all, people like him are most popular among rich women. Brother Chuan, you're back. At this time, Yang Shui walked over from the dance floor and hugged Ji Chuan's arm with a smile on her face. The shoulder-length burgundy hair was particularly eye-catching under the light. Chapter 17, Godfather, let the class begin. I will kneel down and listen. Smiling and nodding, Ji Chuan looked at the figures surrounding the dance floor and the booths with some surprise. He remembered that when he went out before, there were only waiters in the bar, but in the blink of an eye it was full of people. Speaking of this, Yang Shui's face was full of excitement and she directly took Ji Chuan's arm. "Brother Chuan, you don't know, when I opened the door just now, I thought I was hallucinating. The huge crowd is like a market. I suspected that I had opened the door incorrectly, so I closed it and reopened it again, and as a result, there were even more people." She had thought before that Ji Chuan's publicity might have some effect, but she didn't expect the effect to be so good. In half an hour, the booths were almost fully booked. "I haven't seen so many people since I started working here. The waiters are almost overwhelmed. Even the boss Chen Gang put down his beads and joined in serving the dishes. After all, accumulating merits is not as satisfying as counting money." Ji Chuan nodded. The scene before him was also somewhat beyond his expectations, but it also showed that his publicity was very successful. It seems that he still underestimated the power of a bootlicker. Ji Chuan waved to Yang Shui, then leaned over and whispered in her ear, "Oh, right. Later, if someone named Wang Lang wants to reserve a table, you should triple the price and say that only the boss booth is left when making the reservation." Yang Shui heard this and a look of suspicion appeared on her pretty face. The price has tripled. If this person is not a fool, he probably won't order it, right? Ji Chuan smiled and waved his hand. "Young Master Wang is rich, he doesn't need these little things." If Wang Lang didn't want to lose face in front of Lin Chuya, he would definitely book this booth. Yang Shui rolled her eyes at him coquettishly and patted Ji Chuan on the chest gently. "Brother Chuan, you are so bad. But I like it very much." "Godfather, who is?" Looking at Yang Shui's graceful back as she left, Liu Bowen's eyes widened like glass balls. "This little girl is so hot, with red hair, a black vest, fishnet stockings, and a miniskirt. She is definitely a killer." Normally, if he met such a pretty girl with a social atmosphere on the street, he wouldn't even have the courage to look at her a few more times. But just now, she hugged Ji Chuan and called him brother, and her eyes were even full of admiration. Ji Chuan, on the other hand, had a calm expression on his face, with four big words written all over his body, "Used to it," which made Liu Bowen wonder if this world had gone crazy. Lin Hui and others beside him also had doubts in their eyes. Was that girl just now Ji Chuan's girlfriend? Waving his hand, Ji Chuan replied casually, "Just friends," and then took them to a booth. "Hello, Brother Chuan." Chen Shui's face was filled with smiles, which were cute and a bit playful. After some in-depth communication, the relationships among them became more familiar and no longer restrained. Ji Chuan smiled and nodded, then made way for him. "Yes, this is a classmate from our class. Lin Hui, Liu Bowen, Wang Qiang." The four of them nodded and said, "Hello." Looking at the beautiful girls in front of them, Lin Hui, Liu Bowen and others froze where they were and greeted them woodenly. "Aren't these people the ones who took the photos that were being reposted crazily in the group? They are all celebrities in the school, goddesses in many people's minds, and strangers are usually kept away from them." At this moment, he was greeting them with a smile on his face. When did Ji Chuan become so popular with women? He looked so relaxed, talking and laughing freely. He was completely different from before. As for Liu Bowen, he was already numb with shock. Was that Ji Chuan the same one he knew? This person must have been possessed by some dirty thing. He used to be a man who would blush if he talked to a girl for more than a few words. But now, he is like a scumbag who walks through a field of flowers without getting a single leaf on him. If it were me, let alone laughing, not crying would be considered an extrovert. It was not until this moment that Liu Bowen finally understood why Ji Chuan was not sad at all after being rejected by Lin Chuya. It turns out that guy really didn't hang himself on a tree. "Godfather, please start the class. I'll kneel down and listen. You guys take a seat first, I'll go upstairs and have a meal. I'll leave these classmates to you." After saying that, Ji Chuan got up and went upstairs. "Don't worry." With a smile, Chen Shui made an okay gesture to Ji Chuan. Then, he looked at the people in front of him, smiled and patted the soft sofa. "Hurry up and sit down. I'll get you some drinks." A few of them nodded woodenly and sat down on the sofa, but judging by their expressions, they obviously had not yet recovered from their shock. In the booth, Liu Bowen looked like a stiff wax figure, sitting as straight as a board, not daring to breathe. In my heart, I was still cursing Ji Chuan. This bastard just ran away and left me here? Sitting with several campus goddesses, it was very stressful, okay? I didn't even dare to speak. It's fine if you just talk a little bit, but why are you serious about it? Fortunately, Chen Shui and the others were very easygoing and chatted with them with a smile, but most of the topics revolved around Jiyu Chuan. Liu Bowen was listening on the side, the music was almost pouring into his nostrils, and his heart was in turmoil. Why does he feel that these campus goddesses are all interested in Jiyu Chuan? Just as he was about to get up after eating everything, Chen Gang came up to him, sweating profusely and soaking wet all over. These students are too outrageous. What? The drinks are free. I almost died of exhaustion. Sitting down on the sofa, Chen Gang wiped the sweat off his face and complained that he was a bar owner but ended up running errands. But even though he complained, when he saw the crowds pouring into the bar, the upturned corners of his mouth were harder to suppress than AK. I've never seen so many people since this bar opened. Taking out a cigarette and handing it to Chen Gang, Jiyu Chuan walked to the blackened railing and looked down, smiling. So, you have to hire a few more pretty waiters. In the next few days, the passenger flow will probably be even greater. By then, I'm afraid your body won't be able to handle it. Nothing to worry about, just consider it as losing weight. Chen Gang blew out a smoke ring, looked at the youthful students below, and grinned. You know what, this trick of yours really works. Although students who come here rarely order drinks, the stock of drinks would probably be completely consumed in one night. Small profits but quick turnover. If this kind of grand occasion could happen every night, the monthly turnover would probably be more than what he earns in a year. Jiyu Chuan took out a lighter and lit a cigarette for himself. Humans are animals that love to compare themselves with others, especially these hot-blooded teenagers. These booths in the bar are like a symbol of status. When you sit in a high-end and comfortable booth and look at the crowded tables, you will naturally feel a sense of superiority. When this sense of superiority grows and then quickly expands, will you still go and crowd that small stage with other people? Chapter 18 Wang Lang, swipe the card. There are many students who are stupid and rich, especially in front of pretty girls, who like to show off their superiority. At this time, all you need to do is say something like, Wugwa, I don't want to be squeezed in the booth with them, I want to sit on the sofa, and that will be the winning move. The bigger the price gap between high-end booths and open tables, the more it highlights people's vanity. At that time, we can also customize a large scrolling screen to loop the list of the highest spenders in the venue, which can also satisfy the vanity of those people. This large scrolling screen is somewhat similar to the list of rewards given to female anchors, which is sorted according to different consumption levels and can best stimulate people's desire to win. After listening to Jiyu Chuan's analysis, Chen Gang stood aside and scratched his scalp. It was not because he had lice, but he felt like he was growing a brain. Jiyu Chuan smiled and put out his cigarette. What's the point of making money from the poor? Making money from the rich is the most fulfilling. The poor are poor, and even if they are thrown into a juicer, they won't get much profit. When the time comes, find more pretty girls to mingle with the students and let them play the role of cute and adorable girls. I'm sure someone will be willing to pay for them. Jiyu Chuan added. Chen Gang took a puff of his cigarette and gave Jiyu Chuan a thumbs up. You are such a bad boy. Although he had not been in contact with Jiyu Chuan for a long time, he felt that this guy was more experienced and thoughtful than himself. This meticulous mind is totally unlike what one should have at his age. He doesn't look like a student at all. Instead, he looks like a veteran who has been in the society for many years. Otherwise you deserve to make money. Jiyu Chuan smiled and did not respond. He said that money can be earned again if lost, but if conscience is lost, it will take more effort to earn it. Fuck. Is your booth made of gold or silver? It's too damn expensive. Just then, a familiar voice came from downstairs, but it seemed to be mixed with anger. Looking closely, it turned out to be Wang Lang. Jiyu Chuan immediately pursed his lips towards Chen Gang and said, Yes, here comes the stupid and rich one. Chen Gang looked in the direction Jiyu Chuan pointed, and saw a student with an ugly appearance but dressed in a rich style, who was confronting someone at the bar. Wang Xiaoming showed a professional fake smile on his face. I'm really sorry, sir, this is the boss booth in our bar, which can accommodate 16 people. Because of the prime location and the sofas specially ordered from France, the price is relatively expensive. Our goal is to highlight the superiority of the boss booth and give guests the ultimate enjoyment. A booth can't be worth 10,000 yuan. That's almost as much as the price of my watch. Wang Lang argued. Even at this time, he still didn't forget to roll up his sleeves and show people his newly bought watch. It's not like he hasn't been to bars before. Many bars with great locations and excellent service have boss booths that only cost 6,000 yuan. For this shabby place, you're asking me for 10,000 yuan. Wang Lang, are you ready? At this time, Lin Chuya and others who came in with him came over and asked in a hurry. Sure enough, as soon as she entered the door, Lin Chuya became the focus of everyone's attention. After all, she is also the school belle of Shancheng No. 1 Middle School and the goddess in the eyes of countless people, and many people want to lick her. Being the center of attention, Lin Chuya couldn't help but raise her chin like a proud white swan. However, while enjoying everyone's attention, she was also looking for Chuan. She wanted to see the change in Chuan's expression when she was the center of attention. She wanted to see Chuan's regretful and annoyed expression. But after scanning the entire bar, she couldn't find any trace of Chuan. A hint of disappointment flashed across his eyes. Wang Lang turned around and forced a smile. I'll be there soon, I'll chat with this guy for a while. After that, he turned to look at Wang Xiaoming and said, Brother, how about a discount on the first day of business? Although he is rich, this 10,000 yuan is almost half a year's living expenses for him. If he throws it all in, it will hurt. Hey, handsome boy, are you alone? Just then, Yang Shui came over from the side, holding the wine glass and took a sip of red wine. The fiery red lips and the burgundy short hair made Wang Lang's eyes widen. Oh my god! There is such a little girl in this bar. I'm the manager of this bar. Do you want to open a boss booth? Wow, that's great, you are really young and capable. Yang Shui pursed her red lips and blinked her eyes. In Wang Lang's eyes, that charming look was like naked seduction. Holy shit! You're using this to test students? Which student can stand this kind of test? Although Wang Lang boasted about how powerful he was in school all day long, outside, he was at most a lackey who paid for other people's bills, and at heart he was just a student. After being teased by Yang Shui, he no longer had any opinion of his own. Looking at his silly look, his soul was almost hooked away. Seeing Wang Lang's perverted look, Yang Shui's smile deepened. She raised her eyebrows and gestured to Lin Chuya, girlfriend. This little brother has really good taste, he's handsome, rich, and has such a beautiful girlfriend. Yang Shui's words were like the last straw that broke the camel's back, directly destroying Wang Lang's last bit of sanity. Then he waved his hand and slapped it on the table, swiped the card. I tell you, there is never a shortage of stupid and rich people these days. Chuan said with a smile, blowing out a smoke ring. Chen Gang smacked his lips and said, Are you studying psychology? He was completely confused by the student's thoughts. Chuan shook his head. In fact, their competitive mentality in school is very strong. At school, everyone wears the same uniform, and it's hard to tell who is more noble than who. The only bright spot is the shoes. But how many people know about shoes? So, when students take off their school uniforms, their desire to compete with others will be infinitely magnified. Chuan might not understand others, but he has a firm grasp of the mentality of a nouveau riche like Wang Lang. But the most important thing is Sister Yang. She knows all the thoughts of little boys. Chuan smiled again. Chen Gang nodded, and then stared at Chuan with a vigilant look. There is only one capable girl in my bar, don't let her run away. Hearing this, Chuan glanced at him with a half smile. How do you know he's capable? Chen Gang was stunned for a moment, then he reacted and glared at him. I'm not that kind of person. Chuan nodded, put his hands in his pockets and went downstairs, but a leisurely voice came from not far away, which made Chen Gang's face darken. You're not, but I am. Chapter 19 Chu Liao's Candid Whores. Chuya, let me tell you, this is the only boss booth in the entire bar. Most people can't even reserve it. In the booth, Wang Lang drank a cheap drink and looked at Lin Chuya with a smug look on his face. He deliberately raised his voice by a few decibels, as if he was afraid that people around him wouldn't be able to hear it. Chen Xiaomin sat on the soft sofa, looked at the surroundings with curiosity, and then looked at Wang Lang. Wow, this location is so good, it must have cost a lot of money, right? The boss booth is located in the center of the entire bar, opposite the dance floor and music stage. It is in the center of the projection and is indeed the most eye-catching focus of the entire venue. When Wang Lang heard this, although he felt a pang of pain in his heart, he still pretended to be generous and magnanimous, as if he didn't care. It's okay, just 10,000, that's all. It's just a small amount of money, just a little bit of money. As long as Chuya likes it, it's fine. When mentioning the price, Wang Lang deliberately cleared his throat, as if he wanted to lean over and whisper in other people's ears. Oh my god, 10,000 yuan. Wang Lang, you are so rich. This is almost as much as my family's living expenses for a year. Chen Xiaoman couldn't help but exclaimed. The classmates who were traveling with him looked at Wang Lang in shock. 10,000 yuan just to book a seat, this was too extravagant and inhumane. No wonder I can only drink the cheapest drinks. There was also a somewhat smug look on Lin Chuya's face, with her chin held high. She was the center of everyone's attention, with the spotlight falling on her, and she really looked like a proud swan. She really likes this feeling of being the center of attention, which satisfies her vanity the best and reflects her sense of superiority. Even Chen Shui, Suwana and others who had caused a sensation before paled in comparison to her. Suddenly, out of the corner of her eye, Lin Chuya saw Ji Chuan coming down from the second floor, still holding the string of candid whores in his hand. Seeing Ji Chuan, Lin Chuya raised her chin proudly and inadvertently lifted her hair at the temples, revealing her beautiful profile. Enjoy being the center of attention. That proud look seemed to say, see, I've never lacked a lapdog like you. But Ji Chuan didn't notice her at all and walked straight to the booth in the corner. Chuya, what's there to worry about with this poor loser? He's just a poor tyrant. Wang Lang also saw Ji Chuan coming down from the second floor and couldn't help but snort coldly. I originally thought it was some awesome location, but it turned out to be just a remote corner. It's not even a bit comparable to my boss booth. Ji Chuan, why are you sitting with Chen Shui and the others? Chen Xiaoman also turned around, but when she saw Ji Chuan and Chen Shui sitting together, she couldn't help but exclaimed. Hearing this, Wang Lang turned around again. When he saw Ji Chuan sitting with the female protagonists of the photo scandal, his eyes almost popped out. Damn. Why? Especially the two dancers, Li Shisha and Suwana, who are the goddesses that many people dream of marrying home. After all, their strengths are there. But why should a poor loser like Ji Chuan sit with these goddesses? And seeing how they seemed to be eager to throw themselves at him, Wang Lang felt even more unbalanced. How come someone who can even afford to open a boss booth is not as good as a loser like Ji Chuan? Lin Chuya also turned around and saw Ji Chuan talking and laughing in the booth, and couldn't help but snorted coldly. But I felt a little uncomfortable in my heart. After all, it would be a bit unbalanced to see my dog licking others. But then, she raised her snow-white chin proudly. Of course she knew Chen Shui, Suwana and others, but so what? Although she is called a goddess, her appearance is still far inferior to mine. I thought that after Ji Chuan stopped licking me, he found some stunning goddess. Now it seems like such poor taste. Ji Chuan, which university are you planning to apply to? Sitting in the booth, Chen Shui blinked her beautiful eyes, staring at Ji Chuan curiously. Hearing this, the other girls also looked over. Originally they just thought Ji Chuan was handsome, but they didn't expect that his grades were so good. Ji Chuan shook his head, I haven't thought about it yet. Brother Chuan, aren't you tired holding a candid horse? How about I eat it for you? Liu Bowen stared at the string of candid horse in Ji Chuan's hand for a long time. Seeing that he hadn't eaten any of them, he thought they were for the goddesses. But he has been slow to act, so I guess that's not the case. Ji Chuan slapped his claws away, you're almost as fat as a pig, and you're still eating. Lin Hui was also a little curious. Ji Chuan had been holding the string of candid horse since he entered the bar. Ji Chuan, who are you giving this string of candid horse to? Judging from the previous situation, this candid horse should not be given to Lin Chuya, but if not her, who else could it be? Wow, you actually bought me my candid horse. At this moment, a happy voice was heard from not far away, and several people looked over, curious about who the owner of the candid horse was. But when they saw the person coming, Lin Hui and the others were all dumbfounded. They rubbed their eyes and looked dull. They were not mistaken, the owner of this string of candid horse was. Is that Chu Liao? Everyone was stunned when they saw the girl jogging towards them. Not only the people in the booth, but the entire bar fell silent instantly, with expressions of disbelief on their faces. That is, the white moonlight of Shancheng No. 1 Middle School, the cold and aloof school beauty Chu Liao? At this time, she had changed out of her casual clothes and replaced it with a red long skirt with a waist tie that was slender enough to be held in one hand. There is a black bow on her head, which makes her look cool yet cute. Their pair of slender legs were not revealed, and the hem of the skirt had even gone past the knees, but it still looked incredibly beautiful. Even the lights in the bar seemed to dim when she appeared. Hee, it's pretty sweet. Walking in front of Ji Chuan, Chu Liao took the candid horse and took a bite, her pretty face full of satisfaction. Ahem. Ji Chuan looked at her helplessly and coughed twice softly. What's wrong? Chu Liao was a little confused. Looking back in the direction Ji Chuan was looking, she saw that everyone in the bar was staring at her with dull looks on their faces, as if they were petrified. Oh my god, am I seeing things? What about the cool white moonlight of Shancheng No. 1 Middle School and this lovely face? With a soft cry of surprise, Chu Liao quickly hid the candid horse behind her, licked the sugar stains at the corners of her mouth, and returned to her original cold and aloof appearance. But in her heart she felt a little mad, blaming Ji Chuan. Oh, stinky Ji Chuan, it's all your fault, it's all your fault. Ji Chuan smiled and said, it's okay. No matter how much our Chu University campus belle eats, she is still beautiful. As he spoke, he helped her wipe the sugar stains from the corners of her mouth. Chu Liao glared at him fiercely, her pretty eyebrows raised. How dare you say that? Liao is here, please sit down. Seeing that the atmosphere in the bar was a little tense, Chen Shui smiled and pulled Chu Liao to her side. Chu Liao hurried over as if she had seen a savior. After sitting down, she did not forget to push Ji Chuan in front of her to act as a shield. Chapter 20. Brother, please sing a song. My stockings are pilling. As Chu Liao sat down, the silent bar regained its previous liveliness, but there were still countless eyes looking over here. They never thought that the campus beauty of Chu University would also come. She was the white moonlight in the eyes of all the boys in Shancheng No. 1 Middle School. Singing well, dancing beautifully, and studying is okay. What kind of ideal is this in the world? People only dared to look at her from afar, and no one dared to muster up the courage to talk to her. There were no people or animals within 10 meters. Being stared at by her cold eyes, any courage you have will be gone. As soon as Chu Liao appeared, she became the focus of everyone's attention. That slightly remote corner was so dazzling at this moment. But then, countless people looked at Ji Chuan again, with resentment and jealousy in their eyes. Just now, they saw with their own eyes that this bastard was wiping the corner of the mouth of the campus beauty of Chu University. The way he was so intimate with her made them want to rush up and chop off his pores. I felt extremely crazy. You deserve to die. In the booth, Lin Hui and others who witnessed the whole process were shocked and looked at Ji Chuan with disbelief. It is surprising to say that Ji Chuan has a close relationship with Chen Shui, Li Shisha and others. It would be crazy if Ji Chuan knew the campus beauty of Chu University. And the relationship between these two people seems to be quite close. Could it be that they are? If this is true, then Ji Chuan's attitude towards Lin Chuya seems easy to understand. After all, she is the campus belle of Chu University. Not only do the boys admire her, but many girls also pity her. As for Liu Bowen, he was completely dumbfounded. Staring blankly at the beauty from Chu University, the words echoing in my mind. If you can catch up with the campus beauty of Chu University, I will stand on my head and call you daddy in front of the whole class. Thinking of this, Liu Bowen's face instantly fell. It's over. Is he really going to stand upside down and call him dad? I was just trying to comfort you, why did you really do it? This is more painful than killing me. Chuan, brother Chuan. Liu Bowen stared at Ji Chuan with a constipated look on his face, and the smile on his face was uglier than crying. Ji Chuan folded his arms and walked up to him, a smile on his face, with a hint of amusement. Come on, call me daddy. Chuya, how does Ji Chuan know Chu Liao? In the boss booth, Chen Xiamen stared at Lin Chuya in shock. These two people should have no connection at all. But why, when facing Ji Chuan, Chu Liao changed her usual cold and aloof appearance and became playful and cute? He even ran so far to buy her candid horse. She didn't believe that the relationship between these two people was just ordinary. At this moment, the pride on Lin Chuya's face had disappeared, her brows were tightly furrowed, and the nails of her hands were almost digging into her flesh. His expression was extremely ugly, and his eyes were fixed on Chu Liao sitting in the booth. Although they were both the school belle of Shancheng No. 1 Middle School, Chu Liao attracted everyone's attention as soon as she appeared, and the sensation she caused was much greater than hers. Compared to her, Lin Chuya felt like a fake. What made her even more uncomfortable was Ji Chuan's attitude towards Chu Liao, which was completely different from the cold tone he used towards her. Even the look in his eyes when he looked at Chu Liao was full of doting. If it was Chen Shui, Suwana and the others, Lin Chuya wouldn't care at all, but that person happened to be Chu Liao. During her 3 years of high school, no matter what she did, she was always better than others. As long as she appears in the same occasion, everyone's attention will be focused on her. Looking at the doting look in Ji Chuan's eyes, Lin Chuya felt extremely wronged. That was the look that Ji Chuan used to look at her. Look now, it was given to another girl. Why does he treat himself like this? She obviously didn't like Ji Chuan, she just treated him as her bootlicker. But why, seeing the scene in front of her, she felt a little uncomfortable. It felt like something that once belonged to you was taken away from you. Could it be that the change in Ji Chuan's attitude towards him was because of Chu Liao? Chuya, don't be angry first, maybe Ji Chuan and Chu Liao are just friends. Did Chu Liao ask him to help by the candid whores? Seeing her best friend's face becoming increasingly ugly, Chen Xiamen comforted her. But in the end, even she herself didn't have much confidence. After all, that was Chu Liao. Humph, he's just a licker, what's the big deal? Lin Chuya looked at Chu Liao deeply, snorted coldly, and turned away stubbornly. There are all kinds of men in this world. Although Ji Chuan is handsome, there are men who are more handsome than him. As for Chu Liao, humph, you really thought you found a treasure, but it was just the garbage I discarded. I want to let Ji Chuan know that I am still worthy of someone who is more handsome and better than him. Lin Chuya's face regained that proud expression as she looked towards the independent platform in the middle of the dance floor. On it, there was a high stool and a guitar next to it. That magnetic voice and delicate jawline are so attractive that even Lin Chuya has to admit it. If I can win him over and make him my boyfriend, what would Ji Chuan be? By then, how could Chu Liao compare with himself? The most depressed person at the moment was Wang Lang, whose face looked as ugly as if he had eaten a dead child. I spent so much money to open a boss booth, hoping to show off, but all the pretty girls went to Ji Chuan. Although Lin Chuya had given up on Ji Chuan, she fell in love with the handsome guy who played the piano. Who am I? I put in so much effort, but in the end I ended up losing both the wife and the army. Even now, there is not even a girl who comes to talk to him. If I had known this would happen, I would have taken the money and gone to KTV to find a princess. Even if I get a reply like, "Brother, please sing a song and stop touching me, my stockings are all pilling," it's still better than sitting here and swallowing water. His trick of pretending to be cool might be effective in other bars. After all, most girls in nightclubs are sensible early. But the people in the sewing machine bar are all students, and money doesn't have much appeal to them. Here, being handsome really matters more than being rich. He turned around to look for the little red-haired girl, but ended up seeing a scene that made him vomit blood. She actually ran to Ji Chuan. Chapter 21. Hello everyone, I am the resident singer of this bar. Ahem. Hello everyone, I am the owner of this sewing machine bar. First of all, welcome to come here to support us. At this time, Chen Gang, who had changed his clothes and tried to make himself look more friendly, took the microphone and went on stage, introducing himself with a smile. The opening remarks were not long and contained no formalities. The people present were all students and would not be fooled by such talk. After a few simple words, Chen Gang introduced the bar's main activities, wine and beverages. After all, he is also a businessman. After talking some more nonsense, Chen Gang said with a smile, "Okay, that's all I have to say. I know everyone comes here to see handsome men and beautiful women, so I won't waste any more time talking nonsense here. Next, we'll invite our resident singer from Several Wives Ran Away to sing 2 songs for everyone." At this time, a girl in the audience laughed and joked, "Uncle, don't be so unconfident, maybe someone will like your style." Afterwards, there was a burst of laughter, and many students also laughed and joked, "Yes, uncles have the charm of uncles." No one expected that this seemingly social boss would be so easygoing, which gradually made their slightly nervous mood relax. Chen Gang grinned and said, forget it. If I do something like this, I will lose face." After saying that, Chen Gang stepped down from the stage, walked aside, lit a cigarette, and had a smile on his face. I have to say, it's really easy to forget your age when hanging out with these students. It's great to be young. In the booth, several people were talking and laughing, and except for Liu Bowen, everyone else gradually relaxed. This rumored school beauty, by Yue Guan, doesn't seem to be as aloof as people say. You guys take a seat first, I'm going to go show off and I'll be back soon. Eat less, candid whores. Eating too much can cause toothache. Ji Chuan stood up and gave Chu Liao some advice before leaving. What do you care? Chu Liao snorted and said rebelliously. Brother Chuan, where are you going? Seeing Ji Chuan was about to leave, Liu Bowen hurriedly stood up. Sitting with these goddess-like figures, he felt like an ant on hot pot, sitting on pins and needles. Seeing Ji Chuan was about to leave, he hurried to follow, praying that he would be taken with him. Ji Chuan lit a cigarette, looked at him with a smile, and patted his shoulder. If you have anything, go find your mother. As he said this, he winked at Chu Liao. Ji Chuan, you bastard, you left me here alone again. Seeing that Ji Chuan had abandoned him again, Liu Bowen's face was filled with anger. He wanted to bark like a dog, but was afraid that the noise would be too loud and disturb others. At this time, Chu Liao noticed Liu Bowen, and her smart eyes flashed with curiosity. Hello, I'm Chu Liao. Chu Liao's beautiful eyes rolled around, and she walked forward with a smile, extending her hand to greet him. Liu Bowen turned around and was about to sit down when he saw this scene. His face instantly became stiff. She forced herself to smile, but what appeared in her eyes was uglier than crying. Hello, I'm Liu Bowen, Chuan Ji. Chuan Ji's friend. I stretched out my hand tremblingly and shook hands with Chu Liao, then quickly took it back as if I had been electrocuted. Goddess, I actually got to hold the goddess hand. I deserve to die. Don't be nervous, I'm Ji Chuan's friend too. I heard that you have a good relationship with him, so I wanted to chat with you. Chu Liao said with a smile. Liu Bowen was stunned for a moment when he heard this, and then, as if possessed by some unknown force, he bowed to Chu Liao and said with a serious face. Sister-in-law, feel free to ask me anything. I will tell you everything I know. Chu Liao was stunned, her cheeks flushed slightly, and she glared at Ji Chuan who was leaving. But somehow, I feel a little happy in my heart, sister-in-law? Yeah, Liu Bowen, right? You are a good person. Ji Chuan walked through the crowd and went straight to the round stage. He flicked off the ash from his cigarette, picked up the guitar, and simply tuned the strings. Why did Ji Chuan go up there? In the booth, Lin Hui and others saw Ji Chuan and couldn't help but ask questions. Li Shisha and Suwana also looked a little surprised, and then they seemed to think of something and their mouths slowly opened. Could it be that the person in the video forwarded in the school group is Ji Chuan? When they arrived, Ji Chuan had already edited the video and changed his clothes. So, they didn't know who the mysterious resident singer was. Liao, don't tell me that the person in the video is Ji Chuan. Just then, Liu Shin appeared out of nowhere, squeezed into the booth, put his arms around Chu Liao's waist and said in surprise. Chu Liao didn't answer. She pushed her away with disdain and snorted twice in a mysterious manner, you'll know later. Liu Bowen looked at Ji Chuan, who was sitting on a high stool holding a guitar, and his eyebrows were almost raised to the sky in shock. Damn. I just finished installing a wave and you come again? Godfather, please leave me a way to live. Liu Bowen seemed to be struck by lightning, crispy on the outside and tender on the inside, and he was almost speechless. Is this still the Ji Chuan I know? When did he learn such a pretentious skill as playing the guitar? How come I've never seen him show it? In the boss booth, Lin Chuyar saw Ji Chuan walking slowly towards her and her brows couldn't help but frown. What was he doing here? Is he here to apologize to me? Humph, even if I apologize, I will never forgive him. But Ji Chuan seemed not to see her at all and walked straight past her. This made her clench her fingers even tighter. Immediately afterwards, Ji Chuan actually sat down on a high stool and picked up his guitar. Seeing this scene, Lin Chuyar had a bad feeling in her heart. Could it be? Impossible. How is this possible? Ji Chuan has been my bootlicker for 3 years. Doesn't he know whether he can play the piano or not? But when she opened the video and compared the two figures, the ominous premonition in her heart became clearer. The lighting in the video was a little dim, and the upper half of the man's face was covered by the baseball cap. But the clear outline and distinct facial features really looked like Chuan. But she still had a glimmer of hope in her heart, hoping that the person he was not was Chuan. But Chuan's next words completely shattered the hope in her heart. "Hello everyone, I'm the resident singer of this bar." The two figures gradually overlapped in her mind, and Lin Chuya's face became extremely ugly. His face turned pale in an instant, as weak and bloodless as if he had just recovered from a serious illness. Why? Why is it Chuan? Chapter 22. Lin Chuya's mentality collapses. Oh my god. The male protagonist in the video that went viral in the campus group was actually Chuan. What a joke! Chuan's short words had an extremely huge impact on Lin Hui and the others. They sat on the sofa in a daze for a long time without coming to their senses. Liu Bowen also had a dazed look on his face. Did I guess it right? As for Li Shisha and the others, they were just a little surprised but not too shocked. There seemed to be a little more joy for Chuan in their eyes. Like them, there were other people in the bar who just joined in the fun, pushing the atmosphere to a climax. At the same time, he was looking at Chuan curiously. Well, he is indeed very handsome, with sharp features, fair skin, and a sunny smile. He held a cigarette between his fingertips, and had an indescribable ruffian air about him. His brows were lowered, and he looked a bit melancholy, which made many girls blush. They were just curious spectators and had no idea of the role Chuan had played, so they were not as shocked as Lin Hui and the others. The spotlight shone on Chuan, and his whole body seemed to be glowing. Ding dong. Chuan plucked the strings of the guitar with his slender fingers, put the cigarette on the shelf beside him, and sang softly. Have I promised you too much, or have I not given you enough in the first place? You always have 1,000 reasons, and I always follow your feelings. To make you crazy to let you indulge. I thought you would be touched one day. Sitting on a high stool, Chuan played the music skillfully. The clean but sad music slowly sounded in the bar, as if telling a tragic love story. Wow! Chuan's voice is very immersive. Just the beginning has attracted the interest of countless people, especially many male compatriots. Aren't they coming here just to get closer to their goddess? Chuan's song seemed to express the love that a dog cannot get, which aroused a resonance in people's hearts and made people start to sing along. And those girls were also attracted by Chuan's voice, and his handsome face made it easy for people to fall in love with him. How can I bear to blame you for making a mistake? I gave you too much freedom. You will become more lonely and fall into the whirlpool of emotions. In the chorus, Chuan plucked the strings of the guitar handsomely, but he didn't open his mouth because the whole audience had already started singing in chorus, and many boys began to sing with their hearts broken. He looked at his beloved girl with loving eyes. And their beloved girls, at this moment, were looking at Chuan with loving eyes. Grass. A kind of plant. Brother Chuan, I love you. However, the craziest one must be Yang Shui, whose head of red hair is particularly eye-catching in the crowd. On the dance floor, she danced to the music. The glow sticks in his hands were almost flying sparks, his face was full of joy, and he even shouted out the thoughts of many girls at the moment. TSK TSK TSK, Li Yao, your friend is not a scumbag, right? On the sofa, Liuxian listened to Yang Shui's screams in the dance floor, curled her lips, and turned to look at Chu Liao. Chu Liao snorted softly, humph, he is at most a straight man. Liuxian came closer again, blinking her beautiful big eyes at Chu Liao. Tell me the truth, do you like him? Hearing this, several people in the booth cast their eyes over, somewhat curious about the relationship between this aloof school beauty and Chuan. Even Liu Bowen pricked up his ears to listen. After all, this was a big matter that concerned whether he would have another father. Chu Liao felt a little frightened by Liuxian's direct gaze. She looked a little unnatural and her eyes began to become evasive. TSK, how could I like him? After hearing this, Liu Bowen's face suddenly showed joy and he breathed a sigh of relief. That's good, I don't have to have another father. Li Shisha and the others also withdrew their gazes and looked at Chuan, who was playing the piano in the middle of the field, but the smiles on their lips seemed to be a little more intense. As for Lin Hui and the others, there was a hint of disappointment in their eyes. For some reason, they actually hoped that Chuan would be with this cold and aloof school beauty. Only Lucian stared at Chu Liao with his eyes fixed, his mouth pouted high, as if he felt aggrieved. Finished. It seems that the cabbages in my house have been eaten by pigs. Others couldn't see what Chu Liao was thinking, but she could see it clearly. When answering just now, Chu Liao's eyes were evasive, and there was a hint of barely perceptible panic. What does this mean? It means she is lying. Wow, sister doesn't love me anymore. Lucian put her arms around Chu Liao's waist and whimpered like an actor. In the boss booth, Lin Chuya stared at Chuan, who was playing under the spotlight, her expression completely frozen. Her original expectations were completely shattered when Chuan said that. Before Chuan opened his mouth, she still had hope in her heart and thought that Chuan was lying. But when he sang the same beautiful song as in the video, the remaining hope in her heart was completely shattered. She stared blankly at the figure on the high stool, her nails digging deeply into the flesh, her lips almost bitten to the point of bleeding. The boyfriend she imagined in her mind turned out to be the bootlicker who confessed to her but was rejected. This feeling was like a hard slap in the face. At this moment, Chuan was sitting on a high stool, playing the guitar and singing. His handsome face and beautiful voice made him look as if his whole body was glowing. She had never realized before that Chuan was so outstanding and so popular with girls. Sitting under the spotlight, the center of everyone's attention, he is the focus of everyone's attention. Chuan's lyrics lingered in her mind, feeling like a huge irony to her. But at the same time as feeling wronged, Lin Chuya also felt very uncomfortable and felt that Chuan was deliberately humiliating her. Then he stood up stubbornly and shouted loudly with a crying voice. Chuan. Why do you treat me like this? I want you to apologize to me now. As soon as Lin Chuya said this, the huge bar suddenly became quiet, and countless eyes were looking at Lin Chuya. The look of a spectator. Sitting in the booth, Chu Liao also looked over here, and the smile on her pretty face gradually faded. Why is this green tea here? Upon seeing this, Liu Bowen quickly found a corner and squatted down, shivering. In his mind, he had already imagined the scene of swords and flames. On the stage, Chuan's fingers that were plucking the strings of the guitar slowly stopped. He looked up at Lin Chuya sitting in the booth. His eyes, which had been smiling, instantly turned cold. Are you sick? What did I do? I have to apologize to you again. I've seen people with bound feet, but this is the first time I've seen someone with bound brains. He had no idea what kind of drama Lin Chuya had imagined in her mind, nor did he know where this so-called humiliation came from. He didn't even notice her sitting here, so why the hell was he apologizing again? Lin Chuya still had pride on her face, but her eyes were filled with unspeakable grievances, and she started crying. Why do you humiliate me like this? Isn't it because I rejected your confession? I want you to apologize to me now, and I don't allow you to like other girls. You can only like me. As soon as Lin Chuya said this, the huge bar was instantly in an uproar, and everyone had a look of shock on their faces. His eyes looked back and forth between Chuan and Lin Chuya. It seemed that there was a story behind this. However, some rational onlookers looked at Lin Chuya and frowned. What she said was a bit too overbearing. You have already rejected her confession, and yet you don't allow her to like someone else. Are you crazy? After hearing what Lin Chuya said, Chuan suddenly laughed out of anger. Oh, it's that sentence again. I believed your lies in my previous life. Chuan put down his guitar and stood up, trying to keep himself calm. I'll tell you one last time. You reject my confession. That's your right. I have no opinion on it. And I confess to you because I was blinded by greed. I am just blind and unlucky. Okay. From now on, we have nothing to do with each other. We are not related at all. I only ask you now, don't bother me anymore, do you understand? Lin Chuya seemed to have selective deafness and only listened to what she liked. After Chuan finished speaking, she said with a look of stubbornness, grievance and pride. I don't believe you don't like me. Why don't you like me? Chapter 23. My sister-in-law is so awesome. Chuan was stunned, standing there like a wooden man, with 1,000 horses galloping through his heart. Oh my God! What a sin I must have committed in my previous life to have fallen in love with such a weirdo. Why don't I like you? That's a really good question. Why don't I like you? Come on, look back and see for yourself, which of those girls is not better than you? Thin waist, long legs, nice butt. Shusha and Wanner dance so beautifully, how about you? I think you'll die if you bend your waist, right? And Meng Meng, you are tone deaf and your singing is off tune, how can you compete with others? As for Chen Shui, your scores in those two subjects combined may not even be as high as hers in just one subject. Ji Chuan was also furious, so he just compared them directly, and finally said, "Now, why do you think I like you?" Upon hearing this, Li Shisha and the others blushed and glared at Ji Chuan coquettishly. A thin waist and soft legs are fine, but what's with the perky butt? You haven't touched it. Lin Chuya still refused to accept it and looked at Ji Chuan stubbornly, because I am prettier than them all. When Ji Chuan heard this, he was about to go crazy. There was a little person in his heart who was going crazy and scratching the wall. My God, where on earth does this woman get the confidence to throw a tantrum here? But this time, Ji Chuan did not speak, but looked at Chu Liao sitting in the booth. He looked at her and motioned to her, as if to say, "Little girl, stand up and show off." Chu Liao glared at him with her beautiful eyes, and there seemed to be a hint of disgust in her eyes. It seems to be saying, "Oh, this is your vision, it's really unique." When Lin Chuya saw Ji Chuan's gaze, she subconsciously turned around and immediately saw Chu Liao sitting in the booth. Their eyes met and their gazes intertwined. Lin Chuya's face turned pale in an instant, and the pride on her face disappeared at this moment. The campus beauty of Chu University did not say anything. She just looked at Lin Chuya with her cold eyes. Her gaze was calm, but full of scrutiny. Lin Chuya felt guilty when she was stared at like that, and she unconsciously shifted her gaze away. The outcome of this war without the smoke of gunpowder was decided in just a moment. Lin Chuya is indeed beautiful and as proud as a white swan. But who is that? Chu Liao. She was the white moonlight in the eyes of all the boys and some girls in Shancheng No. 1 middle school. She had already won just by standing there and saying nothing. There is no reason, just because her name is Chu Liao. But Lin Chuya still spoke stubbornly, questioning Ji Chuan in a condescending tone, "What is your relationship with her?" Ji Chuan was numb, his face turned completely cold. "Did I give you face? What's my relationship with her? Do I need to explain it to you? I'm not your father. I don't have to spoil you in everything." Originally, Ji Chuan felt disgusted with Lin Chuya, but recent events made him extremely disgusted with this woman. Even speaking to her is a torture for me and causes physical discomfort. Ji Chuan, I hate you, I don't want to see you again in my life. Lin Chuya ran away, she ran away crying, she ran away with tears in her eyes. Tonight, she not only felt the humiliation from Ji Chuan, but also from Chu Liao. Even the latter didn't say a word, just standing there was a humiliation for her. Chuya. Chen Xiamen hesitated for a moment, but still chased after her. Oh my God, my sister-in-law is amazing. She has the aura of a queen and made the campus beauty of Lin University cry without saying a word. Under the table, Liu Bowen slowly poked his head out and looked at Chu Liao with eyes full of admiration. Lin Chuya is gone, but the filter she created in many boys' hearts was broken. Unexpectedly, this school beauty who looks so pure on weekdays is such a rude and unreasonable person. Even many people who gradually learned the truth of the matter began to speak up for Ji Chuan. On the other hand, the campus beauty of Chu University, without saying a word, just stood there, and was deified by countless people. But everyone who had figured out what was going on looked at Ji Chuan with some hostility. This bastard really deserves to die. He provoked two school beauties at once. He should be put into a frying pan, coated with flour, and fried on both sides until golden brown. The kids next door were crying because of their envy. After the matter came to an end, Ji Chuan lit a cigarette and picked up the guitar again. His eyes fell towards the booth, but he was glared at by Chu Liao. Ji Chuan shrugged awkwardly, "You can't blame me for this, it's really that woman who is mentally ill." Plucking the strings of the piano, Ji Chuan opened his mouth again, and one beautiful song after another wiped out the unhappiness just now. Li Shisha and Suwana also took the stage one after another and performed a graceful dance, which brought the atmosphere of the bar to a climax. Below the stage, countless boys cheered, their faces flushed with excitement, and they screamed so excitedly that if you didn't know what was going on, you would think you were in a zoo and were experiencing a reversion to their ancient roots. It was almost 2 in the morning and the sewing machine bar closed. The students, still not having enough time, reluctantly went home. After Ji Chuan sent Chu Liao home, he returned to the sewing machine bar. Originally he planned to stay at his mother's house for a few days, but Sister Ling might be back in a few days, which would definitely be inconvenient. After all, their house was not big, with 2 bedrooms and a living room. During the college entrance examination period, he lived in Sister Ling's house. Fortunately, the bar was very large, and Chen Gang cleared out a room on the 2nd floor for him to live in. Everyone else had gone home, and he was the only one left in the huge bar. After lighting a cigarette, Chuan was not sleepy at all. He marked out on the map all the locations that were about to be demolished in his memory. There are no buildings, most of them are old courtyards with large areas and affordable prices. After doing all this, Chuan went to the computer, turned it on, created a new document, and started typing frantically. Jiangnan old thief, I always feel like someone is stealing my luck. At 4 o'clock in the morning, Chuan looked at the 10,000-word manuscript in the document and smacked his lips. I am still a miserable office worker after being reborn. But why do I feel like my brain is working better than before? Not only does he have an exceptionally good memory, but even many of the things he had seen in his previous life have been left a deeper impression on him. Especially those scenes where neighbors take out the trash or come to fix water pipes, it seems as if he is the protagonist. Damn. This damn licking dog soul is not serious at all. As for the business territory, Chuan is well aware that one cannot become fat in one bite. For many things, one has to cross the river by feeling the stones. When an inexperienced person sits in a high position, he will not get respect from others, but will be treated like a monkey in a zoo. However, Chuan is confident that he can build his own business empire in this lifetime. The reason is not only that he has insight into the opportunities of the development of the times, but also because he is thick-skinned and in good health circled for testing. After turning off the computer, Chuan took a quick shower and fell asleep. When he woke up, he found that there was someone in front of him. She was looking at him furtively, and finally, she pouted and kissed him. Chapter 24, Sensation in the Class Group. Fuck. Boss, I sell my art but not my body. I'm not that kind of person. Not even if you pay more. Chuan thought, if it was a girl, he would pretend not to see it and enjoy it. But when he opened his eyes a little, he found it was Chen Gang, who sat up from the bed with a bang. He took 2 steps back in fear, crossed his arms over his chest, and looked determined to die rather than obey. Chen Gang sat down on the bed and handed Chuan a cigarette with a smile. Brother, you are really my god of wealth. Do you know how much money you made last night? $23,000. This is almost as much as a quarter's turnover in the past. Looking at Chuan now, he is no longer the energetic young man. He is clearly his cash cow, with his mouth smiling so much that it almost reaches the back of his head. Many of the girls came last night specifically to see him. The performance was so extraordinary, and his business will definitely be even more popular in the future. So many. Chuan lit a cigarette and asked in surprise. This era is different from that of a decade later, when more than 20,000 yuan was a considerable income. Chen Gang nodded. Although the big head is the boss booth reserved by your classmate Xia Zhen, the profit is still considerable after deducting the external income. He really didn't expect that these students were so rich that they could book booths worth nearly 1,000 yuan without even blinking an eye. The drink tasted like it was free. Chuan smacked his lips. Don't underestimate the power of liquors. They are willing to spend a lot of money to make the goddess smile. Chen Gang looked at him suspiciously. From what I hear, you've also been a bootlicker for others. Chuan was not ashamed, but proud of it. He nodded calmly. Of course, who hasn't been a bootlicker these days? Haven't you ever been one? Chen Gang's face turned red. Hey, who hasn't licked a few goddesses in this life? That's it. Chuan said. It is precisely because he understands the mentality of the bootlickers that he can grasp the business opportunities so accurately. However, this is just a way to make quick money. After all, who would want to be a bootlicker all the time? Oh, it seems to be true. By the way, what happened to that girl last night? Chen Gang's gossip soul was burning, and he asked curiously with a grin. Chuan waved his hands and said, I was blinded by lard, and I deserve this bad luck. This is my fate. Yes, this 1,500 is for you. Chen Gang nodded and didn't ask any more questions. He took out a dozen bills and stuffed them into Chuan's hand. This is the fee paid by the rich young lady for the song she ordered last night. According to convention, the bar should take 30% of the fee. But seeing the benefits brought by the bar's popularity, Chen Gang no longer dared to take a commission and even wanted to worship this god of wealth. Don't tell me, this pretty boy like you has the potential to be kept by a rich woman. Chuan took out a few bills and handed them to Chen Gang, which was considered as money for treating Liu Shen to dinner that day. He put the rest into his pocket and looked in front of the mirror. I think so too. After lunch, Chuan continued to sit in front of the computer and act as a keyboard warrior. After all, this thing really makes money. I had originally planned to finalize the demolition and purchase of the land in the next few days, but Sister Shin went home to celebrate her mother's birthday. Chuan had no choice but to wait anxiously for Sister Shin to come back and favor him. As I was thinking about it, the scene of him carrying gifts to celebrate his mother-in-law's birthday suddenly popped up in my mind. Fuck. That damn lickspittle soul is influencing me again. Chuan spat and cursed. The popularity of the sewing machine bar last night will definitely bring a good wave of publicity, and business should be booming in the next few days. You must not stop having beautiful girls. After all, many men who bootlick are after goddesses. As for the girls, they can continue to sell their looks to maintain their customer base. Of course, the more rich women there are, the better. The Penguin group of Class 30 was already in an uproar. Wow! Guess who's singing in the sewing machine bar? It's not you anyway. You will never guess it if I tell you, it's Chuan. That's right, it's Chuan from our class. Oh my god, is this true? Chuan. This is impossible. Yes. Apart from being good at studying, Chuan has no presence in the class. When will he learn to sing? That's right, the guy in the video looks so handsome, how could it be Chuan? Facing everyone's doubts, Liu Bowen directly showed a video of the bar. Although it was a bit blurry, it was still clear. How can I bear to blame you? You made a mistake. I gave you too much freedom. Oh my love, let's get married. I really want to have a home with you. I know that all the boasting will be forgotten with youth. In an instant, the huge group of penguins fell silent. Everyone stared at the boy in the video, their mouths opened so wide that a toad could fit in. Fuck. It turns out to be Chuan. This world is so magical. Is this still the Chuan I know? He looks damn handsome. That's right. In the past, Chuan had almost no presence in the class except when he achieved good results. I didn't expect that he had such a handsome face under those cement-like bangs. In an instant, the entire penguin group was in an uproar, with exclamations coming one after another and looks of disbelief on their faces. That's right, Chuan is not only good at playing the piano and singing, but he is also popular with women. Once this topic came up, it ignited everyone's passion again. Lin Hui, Wang Qiang and others who had been to the sewing machine bar posted photos one after another. Although the angle is awkward, it is still clear that in the picture, Chuan is sitting with campus goddesses such as Li Shisha and Suwana, talking and laughing. Seeing this scene, the people in the group were so shocked that they were speechless. What happened next was even more of a bombshell. The photo of Chu Liao feeding Chuan candid whores was sent to the group, causing an uproar in the audience. This is too magical, the cold and aloof school beauty Chu Liao? The white moonlight of Shancheng No. 1 High School. Am I blind? Don't even think about asking the goddess to feed me candid whores. Even if she smiles at me, I will die with no regrets. Chuan. Great God. Please accept my knees. Godfather, let's start the class. I'll kneel down and listen. All of a sudden, countless people started to frantically but this man seemed to have disappeared from the face of the earth, and his profile picture was as grey as a posthumous photo. But the strange thing is that no one mentioned what happened last night, anything about Lin Chuya, as if it had never happened. Lin Chuya was also paying attention to the movements in the group at this moment. There seemed to be unspeakable grievance in her eyes, and she was holding her mobile phone tightly. The more outstanding Chuan became, the more unbalanced she felt. Especially when she saw how happy Chuan was when he was with other girls, her chest felt like something was blocking it. Can't breathe. She had hoped that someone would stand up for her, but no one in the group mentioned it. This left her with no outlet for the grievances she felt. In addition to her, there was another person who was also paying attention to the movements in the group, and that person was naturally Wang Lang. It can be seen that all the classmates in the class are discussing Ji Chuan, and Wang Lang is almost biting his teeth. I spent 10,000 fucking bucks, and not only did I not get a girl, but in the end I didn't even become famous at all. As the saying goes, if you keep thinking about it, there will be a response. Suddenly someone in the class group called him, and Wang Lang's face immediately showed joy. Was it finally his turn to show off? But when he looked down and saw the message in the group, his face turned green with anger. He grabbed his phone and threw it into the trash can, cursing, "Fuck. Hey, did you hear that last night there was a fool who spent 10,000 yuan to reserve a booth? Really? $10,000, this guy must have been kicked in the head by a donkey." Chapter 25, No Need to Eat So Many Oysters. In the blink of an eye, 3 days passed. On the first day, the grand scene in the bar caused quite a stir and once again brought a wave of fame to the sewing machine band. This saved Ji Chuan the effort of publicity, so he could concentrate on stealing luck. Driven by various factors, the booths and tables at sewing machine bar are sold out almost every day within minutes of being put on the shelves. Even the boss booth, which costs nearly 3,000 yuan, was booked early. Every day, looking at the booking information on the computer background, Chen Gang couldn't stop smiling. The more he looked at Ji Chuan, the more he liked him. He wanted to hug him and kiss him. The topic about Lin Chuya, the pure school beauty, sparked heated discussion. Some people said she was overbearing and domineering, while some suitors defended her by saying she was straightforward. Not surprisingly, she attracted countless insults. Since that incident, especially after Ji Chuan's history of being a bootlicker was exposed, Lin Chuya's reputation took a sharp turn for the worse. In addition to these, Yang Shui, the bar DJ, has also received a lot of attention with her red hair, beautiful face, and slim figure. Coupled with her particularly eye-catching outfit, she is particularly attractive to inexperienced students. After lunch, Chu Liao called Ji Chuan and said that she would come later because some relatives were visiting her home. As for Liu Bowen, his mother enrolled him in a driving school as soon as the holiday came. He stood in the sun until he was as black as charcoal. Finally, when the sun was about to set in the afternoon, Ji Chuan stood up from his chair, his bones creaking like firecrackers. "Jiangnan, old thief, your luck has come to an end." In one afternoon, Ji Chuan typed a total of 30,000 words. His incredibly fast hand speed was acquired from being a social animal in his previous life. If I am like the author, I am afraid I will not be able to see the ending until the day I am buried. Ji Chuan. Ji Chuan. I want to drink cola. At this time, the sound of footsteps came from the stairs. Chu Liao took 2 steps at a time and jumped directly onto Ji Chuan's back. Click. This sudden action made Ji Chuan's body stiffen, his old face instantly turned red, and he shouted, "Fuck! My old waist. Witch, get down here. It's about to break. Is it okay?" Seeing that Ji Chuan seemed to have been hit in the kidney, Chu Liao was startled and quickly got off his back, looking at him with a questioning look. Ji Chuan limped, holding his waist and turned back, staring at her angrily. "Just sit here for an entire afternoon and see." Chu Liao stuck out her tongue and chuckled, "I didn't mean it." Ji Chuan stared at her unhappily, "And don't you know your own weight?" When Chu Liao heard this, her beautiful eyebrows immediately stood up, her eyes widened, and she pinched her waist and said angrily, "What do you mean? You think I'm fat?" Ji Chuan smiled awkwardly, "How dare I?" Chu Liao didn't listen, and was harder to coax than a pig during Chinese New Year. "I don't care, you have to treat me to a meal to make up for my young heart." Ji Chuan looked her up and down, and finally, his eyes fixed on her chest. He raised the corner of his mouth and said with a sly smile, "Little heart. I don't think it's small." Chu Liao was slightly stunned, then she looked down in the direction Ji Chuan was looking, her cheeks instantly flushed. "R. Ji Chuan, you filthy bastard. I'm going to tell my aunt that you bullied me." "Oh, let's just say, there's no need to order so many oysters, right?" At the barbecue stall, Ji Chuan looked at the table full of oysters with a frown on his face, thinking that this witch was mocking him. Chu Liao snorted softly, "Didn't you say your waist hurts? I'll be merciful and help you heal it." As soon as these words were spoken, many people around cast strange and intriguing glances at him. Seeing this, Ji Chuan's face darkened a little. "Can you please keep your voice down? Yelling like this in public makes it sound like I'm really not capable of this." After dinner, Chuan and Chulia returned to the bar and started a new night of partying again. At the same time, in a high-end hotel in the mountain city, the melodious sound of guitar is echoing. I know that those summers, like youth, will never come back. Instead of dreams, I can only do it reluctantly. The video of Chuan singing and playing the guitar in the sewing machine bar was playing on the laptop. His clean and slightly hoarse voice sounded particularly attractive. Sitting on the sofa was a slender figure with a graceful figure and a slender body. Her long burgundy hair looked particularly eye-catching. She lay lazily on the sofa, her two slender legs swaying gently, and there was no flaw in her facial features. At this moment, she was staring at the video playing on the laptop, listening to the song On Her Bridge over and over again. Sister Ying, I got the information you wanted. At this time, a quiet girl wearing black framed glasses came over, holding a stack of information in her hand and handed it to the woman. When the woman heard that, her dazed eyes suddenly lit up and became lively again. She sat up and leaned forward. Let me see. This boy's name is Chuan, and he is a senior at Shancheng No. 1 High School. The scenes in the video were shot when he was a resident singer at the sewing machine bar. The song is called On Her Bridge and it's said to be his original creation. The woman took the information and glanced at it. In addition to Chuan's information, there were also the lyrics of On Her Bridge. With a strange look on her face, the woman muttered quietly, "This little guy must have been kicked so many times to write a melody like this. That shouldn't be the case. From the video, he looks quite handsome." Handing the information to the assistant, the woman raised her eyebrows and smiled, "Come on, let's go take a look." The assistant frowned when she heard this. "Sister, we have to go back to the Magic City tomorrow. Is it too late?" The woman waved her hand. "Don't worry, we'll definitely make it in time." After hesitating for a moment, the assistant spoke again, "But, I heard that this bar only allows students to enter." Hearing this, the woman paused for a moment, then turned around on the spot, revealing her graceful figure. "Don't I look like a student?" The assistant rolled her eyes and said slowly, "You don't look like a student with your red hair. What should we do then? How about we sneak in? When I went to scout the place today, I found a hidden corner. Should, probably, possibly, maybe I can go in, but..." Seeing that there was a way, the woman smiled and said, "Oh, forget it, as long as we can get in, it will be fine." After saying that, she hurried to change her clothes. Watching her gracefully leaving figure, the assistant looked down at her chest and said with some hesitation, "But, Sister Ying, you may not be able to get in." Chapter 26, The Woman Stuck in the Wall. As their bar became increasingly popular, countless people crowded at the door every day, and the security guards could hardly stop them. There was no other choice, Chuan could only take Chu Liao through the back door. "Hey, my god of wealth, why did you come back just now? The girls are waiting anxiously." Seeing Chuan, Chen Gang stepped forward, grabbed him, and dragged him towards the stage. "It's only 8 o'clock, why are you in such a hurry?" Chuan took out a cigarette from Chen Gang's trouser pocket, lit it up, and sat at the stairs to smoke slowly. However, why does Chen Gang's words sound so awkward? The girls are getting impatient. "This is not a brothel, you are not a madam, and I am not an oiran. How come a good bar starts to become a bit unpopular after he runs it like this?" Chuan no longer looked like a resident singer in a bar, but instead became a gigolo in a brothel. Ding dong. Just then, Chuan received a text message on his mobile phone. When he opened it, he found that the rich woman he had been thinking about had returned. Liu Shan asked him to buy the land to be demolished tomorrow. Seeing this, Chuan hugged the phone and kissed it twice. "Sister Shan, I love you so much." Of course, it would be better if this phone was replaced with Sister Shan's thigh. If there were black stockings, it would definitely be heaven. "Good evening, beauties." Chuan waved his hand and greeted Li Shisha and the others sitting in the booth. As the bar's mascots, they naturally cannot be absent. After all, the motivation for many people to come here is to catch a glimpse of the goddess. Chen Gang is not just a decoration, as he can sit in the position of boss. Even if they are working here part-time, they get paid every day. They would naturally not refuse the opportunity to earn a lot of money by singing and dancing, as they have nothing to do during the summer vacation anyway. And they also like the atmosphere here. Coincidentally, Chuan is also here. When they saw Chuan, they all responded with a smile. They wanted to come over to have a deeper communication and enhance their relationship, but after seeing Chu Liao, they gave up the idea. TSK, as expected, having the beauty queen of Chu standing next to me is starting to affect my chance of finding a girlfriend. Although the murmur was small, Chu Liao still heard it. She raised her eyebrows and stomped on him hard. Chuan, you scumbag. You've already been rejected after confessing your love, and you're still looking for a girlfriend. I've already told you, you were blinded by lard. Chu Liao didn't believe it and gave him a look of contempt. She didn't bother to pay attention to him, took a can of coke and walked towards Li Shisha and the others. What's your relationship with this girl? Chen Gang lit a cigarette and came over with a smile, looking curious. Chuan shrugged, friends, very pure friends. Chen Gang didn't believe it, you don't like her. For men, making money is the most important thing. Love and sex are not important. My heart is sealed with cement, no matter how beautiful a girl is, she can't pry it open. Of course, if you're a wealthy woman, just pretend I didn't say anything. After saying that, Chuan whistled and walked straight towards the stage, hoping to be noticed by the rich woman tonight. Chen Gang looked at Chuan's departing back and curled his lips. This guy, how many years has he been a bootlicker? He has sequelae. You don't even want to talk about love. With a girl like this around, even if your heart is sealed with reinforced concrete, it will probably be pried open. Folk music is poor, guitars are expensive, girls are beautiful, but unfortunately boys don't match them. The first song we're going to start today is a folk song. You may not have heard of it, but that doesn't stop it from being beautiful. This song is dedicated to you who are about to enter college. I hope that in the future, you can marry the girl you love and put a perfect end to your youth. Sitting on a high stool holding a guitar, the spotlight of the bar shone on Chuan. On the dance floor, the girls waved glow sticks and listened quietly. With his 10 fingers flying, Chuan plucked the strings of the piano, and the melodious sound slowly rang in everyone's ears. Ding ling ling. When I was 19, I came to Wanhua. I spent 4 years to meet you here. On the day I turned 20, the guitar was beside me, I opened my clumsy hands, and my love for you surged into my heart. When Chuan's clean and hoarse voice appeared, it woven the beginning of a story for people. We were 18 or 19 years old, and we were in our youth. Wow! As the prelude and the music sounded, the bar instantly became lively. Both boys and girls were attracted by Chuan's unique voice. People in their student age have not experienced the ravages of society and are at the age most able to empathize and feel the same as others. And love, to them, is like the forbidden fruit of Adam and Eve, which they look forward to but also fear. The melody played by Chuan's piano and the voice that narrated the story seemed to give them great courage. You are my dream that I worry about losing, and I am someone you can do without. After all, these arrows that pierce mountains and rivers are aimed at those who are extremely affectionate. You are the dream that I toss and turn in, and I am your old friend in the dreamlike mountains and rivers. On the second floor, Chen Gan was listening to Chuan's hoarse voice while playing and he was distracted. He didn't know whether he had put out or lit several cigarettes in his hand. Hiss! What on earth has this kid been through? This song and these lyrics are so damn distressing. Could it be that this guy wrote all his experiences of being a bootlicker into the song? Or did he really have several wives? In the booth, Chu Liao and the others were so engrossed in listening that they even forgot that their coke was almost empty and continued to suck with their straws. Did Chuan write this song himself? Chen Shui was moved by what she heard. She stared at Chuan in a daze. She didn't know why, but she felt that Chuan seemed to be full of stories and had experienced a lot. But he was only 18 or 19 years old, why would he write such a sad song? He seems to have a maturity that is not appropriate for his age, and this kind of vicissitudes of life is undoubtedly a fatal attraction for many girls. Chuan is so amazing. Wu Mengmeng couldn't help but sigh from the bottom of her heart. Several people nodded, and even Chu Liao was immersed in Chuan's singing, listening attentively. But for some reason, she felt that the songs sung by Chuan seemed to record his history of being a bootlicker. The song is nice, but I always feel like there's something weird about it. Could it be that he wrote all these songs for that green tea girl? TSK, that doesn't sound good at all. It's terrible. Chu Liao pursed her lips, looking a little depressed. She picked up the doll on the sofa and started beating it up. At the same time, in a small space behind the bar, two figures were sneaking around. And one of them seemed to be stuck in a crack in the wall, with its fangs and claws bared, and a look of depression written all over its pretty face. Xia. The woman struggled hard for a long time, but her body could not move at all, and it became tighter and tighter. Then he was stuck in the crack of the wall like a deflated ball, frustrated and with a look of resentment on his face. You can get through, but why can't you get to me? The young assistant had successfully squeezed through and was now squatting in the corner, looking at her with a somewhat innocent look on his face. Sister Ying, I can't blame you for this. After saying that, she looked down at her chest. Hearing this, the woman imitated her and looked down. Seeing that the two big white rabbits were stuck in the crack of the wall, her expression suddenly became hopeless. Girl, why are you squatting here? Why don't you go in? Just then, Chuan walked over with a heartless step, blew out a smoke ring, and asked the young assistant with a smile. Seeing that she didn't answer, Chuan followed her gaze and immediately saw the figure stuck in the crack of the wall. His expression suddenly became extremely interesting. He blurted out, "What the hell? Are you filming a movie? They say art comes from reality." It turns out that the scene of being stuck in the washing machine is actually real. Chapter 27. Wow, the big star is stuck in the wall. Then, Chuan looked around, as if looking for a camera. Scratching his head, Chuan grinned, "Even if we want to take the photo, let's at least find a place where there's no one." If someone saw him in public, at his age, he might rush over to play the leading role. Seeing that she was noticed, the woman in the crack of the wall quickly lowered her head in shame, fearing that she would be seen by Chuan. Assistant Xia also blushed and covered her face with her handbag, wishing she could find a crack in the ground to crawl into. Wait, why do you look so familiar to me? Through the light coming from the backstage, Chuan could vaguely see the appearance of the woman stuck in the crack of the wall. Then, his eyes gradually widened and he shouted, "Fuck, are you a Zoermar?" In the crack of the wall, Ying originally thought that she was recognized, and quickly shook her head to deny it. But when Chuan said that name, her face turned red. There were a few black lines on Jingying's forehead. She gritted her teeth and wanted to beat him up. What's that look in this guy's eyes? I am a singer after all, how could I possibly look like someone who makes that kind of movie? A Zoermar? Who is that? Is she famous? At this time, the young assistant next to him poked his head out and looked at Chuan with curiosity. Chuan nodded, "Of course he is famous, he is my mentor." Then, he looked at Ying who was stuck in the crack of the wall and asked, "Girl, how did you think of getting in from here? Don't you know your own weight? It would be strange if you don't get stuck." After saying that, he looked at the big white rabbit stuck in the crack of the wall, took a puff of cigarette and clicked his tongue in amazement. Hearing this, Ying glared at him with shame and embarrassment, and said unhappily, "Who told your crappy bar to make such a crappy rule?" Chuan understood, it turned out that he was a hidden immigrant. Then he asked, "Can you come out?" Ying rolled her eyes at him in annoyance, "If I could get out by myself, would I still be stuck here? Okay, stop pretending to be a groundhog here, and find a way to get her out." Chuan looked at the little assistant beside him. The young assistant nodded blankly and responded with an "Oh." But after looking at it for a long time, "I still don't know where to start. Should I pull it forward or push it back?" Click. At this moment, Chuan took out his mobile phone and took a photo. Although it was a candy bar, it still had a camera function, but the pixels were a bit blurry. The spotlight flashed, and Ying and Xia were both stunned. It was already this late, and he still had the mind to take pictures. Chuan smiled and said, "Sorry, this is the first time I've seen someone stuck in a crack in the wall, so I wanted to take a photo as a souvenir." "Delete it for me," Ying said angrily. She is a celebrity in the music industry after all. If this photo were to be circulated, it would become a dark history that would mark her social demise. Seeing this, the assistant was also a little panicked, and hurried forward to negotiate with Chuan, "Classmate, can you please delete the photo? If it gets out, it may have a bad impact." Chuan immediately became interested after hearing this. "Oh? Bad influence, could it be that he is a celebrity? That shouldn't be the case. Which celebrity likes to crawl through cracks in the wall? If someone takes a picture of this, it will definitely be on the headlines tomorrow." In the crack of the wall, Chu Ying heard this and wanted to find a crack in the ground to crawl into. Okay, stop scolding me. If you continue to scold me, I will die in front of you. Seeing the assistant nod, Chuan's expression became particularly wonderful. Wow! He's really a star. I have to take a good look at this. After all, I have never seen a living celebrity in all my years. Moreover, she is a star who behaves in such a unique way. Please use some strength. If it doesn't work, come to the front and I'll push your butt from behind. Outside the crack in the wall, Chuan tied the hands of their big star with a rope and pulled him out like a cow. The young assistant went around to the crack in the wall and pushed, but after working for a long time, there was no movement. Chuan couldn't help but start complaining. When Chu Ying heard this, her pretty face suddenly turned red and she gave Chuan a fierce look. Behind her, the assistant's face turned red. This was the first time she was glad that she had a flat chest. Finally, after a lot of effort, he pulled her out of the crack in the wall. Chuan looked at the big star who was tied up tightly by him with a strange expression on his face. This scene, this disheveled girl, and her hands tied up. What's the difference between this and that kind of movie? You are. Chu Ying. You really are a star. Looking up, Chuan stared at the pretty face for a moment, then recognized her and said with some surprise. Keep your voice down, you're afraid that others won't hear me getting stuck in the crack of the wall, right? Seeing this, Chu Ying directly covered Chuan's big mouth with her hand, and glared at him fiercely with her beautiful big eyes filled with a bit of shame and anger. Chuan said awkwardly, sorry, it's my first time meeting a live star and I'm a little out of control. Chu Ying rolled her eyes at him in annoyance. Why, have you ever seen a dead star? Chuan smiled and said, there is no such opportunity. Chuan smacked his lips and stared at Chu Ying with a suspicious look in his eyes. Where did you put your hands just now? Why does it smell like milk? When Chu Ying heard this, her face was stunned for a moment. She sniffed the smell on her hand, and then her face turned red. Just now, where Chuan couldn't see, she comforted her big white rabbit, so there was a smell of underwear on her hands. And she had just covered Chuan's mouth with her hand. What is it to you? Chu Ying deliberately raised the volume of her voice, as if this would make her feel she was right. But why do you look familiar to me? Chu Ying said suspiciously after staring at Chuan for a while. Upon hearing this, the assistant beside him leaned over to look at Chuan, then opened his mouth and exclaimed, isn't he the boy in the video? Chuan looked at the two people singing the same tune, and a big question mark appeared in his little head. Why, have you seen me in the video? Respectable or not? Chu Ying rolled her eyes at him. Why, have you ever filmed an indecent video? Chuan shook his head and looked at Chu Ying with a playful look. I don't know whether I have filmed it or not, but I know that you must have seen it. Otherwise, how would you know who a Zoermar is? When Chu Ying heard this, her face flushed. The assistant beside her was puzzled and asked curiously, who is a Zoermaser? Almost at the same time, Chuan spoke to Chu Ying, children should not interrupt when adults are talking. Don't ask about social affairs. The young assistant stuck out his tongue, shut his mouth tactfully, and didn't ask any more questions. What? You want to buy the copyright of my song? In the private room, Chuan was a little surprised after hearing Chu Ying's purpose of coming. Chu Ying nodded. Although your song only has guitar tabs, it is still very complete, and the lyrics are also very popular. Afterwards, Chu Ying leaned forward with her little head and stared at Chuan with curiosity. Did you write these lyrics? Chuan nodded without blushing. Seeing this, Chu Ying's eyes became more curious. You were kicked. Chuan's face darkened when he heard this. He bit his back teeth and said word by word, I won't sell it. Chapter 28 English Teacher, I will support you. It was just a joke, why are you angry? With a chuckle, Chu Ying threw a coquettish glance at Chuan, trying hard to make herself look kinder. But in Chuan's eyes, that expression was no different from that of a female pervert. Chuan curled his lips. This song is not suitable for you. Chu Ying raised her eyebrows. What's inappropriate? Chuan shrugged. You usually sing popular music. My song is a folk song with a slow tempo. The overall tone is depressing. The style doesn't match. Chu Ying was a little surprised. She didn't expect that Chuan actually understood her style of music. I can sing folk songs, too. Ji Chuan nodded. Yes, I can sing, but this song is not suitable for you. Chu Ying heard the hidden meaning in his words, and her beautiful eyes lit up instantly. Do you have any other songs? Yes, but you have to pay more. Ji Chuan imitated the monk who was adding money, turned his mouth to the side, and pulled out something like 2 to 5 million. Chu Ying rolled her eyes at him and said, I thought he was a talented person who regarded money as dirt, but it turns out that he is full of the stink of money. Ji Chuan grinned. These days, only the rich can be the boss. No matter how well you sing folk songs, the girl will still run away with the rich man in the end. Chu Ying raised the corner of her mouth slightly and stared at Ji Chuan with a half smile. So, you were really kicked by a girl? Ji Chuan's face darkened. Can we still chat today? It's just a joke. Chu Ying said. Indeed, I was kicked by a girl. How about a big star to comfort my wounded heart? Ji Chuan said in a coaxing manner. Chu Ying raised her eyebrows. Okay, how do I comfort her? Ji Chuan leaned forward and said with a playful smile, bondage, role-playing, home invasion, delivery, choose one. When Chu Ying heard this, her cheeks flushed red and she glared at Ji Chuan fiercely. Go to hell. Ji Chuan was shocked. TSK, 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 I didn't expect that big stars have such a wide range of interests. They've seen a lot. Chu Ying grabbed the pillow on the sofa and threw it at Ji Chuan, with a hint of anger in her eyes. This guy actually set a trap for her. At one side, the young assistant stared blankly at the two people arguing with a bewildered look on his face. They are clearly speaking Chinese and I can understand each word individually, so why can't I understand them when they are put together? At 2 o'clock in the morning, the bar closed. After Ji Chuan sent Chu Liao home, he buried his head in front of the computer, typing away like a keyboard warrior. He did not fool Chu Ying. The song On Her Bridge was indeed not suitable for her to sing, so in order to make the money, Ji Chuan personally plagiarized a song for her. Shaking his head, Ji Chuan denied the term. How could the work of intellectuals be called plagiarism? I don't produce songs, I'm just a song carrier, and this is not plagiarism, I just helped them release it a few years earlier. It's normal to use some shameful means in the early stages of starting a business, Ji Chuan comforted himself in his heart. As for whether you will live in my shadow in the future, I don't know. Half an hour later, Ji Chuan printed out the lyrics and simple music scores. Since the songs he played were all folk songs, there were only guitar scores. On the first page of the lyrics, 2 big words are clearly written, a jiao. Ji Chuan had no plans to enter the entertainment industry. His head was full of borrowed songs, and he didn't have many in stock. I agreed to help Chu Ying write a song just to earn some startup capital. After all, no matter how well they sing or act, all beautiful girls will fall into the arms of capital. I'm not here to have many beauties or to satisfy my capital addiction. I just want to see the world and take a look through the crack in the door. Ji Chuan comforted himself in this way. Wow, I haven't seen you for a few days. I miss you so much. Sister Shin looks beautiful again. Sitting on Liu Shin's mini, Ji Chuan fastened his seatbelt, turned his head to look at the teacher who exuded a mature temperament, and started to flatter her. As a rich woman, you should coax her in any way you want. Today, Liu Shin wore a shirt and short skirt similar to professional attire, and put on standard black framed glasses, which made Ji Chuan feel distracted. I feel like the cement in my heart seems to have loosened. Liu Shin rolled her eyes at him coquettishly. You're just sweet talking. Ji Chuan grinned and moved closer shamelessly. Sister Shin, do you want to try it? Liu Shin's cheeks flushed, she pushed Ji Chuan's head away, and said unhappily, I am your teacher. How is it, have you chosen the location? Ji Chuan nodded, and immediately took out a stack of documents from a paper bag, which marked the location of the buildings to be demolished, as well as the contract required for the transfer of ownership. These days, there are no strict procedures for transferring land, and it's all done by paying money. Liu Shin took it and took a look at it, and asked in surprise, did you write this contract? The clauses and regulations of these contracts were clearly arranged without any omissions, and the details were handled very well, which even she could not do. Ji Chuan nodded. I put together the general framework, and then found a few lawyers to perfect some of the details. Have you been planning on me for a long time? Liu Shin stared at Ji Chuan with her beautiful eyes and said unhappily. Ji Chuan chuckled. Actually, I was thinking about Sister Shin at first. I can't help it. Sister Shin doesn't like me. So I can only settle for the next best thing and keep my eyes on Sister Shin's property. Liu Shin glared at him and said, "You're just being poor." Immediately, he started the car and drove towards the location that Chuan had circled, but added in his mind, "Actually, it's not impossible. My old waist is really going to break." In the booth of the sewing machine bar, Chuan slumped like a dead dog, looking as if he had lost all desire to live. "Is that all? You still want to be my travel buddy?" Beside him, Liu Shin held a can of iced cola and started drinking, staring at Chuan with a smile. 10 days, 10 days. Do you know how I spent these 10 days? I ran myself to death and broke my back to get them to sign the contract. You sit at home all day, enjoying the air conditioning, drinking tea, and giving advice. How can you understand the hard work of our family? Chuan imitated the behavior of his father-in-law on TV and complained with his fingers pinched together. Liu Shin smiled and leaned back on the sofa. "You can't bear to see me basking in the hot sun, can you? And this is what you said at the beginning. I am only responsible for paying the money." Chuan lit a cigarette dejectedly and sighed, "Well, whoever has money is the boss, whoever has milk is the mother. Who made Sister Shin the sponsor? I'm just a runner. But fortunately, the initial plan has been successful, and everything that needs to be signed has been signed. Next, I will wait for the demolition regulations to be issued, and then I can lie at home and count my money." Thinking of this, Chuan's mouth was about to grin to the back of his head. In front of him, it seemed as if there were white banknotes everywhere. Chuan didn't seem so tired anymore. "Sure enough, money can cure all diseases. Why didn't I realize before that you are such a money grubber?" Looking at Chuan's money grubber look, Liu Shin couldn't help but roll her eyes at him. Chuan stretched himself, and slumped on the sofa. "If you don't manage a household, you don't know how expensive firewood, rice, oil, and salt are. Sister Shin was born with a silver spoon in her mouth. How could she understand the hardships of children from poor families like us?" Liu Shin rolled her eyes at him, then smiled and said to Chuan seductively, "How about I support you, sister?" When Chuan heard this, his eyes sparkled. He sat up from the sofa and raised his eyebrows. Then later, "Sister Shin, can you help me order 10 skewers of kidneys so I can have a good rest?" Chapter 29, Living Together with the Campus Beauty of Chu University? Brother Chuan, the results are out. Come and have a look. How many points did you get? At noon on the 25th, Chuan was still fighting with the old thief Jiangnan in his dream when he was awakened by Liu Bowen's loud howling. Putting the phone 800 miles away from his ear, Chuan replied with a curse. "You're going to die. Why are you not sleeping in the middle of the day and barking like a dog? You are the first in our class, and many people are waiting for you," Liu Bowen said with a smile. The class group was also gossiping, curious about how many points Chuan had scored. Some people said the minimum score was 600, others said there was no chance. After all, this year's test questions were harder than in previous years, and many students who usually had good grades failed. Da. Without waiting for an answer, the sound of footsteps came from the stairs. You didn't have to guess to know that it must be the campus bell of Chu University. Sure enough, not long after, a little head came over, and Chuan didn't say anything and just hung up the phone. With her bright eyes blinking, Chu Liao dragged Chuan up from the bed and forced him to the computer. Then, I was forced to enter my admission ticket number. At this time, Chen Gang and Yang Shui also came over. After spending these days together, they also knew Chuan's identity. They were still surprised, especially Chen Gang, who smoked 2 packs of cigarettes but still didn't figure it out. Is this street slick boy a student? He has the demeanor of a seasoned veteran, not even a toe has anything to do with being a student. Fuck. Brother Chuan is awesome, 666. The system was busy, and Chuan was forced to enter his admission ticket number several times before his results popped up. Without waiting for him to say anything, Yang Shui at the side jumped up directly, her starry eyes full of admiration. Chen Gang standing by also smacked his cigarette holder, scratching his head till it was almost bald, but still couldn't figure out what the hell was going on. How could a street kid get such a high score? Could he have done it to show off and input someone else's admission ticket number? The children of several of his friends also took the college entrance examination this year, and he heard that the test questions were very difficult. The combined scores of the three of them are not as high as Chuan's, which is outrageous. Is it really 666? Beside the computer, Julia stared at the score on the computer with her bright eyes, her mouth wide open, a look of disbelief on her face. Chuan actually guessed it right. Is he a fortune teller? How could he know his score in advance? Chuan took a cigarette from Chen Gang's pocket, lit it up, and his sleepiness faded a little. He looked at Julia with a smug look on his face. Does what the little rich woman said before still count? Upon hearing this, Julia raised her chin proudly and snorted softly, "Humph, of course my words count. For a guy like Chuan, it doesn't seem to be a disadvantage to keep him as a gigolo. But you have to tell me how you knew your score in advance." After Julia finished speaking, she leaned over again with her little head leaning forward, her big eyes flashing with confusion. Chuan blew out a smoke ring and acted like a sorcerer, saying, "Because I can tell fortunes, my nickname is Banxian. Julia looked at him with disdain. "Just you?" Then, she raised her snow-white chin again and said, "Since you are so good at fortune-telling, can you calculate how many points I got in the exam?" Chuan leaned forward with a smile on his face. "If I guess right, how about being my wife?" Julia's cheeks flushed when she heard this, while Chen Gang and Yang Shui became spectators on the side. "Hey, this is really good. Okay, if you can really guess it, I will promise you." Julia didn't believe that Chuan could really guess it. Seeing that she agreed, Chuan smiled complacently, then snuffed out his cigarette and started to perform a shamanic dance like a sorcerer. His movements sounded quite realistic. Die. I figured it out." Without waiting for Julia to speak, Yang Shui came forward and asked curiously. 656 points, is Banxian's guess correct? Chuan smiled and looked at Julia beside him. Julia was stunned and stood there blankly. Her cherry lips opened wider and wider, and her beautiful eyes were shining with incredible light. Looking at her expression, Chen Gang and Yang Shui knew without a doubt that Chuan must have guessed correctly. Well, the little white rabbit is about to fall into the clutches of the big bad wolf. However, they were also a little curious about how Chuan knew how many points Julia had scored in the exam. Could he really have predicted it? Looking at Julia's dazed look, Chuan smiled complacently. "My dear wife, when will you take me home to meet my mother-in-law?" Julia slowly came back to her senses after hearing that. Her pretty face turned red and she started to be stubborn and refused to admit it. "I don't care, you must have cheated." Senior Class 30. Class Group. Lin Hui at Liu Bowen, did you find out? How many points did Chuan get in the exam? Liu Bowen, that bastard hung up on me. He must have just woken up and hadn't checked his scores yet. Liu Bowen, oh, by the way, I seem to hear the voice of the campus beauty of Chu University vaguely. All members. What kind of vicious word is this? Just woke up and was with the campus beauty of Chu University. They were living together? Then, countless people began to frantically at Chuan, and the suffix was their word, "You really deserve to die." At this time, Lin Chuya was also lurking in the group. Seeing everyone's reactions, she bit her lips tightly. The more outstanding Chuan is, the more uncomfortable she feels. Why doesn't he like me? Since she left that day, she never went to the sewing machine bar again, and she also reflected on the reasons for Chuan's attitude towards her. Finally, it was concluded that the reason why Chuan was cold to her was because of Chu Liao. Rather, it's her attitude towards Chuan. Chuan gets too close to other girls, definitely to make me jealous and angry. Then go and apologize to him. Thinking of this, Lin Chuya snorted softly. "Humph, I'm not going to apologize to you. Since you want a cold war, who's afraid of who? Let's see who can't hold on first." Wang Lang, har har, you just believe whatever he says. How can a poor boy like Chuan be worthy of the beauty of Chu University? Lin Hui at Wang Lang, how many points did you get in the exam? Wang Lang, I'm not saying this, but a poor loser like him probably won't even be able to find a girlfriend in the future. Lin Hui at Wang Lang, so, how many points did you get in the exam? Wang Lang, after we finish filling out the applications, shall we go out for a picnic or have a meal together? Lin Hui at Wang Lang, so, how many points did you get in the exam? Behind the phone, Wang Lang's face was as dark as the bottom of a pot. Are you sick? What does my score have to do with you? Lin Hui, he was anxious, he was anxious. Wang Lang is offline. There was a burst of laughter in the class group, and everyone at Lin Hui and gave her a thumbs up. Obviously, Wang Lang's nouveau riche pretentiousness disgusted many people, and some of them even thought they could reach the sky. Your friend Chuan is online. At this moment, a system prompt caused the class group, which had been relatively quiet, to explode instantly. Liu Bowen, oh my god, you are online. At Wang Qiang, worship the male god. Li Dong, worship the ancestor. Liu Shu, worship the ancestor. A series of messages flashed across the class group, and the lively scene was like the new year. Chuan was stunned when he saw the messages flooding the group like barrages. Didn't Liu Bowen ask me to report my results in the group and then hand them over to the class monitor for statistics? What's going on? Chapter 30, Don't deduct 6 points. How many points did you get in the exam? Hello everyone. Chuan casually edited a text message and sent it. Lin Hui, my male god, how many points did you get in the exam? At Liu Bowen, godfather, how many points did you get in the exam? At Wang Qiang, my male god, how many points did you get in the exam? At this time, Wang Lang's grayed out head portrait lit up again. Har har, the test questions are so difficult, did you fail? Although there were no emoticons, Chuan could still predict that Wang Lang on the other side of the phone would look as arrogant as an insole. Chuan, did someone step on your prostate too? Wang Lang, angry expression. Everyone, oh. Lin Hui, currently the highest score in our class is 582, and it belongs to Lin Jing. Lin Jing is a good girl, a representative of the math class, and her grades usually linger around the top 10. The difficulty of the college entrance examination questions this time was beyond expectations, and many students with good grades usually failed the exam. Qin Shuhang, who had always been the runner-up, only scored 567 points this time, which was a full 80 points short of his previously predicted score. Lin Jing, on the other hand, had extremely stable results and performed very well this time. Qin Yuhang, you also failed the exam, right? At Qin Yuhang usually doesn't get along well with Chuan. He is always beaten by Chuan in every exam, so he has the title of the eternal runner-up. As the saying goes, one's own failure is terrible, but one's friend's success is even more worrying. This is Qin Yuhang's mentality at the moment. I hope Chuan fails the exam, preferably one that doesn't even pass the undergraduate entrance line. Chuan nodded and then sent a message. Well, it's true that the test results were not very good. It's more than 40 points less than expected. Upon hearing this, there was an uproar in the class group. It was 40 points less than expected, so it was probably less than 600. Oh my god, even Chuan didn't do well in the test. It seems that the test questions are really difficult. Oh, what bad luck, it's such a year. Is it difficult? Why don't I feel it? Har har, can you please cover up your score of 250 first? With your score, I can get a higher score than you by throwing my answer sheet on the ground and stomping on it. In the group, Lin Chuya, who was lurking, heard that Chuan had also failed the exam, and a bold guess suddenly popped up in her mind. Chuan, did he fail the exam on purpose so as to apply to the same university as me? Her score has come out, 488. Although she has passed the undergraduate line, she can only go to an ordinary second-tier university. Qin Yuhang's eyes lit up when he saw this, and he kept asking Chuan, so, how many points did you get? Wang Lang also became interested. He was happier that Chuan had failed the exam than if his father had died and inherited the estate. Har har, let me tell you, no matter how well you usually do in the exams, you still end up with diarrhea, right? Liu Bowen couldn't stand it any longer. You didn't even get 200 points. What are you talking about? Wang Lang, har har, what? You won't let me say anything even though I failed the exam. Liu Bowen, brother Chuan, don't pay attention to him, this guy just likes to be a masochist. Chuan shook his head and smiled, it's okay, I don't have the habit of teasing cats and dogs. Wang Lang's face darkened, and his phone was about to smoke. This poor loser's insults are really ugly. Lin Hui, it's okay. It doesn't matter if I fail the exam. I can just try again next year. Lin Hui, tell me about it, and I will report to the class teacher after doing the statistics. Gu Chuan, 666. Wang Lang, what? You did so badly on the test, you're too embarrassed to say it? Why are you deducting 6 points? Qin Yuhang, yes, Gu Chuan, no matter how badly you do in the exam, it can't be worse than mine. You are the first in our class. Qin Yuhang was not without his own insults. He praised Gu Chuan to a very high position. If his score was worse than his own, then Gu Chuan was too lazy to pay attention to them. He just took a screenshot and went offline. Wang Qiang, what is this? Everyone clicked on the screenshot sent by Gu Chuan, and then countless expressions of shock appeared on their faces. Damn. 666 points. It turns out that Gu Chuan is not deducting 666 is a fucking score. That's it, it's more than 40 points less than expected. What? Do you want to get into Peking University or Tsinghua University? You really deserve to die. Liu Bowen, wow. Godfather's writing is awesome. Liu Bowen at Wang Lang, at Qin Yuhang, bark like a dog, why don't you bark anymore? On the other end of the phone, Liu Bowen almost laughed like a pig. When it comes to showing off, you have to look no further than his godfather. No one else can pretend to be as good as him. Qin Yuhang was dumbfounded. He thought that after praising Gu Chuan to a high place, he would fall miserably, but he was slapped in the face by a screenshot. What the hell do you think 666 points is a failure? Excluding the competition class, this score can rank in the top 10 in the grade. Even in a competition class, this result is among the best. As for Wang Lang, after seeing the screenshot, he threw his phone down and yelled, "You really deserve to die." In the group, Lin Chuya, who was lurking, also saw the screenshot of the results. Looking at the number on it that seemed out of her reach, her nails dug deep into her flesh. And the fantasy in her heart was shattered at this moment. After Gu Chuan posted the screenshot, he no longer paid attention to the group messages. At this moment, he was riding his bicycle on their way to the driving school. Originally, he didn't plan to take a driver's license test. After all, he had a lot of things to do. However, the campus beauty of Chu University used her 9-yin white bone claw, and Gu Chuan had no choice but to surrender. But fortunately, the demolition has been completed, the theft of luck is nearing completion, and the song has been sent to the big star stuck in the crack of the wall. The busiest thing every day is singing in bars, enjoying the cheers of girls and hoping to be noticed by rich women. With the promotion of the sewing machine bar, many classes have begun to make reservations to hold their graduation parties here. Since I have nothing to do during the day, I might as well take this opportunity to pass the driving test. Otherwise, I probably won't have time when I go to college. I once dreamed of traveling the world with a sword. At this time, the cell phone rang. It was my mother calling, and Gu Chuan pressed the answer button. "Hello, Mom." Soon, Ms. Chen Lan's anxious greeting came from the other end of the phone. "Son, I heard that the college entrance examination results are out. Urban Garden Community, Building 4, Unit 2, Room 301. The two of them sat nervously in front of the phone, pressing the speakerphone button. Li Xiangshan looked even more nervous than Chen Lan. Gu Chuan nodded, "Yes, it's out." "How many points did you get?" Chen Lan asked nervously. Gu Chuan smiled and said, "It's okay." Seeing that he was still keeping it a secret, Chen Lan glared at him through the phone. "You bastard, why don't you tell your mother the truth?" 666, Gu Chuan said calmly. "How much?" After Gu Chuan finished speaking, Chen Lan's voice on the other end of the phone suddenly increased by several decibels. 666, after saying that, Gu Chuan hung up the phone directly, otherwise, his ears would have been deafened. Beep beep. Looking at the hung-up phone in front of them, Chen Lan and Li Xiangshan stood there in a daze, looking at each other in disbelief. "Did you hear what Sichuan said?" Chen Lan swallowed. Li Xiangshan nodded, somewhat uncertainly. "It seems to be 666 points. Really? Sichuan really got 666 points. Chen Lan couldn't believe it and pinched Li Xiangshan. Li Xiangshan grinned and nodded, his face full of joy. "I knew it. I knew Sichuan was great." Chen Lan cried with joy, as if all her efforts over the years had not been in vain and had finally borne fruit at this moment. Chapter 31, Can I get into a junior college with 666 points? "Hey, Grandpa, the results are out," 666. Yeah, what? Can I go to college? Yes, I can. You said someone scored 985. That's pretty impressive. Is there anyone who got into a 211 university? When are you coming home? Maybe in a couple of days. I'm a bit busy lately. What? You arranged a marriage for me. Hey, Grandpa, I just got into college and I'm not about to graduate yet. What kind of marriage are you arranging for me now? What? Divorced and with 2 kids. What did you say? My signal is bad, I can't hear you. After 2 beeps, Chuan hung up the phone, with a few black lines on his forehead. With your grandson's street slicker temperament, are you afraid that he won't be able to find a partner? By then, if I dye my hair yellow and ride a will-o'-the-wisp, I'll be able to get a lot of girls. Afterwards, Chuan called Sister Shin again to report the results. No matter what happens to the rich woman in the future, she is still my English teacher after all. I once dreamed of traveling the world with a sword. At this moment, Chuan's cell phone rang again. He pressed the answer button, and then a strange voice came from the phone. Guess who I am? Chuan rolled his eyes helplessly. Sister Ling, don't you know there is a thing called caller ID? TSK, that's so boring. Can't you just cooperate with me a little? The voice on the other end of the phone said unhappily. It's not a holiday, why did you think of calling me? Chuan asked with a smile. Li Ling, Li Xiangshan's only daughter, is 2 years older than Chuan and attends university in South City. She has a lively and quirky personality, is pretty, likes to act weird, and is a dramatic actress. Li Ling rolled her eyes at him over the phone. Why, can't I call you during the New Year or other holidays? Do you miss your sister? Chuan had no choice but to follow her lead and continue. Of course I do. I think about it even in my dreams. Li Ling was stunned. These words didn't sound like something Chuan would say. Then she acted like a dramatic actress. Oh? In a dream? What kind of dream was it? Tell me about it. Chuan changed the subject and asked, are you back? Fuck. You installed a camera on me. Li Ling jumped 3 feet high, and looked around with her bright eyes, but found no trace of Chuan. Chuan smiled and said, I'm kidding you. Chuan. Are you itching for trouble? Don't let me catch you, if you let me catch you, hee hee. Li Ling laughed like a little devil, sounding like a pervert. You failed the driving test, so you came back to take the test, right? Chuan started by exposing her scars. As soon as Chuan said this, Li Ling on the other end of the phone was like a deflated ball, and then she became angry again. Chuan. Don't hit people in the face, and don't expose their shortcomings when scolding them, do you know that? Do you believe me? I can drive you into a ditch. Chuan nodded with full of confidence. I believe it, of course I believe it, it's not like you haven't done this before. Didn't you knock down the toilet at the driving school last year? Li Ling said angrily, I didn't know you were in the bathroom. Do I have to bring it up every time? Okay, I won't bother you anymore. I'll be home tomorrow. Oh, by the way, sister, I brought you a beauty this time. She is so pretty and she is the school beauty. You'd better seize the opportunity. Your best friend becomes your brother's sister. Hee hee, it makes me happy just thinking about it. Okay, thank you. Chuan shook his head helplessly and hung up the phone. I really can't praise Sister Ling's aesthetic taste. What does her best friend look like? Then I leave? Eh? Thinking of this, Chuan got goosebumps all over his body. Nanshan village. The old man was sitting in the yard playing with the dog, tapping his pipe and taking a puff from time to time. This bastard, don't even bother arranging a marriage for him. He's a traitor with a street slicker temperament. It'll be hard for him to find a wife in the future. However, 666 points is really far behind others' 985 points. But it's good to be able to go to a junior college. The old man doesn't care how many points Chuan got in the exam, as long as he doesn't go hungry wherever he goes. Uncle Chen, Uncle Chen. Just then, the courtyard door was pushed open, and the village party secretary walked in with a few people, greeting the old man with a smile on his face. The old man smiled, then stood up and asked them to sit inside. The village party secretary waved his hand, found a stool and rested in the courtyard, then smiled and looked at the old man. Do you know how many points your grandson got in the exam? Several people who were traveling with me also came over curiously. Originally, they thought that there was only one person in the village who would take the college entrance examination this year, and that person was Wang Guifang's daughter. I just heard from someone a couple of days ago that Chuan is also taking the college entrance exam this year. The village provides subsidies for those who are admitted to university, and if their grades are good, there are even bonuses from the town. The old man nodded. That bastard just called me and said he could go to college. Upon hearing this, the village party secretary sighed and said, it seems that this year's test questions are really difficult. The daughter of Wang Guifang did terribly on the test. Her score was half of what she had expected, no more, no less, exactly 250 points. But it's good for Chuan to go to college. At least he can find a good job after graduation. The old man smacked his lips and said, is this little bastard's mouth blessed? I remember the last time I came back, when Chuan was making fun of Wang Guifang, he said she was a fool. Unexpectedly, her daughter really got 250 points in the exam. The director of the women's department was still a little curious and asked the old man, how many points did Chuan get in the exam? He said he scored 666. I asked him if he could go to college, and he said yes, the old man said slowly. This afternoon, when he went out for a walk, he heard those gossipers say that someone in the town had scored 985 this year, which was much higher than his grandson's score of 666. How many? Hearing this, the village party secretary was stunned for a moment, then he stood up from his stool with a bang, his eyes wide open like glass balls, with a look of disbelief on his face. The old man glared at him and said, keep your voice down, or you'll scare me to death. The village party secretary was embarrassed, scratched his head and asked quickly, you just said, how many points did Chuan get in the exam? 666 points, said the old man. The director of the women's department beside him looked very disappointed and asked, you call 666 points enough to get into a junior college? Fortunately, she asked a little more, otherwise, the old man would have gotten away with it. The old man tapped his pipe and asked, can't I get into a junior college with 666 points? The village party secretary was confused but could not refute. He could only grit his teeth and said, yes, you can go to any college you want. After saying that, several people hurried out, with smiles on their faces as if they were about to get married, they were so happy. 666, their village has produced an extraordinary person. The bonuses given out by the village and the town are enough to cover 4 years of college tuition. Not only that, when I go out and chat with people from other villages in the future, I will have something to brag about. Not only that, they also have to shout it out on a loudspeaker for 3 days and 3 nights so that everyone in the surrounding villages will know about it. After all, this is an honor that will be sung over your ancestral grave. Chapter 32, The Loudspeaker at the Village Entrance. Is Wang Guifang angry to death? Tell me, how did you estimate your score, huh? These days I've been busy all the time, showing off to people everywhere, and even accepting gifts. Everyone in the village knows that there is a college student in my family, but you can't even get into a junior college. How can I put my face aside? In the courtyard built with green bricks and tiles, Wang Guifang was shaking with anger. The girl in front of her didn't even dare to raise her head because of her scolding, and tears were falling down her face. Jiu Hai, who was standing aside, also had an ugly look on his face, and sat on the stool without saying a word. I've already told you that the results haven't come out yet, so don't rush to make any arrangements. Now it's all over. It's a complete mess. It's really embarrassing. When Wang Guifang heard this, she turned around and glared at him fiercely, her face ferocious. How dare you say that? Who am I doing all this for? Huh. Isn't it for your family? To bring honor to your family. To make you look good in front of outsiders. I didn't see you stopping me when I was arranging things before. Oh, now that my daughter has failed the exam, you are scolding me instead. Oh my God, this is unbearable. Having said that, Wang Guifang sat down on the ground, clapped her hands, and began to cry and wipe away her tears. Throwing a tantrum is her specialty. Seeing this, Jiu Hai apologized and pulled her up from the ground. Okay, it's all my fault. Jiu Hai was a well-known henpecked man in the surrounding villages. He obeyed Wang Guifang's every word and dared not say a word. But think about it, if you have a woman like this, no one would be able to get hard. I was so unlucky in my previous life to marry into your family. And you, how could I have given birth to such a useless thing like you? It would have been fine if I didn't pass the exam last year, but my grades went backwards after repeating the year. I really wasted all my money. When Gui Fang stood up cursing, like a rooster with its feathers blown off, and started cursing at everyone she caught. That little bastard is such a bad-mouthed jinx. Before finishing, he didn't forget to curse Chuan. If he hadn't cursed his daughter before, she wouldn't have failed to pass the undergraduate entrance line. That's right, it's all that little bastard's fault in the final analysis. When Chuan was mentioned, when Gui Fang seemed to have grabbed a life-saving straw and turned to look at Hai. Didn't that little bastard also take the college entrance exam? How many points did he get? Her own failure was terrible, but the success of others was even more worrying to her. Since his own daughter failed the exam, that little bastard Chuan must not be much better. How can you possibly do well in the exam if you are always silent and do not make any contribution on weekdays? If he scored worse than her daughter, she would feel much better. When the time comes, let us see how that little bastard can still be so arrogant. Hai shook his head, I don't know. Hearing this, Wang Guifang's face changed instantly, and she pointed at his nose and started cursing him again. Don't know? What else can you know every day? It's a waste of my youth to follow you. Hai was embarrassed and didn't dare to respond. Seeing that he was still sitting there, when Guifang pointed at his nose and scolded him again, did a donkey kick your brain? Are you sitting here, waiting for someone to tell you? Why don't you go and ask me? When Guifang was so angry that her liver was shaking and her eyes were almost rolling up to the sky, why would I marry a useless thing like you? And you have inherited your useless father's stupid head. Sooner or later, you will piss me off to death. After saying this, when Guifang also mentioned her daughter who was secretly wiping away tears. All right, my daughter doesn't want to get such a bad grade in the exam, so just say less. Hai tried to smooth things over. Upon hearing this, when Guifang picked up a broom and was about to hit him, but at this moment, the village loudspeaker suddenly sounded. Hello, can you hear me? I am the village party secretary of our Nanshan village. I am here to report some good news to you all. Mr. Chen's grandson, Chuan, took the college entrance examination this year and achieved an excellent score of 666. This is the second person in our village who has been admitted to university in decades, and the first person in our town to score 666 points. As for me, I have applied for rewards from the town and even the county on behalf of the village committee. At the same time, our village will also give generous rewards. In the yard, when Guifang, who was chasing people away with a broom, suddenly stopped and listened. When Guifang heard the village party secretary read out Chuan's grades, her face changed instantly, and the hand holding the broom trembled with anger. Oh my, this life is unbearable. With a wail, when Guifang collapsed to the ground, slapping her thighs with her hands and banging her head on the ground. This little bastard is deliberately making life difficult for our family. Is he going to let us live? Why did I give birth to such a useless thing like you? It's all that little bastard's fault. If it weren't for his bad mouth, my daughter wouldn't have scored so well in the exam. Cheating, he must have cheated, 666 points, does he have the brains to get 666 points? It must have been copied. No, I have to call the police and report him. Yes, I want to report him. He must have copied it. When Guifang was so angry that she was out of breath. She sat on the ground and cursed like a shrew. He kept muttering to himself, and suddenly, he felt a black screen in front of his eyes, and he felt dizzy, as if the sky was about to fall. Then, he leaned back in a daze. Are you going to be pissed off to death? 2 o'clock at night. Sewing machine bar. This theft of luck has finally come to an end. After writing the message at the end of the chapter, Chuan stretched and then lit a cigarette. Looking at the manuscript of more than 200,000 words in the document, I couldn't stop smiling. This is all money. The operation of the sewing machine bar is now on track, with revenue of 70,000 to 80,000 yuan every day. In this era, it is considered a considerable income. Chuan put about 100,000 yuan in his pocket, which he had never thought of before. Ding dong. At this time, a text message came, XXX Bank transferred 500,000 yuan, the balance is 600,012.34 yuan. Before Chuan could take a closer look, a phone call came in and the caller ID showed it was Chu Ying. Chuan answered immediately, as expected of a big star. "You are really generous, spending $500,000 at once." A few days ago, he sent the contract to Shanghai and sold a jiao to Chu Ying. The price agreed upon at that time was 400,000, which was undoubtedly low considering the value of the song itself. But there is no other way. After all, there is only guitar music score. Although the other instruments in the accompaniment are noted, it is generally incomplete. This price is not low. After all, before that woman covered it, the song was only popular in a small area. However, Chuan did not sell all the copyrights in a package. He will get a share of the profits later. Once this song becomes a hit, subsequent income will be the bulk of the revenue. But if there is no fire, what does that have to do with me? I didn't write it. But unexpectedly, Chu Ying actually added another 100,000 yuan on top of the original amount. How come she really doesn't treat money as money? There's nothing we can do. Our music director thinks this song is worth the price. Chu Ying's helpless voice came from the other end of the phone. Chuan was a little surprised. "Oh? Your music director really has a good eye for talent." Chu Ying rolled her eyes at him over the phone. "She's just bragging about herself." "But, are you really not going to sell the song on her bridge? Why, are you still thinking about that song?" Chuan said with a smile. Chu Ying nodded seriously. "I have a feeling that song will be a hit." "Oh, the big star is quite discerning. It will definitely sell, but that song is really not suitable for you to sing." Seeing that there was still hope in Chuan's words, Chu Ying said, "It doesn't matter. I'll be happy even if I buy it and put it at home." Originally, she planned to bring Chuan to their company and then release a record for him individually. After all, Chuan sang the song on her bridge with the most feeling. But after talking to him a lot before, Chuan had no intention of joining the circle, so she could only settle for the second best and buy the song. Chuan thought for a moment and said, "The initial offering is 800,000. For the subsequent profits, after deducting your company's issuance costs, I will take 30% of the sales share." Without any hesitation, Chu Ying nodded in agreement. Chuan smacked his lips and couldn't help but mutter in his heart, "Did I ask for too little?" He shook his head and said that 800,000 is not a low amount these days. "Okay, I'll send it to you once I finish writing the contract." Chuan thought for a moment and said, "For Chuan, these songs are a means of making money. No matter how good the songs are, if they cannot be sold, they are just pieces of waste paper. It might be more valuable if it was released a few years later, but Chuan didn't want to wait and didn't have the time to wait. If he waits until 2013 for the original owner to release the song, he won't even be able to pocket the money." Chapter 33. Do you want a wife? Next day. Chuan, do you want a wife or not? As long as you ask, I'll send it to you later. Where are you? At the sewing machine bar, Chuan was looking for a publishing house to submit his manuscript to, when suddenly, Li Ling called. Chuan's face turned dark. "He already has a wife, and yet you brought another one to me. Isn't this causing chaos?" But after thinking about it, he told her the address, sewing machine bar. After all, they came with their classmates, and I couldn't just not show up. That would be so rude. I once dreamed of traveling the world with a sword. Just after hanging up the phone, Chuan's phone rang again. Seeing the caller ID, Chuan picked up the phone with a smile. "Hey, Sister Shin, did you miss me?" On the other end of the phone, Liu gave him a light look and said, "I haven't seen you for a few days. You're really getting more and more shameless." Chuan smiled and said, "Sister Shin, what do you want to talk to me about? Has the demolition money arrived?" Thinking of this, Chuan's eyes suddenly lit up, and his pupils were flashing with desire for money. "Money, money, money, you only care about money. Am I, your sister, less attractive than money?" Liu said unhappily. Chuan smiled awkwardly. "How could that be possible? Sister Shin is pretty and rich, so of course she is more attractive. What if I don't have money?" Liu asked back. "Then I will support you," Chuan said shamelessly. "You just know how to say nice things to make me happy." Liu rolled her eyes at him. Then he continued, I heard that you are a resident singer at the sewing machine bar. Yes, Sister Shin, do you want to come over and play? Chuan said. You invited me, it wasn't my own desire to go. Liu Shin spoke slowly and then hung up the phone. Looking at the phone in his hand, Chuan was stunned. He didn't know why, but he always felt like he was being cheated. Shaking his head, Chuan comforted himself that it must be an illusion, and then began to concentrate on selecting a publishing house. But in my heart, I had a bad feeling. In the end, Chuan still chose the publishing house that was published by the old thief Jiangnan in his previous life. Since he was trying to steal the company's luck, the last resort was to pull it out by the roots. On the streets of a mountain city, in front of a barbecue stall, Li Ling was drooling as she looked at the wide variety of barbecue on the menu. Yanan, let me tell you, the barbecue in our mountain city is much better than the one in school. Yes, see the sign at the back, it's traditional healthy barbecue. After saying that, Li Ling turned around and pointed at the huge blue sign on the store. Looking closely, I saw a girl sitting next to Li Ling. She was wearing a light blue dress, which was particularly eye-catching. She has a pretty face, an oval face and light makeup, giving people the feeling of a friendly big sister next door. She has towering breasts, fair skin, a tall figure, a permanent smile on her face, and long black hair that falls naturally on her shoulders. Shin Yanan, the campus beauty of Nancheng University and a talented lady in the literature department, published her articles in literary magazines when she was a freshman. Nowadays, there is a youth campus novel being serialized and it has a large number of readers. As she spoke, Li Ling quietly leaned close to Shin Yanan's ear and whispered, this barbecue restaurant uses ancient methods, and contains many Chinese herbs. Women eat it to nourish their skin, while men eat it to strengthen their kidneys and enhance their sexual function. Hearing the word, aphrodisiac, Shin Yanan's cheeks flushed slightly and she rolled her eyes at her in annoyance. What's the point of eating more if you don't even have a boyfriend? Li Ling shook her head and said seriously, just because you don't have it now doesn't mean you won't have it in the future. Just make up for it first. Then, he smiled wickedly again and raised his eyebrows at Shin Yanan, I have already introduced my brother to you. Although he has a nerdy temperament, he looks okay, which is the best match for your shy temperament. Of course, the most important thing is to be in good health. I can give you 2 acres of land for a steamed bun. Hearing this, Shin Yanan's face turned redder and she glared at her fiercely, what nonsense are you talking about? What's the point of plowing the field? It's not an ox. Li Ling smiled frivolously, keep pretending. People say that you can get a glimpse into a person's heart through his or her writing. You don't know what your readers think of you, do you? Shin Yanan pretended to be innocent, took a sip of the water on the table, and said, I don't know what you are talking about. Li Ling showed a look of contempt, you little slut, you're being reserved with me. I'm also wondering, you've never even had a serious relationship, how did you describe those borderline content in the book so vividly? She has read Shin Yanan's books. How should I put it? It can't be said that it is completely different from reading Xiao H's books. It can only be said that they are exactly the same. The descriptions in some places were so horrific that even she couldn't help blushing, as if the wheel of the car was pressing on her face. Shin Yanan snorted softly, I'm just copying. Other people's books also write about it that way. I'm just taking a cue from you. Li Ling didn't believe a word of her words. Oh, you're just copying. I think you just fantasized about it in your dreams at night. Shin Yanan blushed and glared at her angrily, if you say that again, I won't let you watch it anymore. Li Ling chuckled, okay, I was wrong. Chuya, hasn't Chuan come to apologize to you yet? On the streets of the mountain city, Chen Xiamen and Lin Chuya were strolling aimlessly, and then asked curiously. Hearing this, Lin Chuya's eyes showed a bit of anger and she shook her head. These days, she didn't go to see Chuan. They were in a cold war, and whoever spoke first would lose. She didn't want to be the loser. Although she said this, all she thought about these days was Chuan. I was angry and felt extremely wronged at the same time. Why didn't Chuan like me anymore? Can you just let go of a 3-year relationship? Why can he smile at everyone but be so cold to me? This is so unfair to myself. She had reflected on this over the past few days and thought that maybe she had some problems, but in the final analysis, she felt that Chulia was the culprit of the problem. If it weren't for her, Chuan wouldn't have treated him like this. It was she who snatched Ji Chuan away from him. Everything is her fault. How about you ask Ji Chuan which university he applied to ease the tension between you two? I don't think Ji Chuan will give up on you just like that. After all, he has liked you for 3 whole years. Chen Xiamen said tentatively. Lin Chuya shook her head and said stubbornly, I don't want to ask him. If I talk to him first, doesn't that mean I'm giving up? Chen Xiamen was speechless for a moment and didn't know how to comfort her. Lin Chuya's pride and condescending attitude sometimes made even her frown. Then he sighed. If Lin Chuya continued to be so arrogant, Ji Chuan would really be snatched away by Chu Liao. But what does this have to do with me? Ji Chuan doesn't want to be a gigolo, and I can't take care of his business. Father, are you doing well lately? At 6 o'clock in the afternoon, Liu Bowen came to the sewing machine bar with 2 servings of cold noodles and shouted at Ji Chuan at the top of his voice. Ji Chuan looked up at him, revealing a teachable look, you have a wider path to walk. Afterwards, the two of them squatted by the fence on the 2nd floor and feasted on the food, watching the beauties on the dance floor, which made the meal particularly delicious. Liu Bowen moved closer to Ji Chuan, his gossipy spirit burning. Brother Chuan, what is your relationship with the campus beauty of Chu University? Ji Chuan shrugged, friends, good friends. Just good friends. Liu Bowen didn't believe it. Ji Chuan turned his head and looked at him. Why, do you have to recognize a godmother before you will give up? Liu Bowen was speechless and didn't dare to ask any more questions, for fear that his words would come true and he would really have another mother. Chapter 34 Brother, sing a song for me. Sewing machine bar? What a weird name. On the streets of the mountain city, Li Ling and Shen Yanan were wandering around like headless flies, looking everywhere for the bar that Ji Chuan mentioned. Hey, classmate, do you know where the sewing machine bar is? At this time, Li Ling suddenly saw 2 girls who looked like students, and walked up to them with a smile to ask for directions. Upon hearing this, Chen Xiamen glanced at Li Ling suspiciously, and then couldn't help but be amazed by Shen Yanan beside her. What a beautiful sister next door. Oh, the sewing machine bar. Turn right on the street ahead and walk about 500 meters. It's there. Chen Xiamen helped to point the way, and then asked curiously, are you going to the graduation party? Judging from their appearance, they should also be students, but they seem to be a little older than them. Graduation party. Li Ling was a little skeptical, then shook her head. No, I'm sending my brother's wife there. He said it was at the sewing machine bar, but he didn't mention any graduation party. Oh, by the way, are you students of Shancheng No. 1 Middle School? Li Ling looked at the two of them and asked curiously. Chen Xiamen nodded. Li Ling was surprised when she saw this. Do you know my brother? His name is Ji Chuan, and he is also a student at Shancheng No. 1 Middle School. Your brother is Ji Chuan. Chen Xiamen exclaimed in a low voice. Even Lin Chuya, who was looking uninterested at the side, looked towards her after hearing this. How come she doesn't know that Ji Chuan has a sister? Li Ling nodded. Why, do you know him? Ji Chuan is in our class. Chen Xiamen said. Li Ling showed a happy expression on her face. That's great, since you are classmate, why don't you go with us? Chen Xiamen looked at Lin Chuya beside him, as if asking for her opinion. Lin Chuya didn't say anything, but frowned slightly and looked at Shen Yanan beside Li Ling. Who are you to Ji Chuan? Li Ling's face was slightly stunned. This girl is so rude. But he still explained, this is the wife I brought back for Ji Chuan. Shen Yanan glared at her with her beautiful eyes. What nonsense are you talking about? Li Ling chuckled. Why are you shy? Since you don't want to go, I won't bother you anymore. Goodbye. After saying that, Li Ling pulled Shen Yanan directly towards the sewing machine bar. Xiaoling, does that girl just now like your brother? Shen Yanan asked curiously as they walked to the next block. Li Ling's pretty face was slightly stunned. That rude girl. No way. When did Xiaochuan's vision become so bad? Although the girl just now was very pretty, she didn't know why she always felt that she was a little uncultured. Perhaps it was just her illusion. After the two left, Lin Chuya's brows furrowed even deeper, her fingers clenched tightly, and there seemed to be some anger in her eyes. Beside her, Chen Xiamen seemed to see what she was thinking and asked tentatively, how about we go and take a look too? Ogawa. On the 2nd floor, Ji Chuan was leaning on the railing smoking, while Liu Bowen was standing aside, looking at the girls dancing on the dance floor with a perverted smile on his face. Just then, a familiar voice sounded from not far away. Following the voice, he saw Liu in casual clothes. A white t-shirt, light grey jeans and a pair of casual sneakers show off her curvy figure to the fullest. Chuan smiled and waved, but his expression looked a little strange. When other people go to a bar, they try to save as much fabric as possible on their clothes, but Sister Shin is just the opposite. She wraps herself up so tightly. Fuck. Godfather, am I dazzled? Why do I see the English teacher? Beside him, Liu Bowen also turned his head towards the sound, but when he saw that familiar figure, he blurted out a Chinese quintessence and his eyes widened like glass balls. Am I a fucking prophet? I still remember what he said when he ridiculed Chuan. Why don't you say that you married your English teacher? Oh my god, Godfather, why are you serious again? Leave us some fantasy. The English teacher is the dream lover of many boys in their class. She is different from the pure girl like the school belle. Her intellectual temperament and mature charm make her the perfect wife in many people's minds. Liu walked up the stairs in small steps, and when she saw Liu Bowen, her pretty face was slightly stunned. After all, she used to be their teacher, and it would be somewhat awkward to meet them in such an occasion. But he still smiled and said hello. Liu Bowen was as stiff as a wax figure, his brain was out of work, and he bowed as if possessed by a ghost. Hello, teacher. Liu was slightly startled and looked at Chuan with her beautiful eyes, obviously not knowing what Liu Bowen was talking about. Okay, stop standing here, go down and help. Chuan waved his hand and started to chase people away. Then Godfather, you can play slowly with the teacher. I'll go over first. Liu Bowen smiled awkwardly, then ran down the stairs as if escaping, not intending to be a light bulb here. But in my heart, there are 10,000 horses galloping through it. You deserve to die. You even didn't let your English teacher go. Liu looked at Liu Bowen's embarrassed fleeing figure, shook her head and smiled. This seemed to be how students should be. She is shy and knows how to feel awkward, unlike Chuan, who is not only thick-skinned but also treacherous. However, Liu Bowen's words just now were so ambiguous, play slowly with the teacher, which made her blush. Sure enough, after staying with Chuan for a long time, she suffered greatly from him. Thinking of this, Liu couldn't help but roll her eyes at him. Sister Shin, have you eaten? Chuan asked with a smile as he opened a can of drink and handed it to Liu. Why, you want to treat me to a meal? Liu said. Sister Shin, whatever you want to eat, I guarantee you'll have enough. Chuan waved his hand and said generously. Looking at Chuan's nouveau riche face, Liu rolled her eyes at him coquettishly, maybe next time. We've already eaten tonight. Then Liu asked curiously, did you write the song on her bridge? Chuan nodded shamelessly. Then sing it for the teacher. Liu raised her snow-white chin slightly, with a hint of anticipation in her beautiful eyes. Okay, Sister Shin, please beg me, I will sing for you if you beg me. Chuan clasped his hands, revealing an ugly face like Ju-Paupi. Liu rolled her eyes at him and said, I am your teacher. Chuan shook his head, no, you are not a teacher now. Be a bit coquettish, and I'll sing for you if you do. The smile on Chuan's face became more and more smug, and he looked like a pervert, like a weird uncle who seduced an ignorant girl. Brother, please sing for me. At this moment, a rough and coquettish voice sounded from behind. Chuan and Liu looked at the same time, and when they saw that the person acting coquettishly was Chen Gang, Chuan's face instantly darkened. His back teeth were creaking as he bit them, and he wished he could pick up a bench and wedge him into it. At the side, Liu also covered her mouth and chuckled, smiling a little. The originally delicate lines that came out of Chen Gang's mouth gave people a feeling, Lin Daiyu uprooting a weeping willow tree. Or riding a will-o'-the-wisp, smoking a cigarette, wearing big sunglasses, and singing Xiaofang in Zhang Fei's voice. That's so awkward. If you make any more noise, I'll take away the DJ from your bar, do you believe me? Chuan threatened with a dark face and gritted his teeth. Chen Gang chuckled and said, I'm just passing by. You guys continue. After saying that, he walked down the stairs holding a large box of drinks, his mouth almost grinning to the back of his head. Chapter 35 Chuan, I've brought you a wife. Ding ding dong. You are in the bright sunshine in the south, and the snow is falling heavily. I feel like spring all year round in the cold nights in the north. If there's time before dark, I'll forget your eyes. On the stage, spotlights scattered and shone on Chuan, and he seemed to be glowing all over. The guitar chords beat regularly, and the rhythmic tapping of the boards replaced the drum sounds. Combined with Chuan's clean yet somewhat hoarse voice, the sense of story came to the fore. Wow! It was another song they had never heard before. When the chords sounded, their whole bar would become quiet and everyone would listen to him playing and singing quietly. An Her Bridge has been played countless times, and Chuan feels that Nan Shan Nan is more suitable for Liu Xin. On the fence on the second floor, Liu Xin listened to Chuan's soft singing and playing the guitar, and looked at him quietly with her chin resting on her cheek. A smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Folk songs are inherently niche, but some people like to listen to them. Each song seems to be telling a story. This little guy is quite talented. For her, she has passed the ignorant and youthful days of her student days, and it is difficult for her to be shaken by the simple word handsome. But Chuan's slightly hoarse voice, coupled with his melancholy temperament, is particularly attractive. Moreover, he has a maturity that is inconsistent with his age. At this moment, Li Ling and Shen Yanan squeezed in through the crowd. Chuan had greeted them in advance, so no one stopped them. Don't mention it, this bar is quite artistic. Looking at the graffiti all over the walls of the bar, Li Ling was a little surprised. Why didn't she realize before that there was such a feng shui treasure land in this mountain city? Where's that stupid boy Chuan? It's not at all positive to send him a wife. Li Ling couldn't help but complain as she dragged Shen Yanan around to look for Chuan but couldn't find any trace of him. Hey, this bar has a resident singer, and he sings very well, but I don't think I've heard this song before. Hey, you're a good-looking boy. I wonder if you have a girlfriend. Can I introduce one to you? At this time, Li Ling also noticed the figure singing on the stage. After listening, she found the singing quite charming. She didn't know how many wives had run away. Shen Yanan, who was standing beside him, was also looking at the people on the stage with her beautiful eyes. She was not only paying attention to the people, but also the songs. The lyrics are somewhat straightforward, but when pieced together they seem to tell a story, and the chords of the tune are simple, yet very flavorful. Did he write this himself? Yanan, you're not attracted to this pretty boy, are you? I'm telling you, most of these guys who play guitar and sing are scumbags, and they are the best at tricking ignorant girls like you. And looking at that pale little face, he must have kidney deficiency. He is just an embroidered pillow, which looks good but is useless. Be obedient, we won't watch it. Seeing that her best friend Shen Yanan seemed to have heard it, Li Ling hurriedly covered her eyes manually and pulled her inside. Sister Ling? Why are you here? Just then, Liu Bowen came over with a plate, and when he saw Li Ling, his eyes widened like bells. As Chuan's best friend, Liu Bowen naturally knew his family affairs and also knew his half-sister. Where's that kid Chuan? He didn't even come to pick me up when I sent my wife to him. If I catch him, I'll give him a good beating. Li Ling was a little surprised to see Liu Bowen, and immediately asked about Chuan's whereabouts. Wife? Liu Bowen scratched his head, not knowing what to say. Didn't he already have a sister-in-law? Why did Sister Ling send him another one? Li Ling waved her hand. Don't worry about that for now. Where is that bastard? Are you Chuan's friends? At this time, Chen Gang came over with a cigarette in his mouth, wearing a big gold chain and a small watch, exuding the temperament of a social man. Obviously, Li Ling did not recognize Chuan, who was winking at the girls on the stage. After all, Chuan, who has changed a lot after a complete makeover and a new life, has changed a lot compared to before. Li Ling and the others nodded and looked at Liu Bowen suspiciously. There are still social bosses in this bar. Liu Bowen chuckled and immediately introduced, this is the owner of this bar, Brother Chen. Are you here to look for Chuan? Chen Gang greeted the two of them with a smile. Li Ling nodded. I don't know where that bastard has gone. How about this, you go over there and shout with the microphone. Chen Gang grinned, looking sinister. Liu Bowen looked at him suspiciously. Brother Chuan was flirting with the girls there, so why were you lying with your eyes open? Li Ling was a little hesitant. This isn't good, right? Chen Gang smiled and waved his hand. Don't worry, those microphones have separate audio tracks. That guy has a microphone in his ear, so only he can hear you. When Li Ling heard this, she immediately felt relieved. She trotted directly to the center console, picked up a microphone and looked at Chen Gang beside her. Chen Gang chuckled and immediately helped her turn up the volume of the microphone to the maximum. Okay, shout. Li Ling glanced at him suspiciously. For some reason, the smile of this H society boss seemed to have some ill intentions. However, since he is a gangster and values credit the most, how could he lie to a little girl like me? He immediately cleared his throat, grabbed the microphone and started howling. Jiu Chuan, I've brought your wife to you. After Li Ling finished speaking, the huge bar suddenly became quiet, and everyone's eyes were all looking over here. Li Ling was so frightened that she trembled and the microphone fell to the ground. She opened her eyes wide and looked at Chen Gang beside her in disbelief. There seemed to be some grievance in his eyes. How could you, a big shot in the H society, lie to a little girl? Isn't it supposed to be a separate track? How come the whole bar can hear it? Chen Gang picked up the microphone with a grin, his mouth almost stretched to the back of his head, but he still pretended to be regretful. Oops, the track was adjusted to the wrong one, sorry. After he said this, the spotlight in the bar descended from nowhere and landed directly on Shenyanin. Looking at this situation, even a fool can see that Chen Gang definitely did it on purpose. In an instant, countless eyes turned to the figure under the spotlight, their pupils shrank into wheat ears, and they all showed shock. Oh my god! What a beautiful girl next door! With such a face and figure, she is a goddess at the school level. Wait, what did that person say just now? Come to give Jiu Chuan a wife? This neighbor sister? Damn it! You deserve to die. Immediately afterwards, countless angry and jealous eyes were cast towards Jiu Chuan. If spit could kill, Jiu Chuan would have been drowned. Did this bastard save the galaxy in his previous life? How come all the beautiful girls are related to him? In the booth, Chen Shui, Suwana and others who were sitting together chatting, heard the voice and turned their gazes to the figure illuminated by the spotlight. At first glance, he was stunned. It was a person whose appearance was not inferior to Chu Liao. Moreover, she exudes a gentle and tranquil temperament, which makes people like her unconsciously. But what did that person say just now? He came to give Jiu Chuan a wife. Could it be that this beautiful girl had an arranged marriage with Jiu Chuan? Thinking of this, the eyes of several people became a little dim. At this time, Chen Xiamen and Lin Chuyar also walked in. They happened to see this scene. Their nails dug deeply into her flesh and their faces looked extremely ugly. Next to the fence on the second floor, Liu Xin's beautiful eyes also looked over, sizing up the pretty figure under the spotlight with surprise in her eyes. What a beautiful girl! Then I couldn't help but roll my eyes at him. You little scumbag, there are so many beautiful women around you. Under the spotlight, Shenyanin felt a little embarrassed by this sudden scene. Her cheeks flushed, as if she was sealed there, motionless, and could only look at Li Ling for help. On the stage, Jiu Chuan was also stunned. He first glanced at Li Ling, then looked at the neighbor sister who looked a little uneasy under the spotlight. Finally, his eyes fell on the grinning Chen Gang. At once he understood everything, and a few dark lines appeared on his forehead. You have never seen the H Society, you man. If I don't kidnap the DJ from your bar, I will write the word Chuan backwards. Chen Gang seemed to have noticed Jiu Chuan's gaze. His smile became even wider. He raised his eyebrows at him with a smug look on his face. The expression seemed to be saying, how about this scene? Isn't it magnificent? After the dead silence, the spotlight returned to Jiu Chuan, and he continued the performance that was halfway through. Li Ling looked around the crowd suspiciously, and returned to her best friend, but still did not see Jiu Chuan. Where's that stupid boy? Liu Bowen came over with a fruit plate and immediately pointed to the stage. Yes, isn't that the one who sings and seduces rich women? Li Ling looked at the figure on the stage again, and took a closer look. Then, her pupils gradually dilated, and her mouth opened, somewhat unbelieving. Is that Jiu Chuan? When did this guy become so handsome? Did he have plastic surgery? The figure on the stage was several levels more handsome than the previous Jiu Chuan, but looking at his eyebrows and facial features, Li Ling could be sure that this was the nerd from before. But this change is a bit too big. In the past, let alone going on stage with a guitar, I would even press the wrong chords due to nervousness when singing to her at home. What happened today? Was she possessed by a ghost? And seeing how confident he looked, and how he occasionally flirted with the girls in the audience, he was definitely a scumbag. Chapter 36, Senior. Aunt? Can't believe it. I still feel like I'm dreaming. Liu Bowen grinned. Li Ling's eyes were still wide open. She turned to look at Liu Bowen and asked seriously, how long has his illness lasted? Liu Bowen tilted his head and thought for a while. It has been more than half a month since the day my confession was rejected. Capturing the key information, Li Ling showed a gossipy look. Did he confess to someone? Liu Bowen nodded. Well, the school belle of our school. Oh, not really. Upon hearing this, Li Ling gave a sly smile and winked at her best friend beside her. Yanan, if we take advantage of this opportunity, we can definitely take him down. Well, I didn't lie to you, my nerdy brother is pretty handsome, right? The key is to have a healthy body and be able to plow the land. Shen Yanan had a cute expression, and seemed to have not recovered from the previous scene. You just said he was a scumbag, and he looked like he had kidney deficiency. Li Ling scratched her head and smiled awkwardly. I didn't recognize him. But I can guarantee that my brother's character is absolutely fine. After saying that, Li Ling glanced at Ji Chuan, who was winking at the girls on the stage, feeling a little guilty. It should be okay, right? After singing a song, Ji Chuan handed the stage to Yang Shui, and the relaxing and cheerful DJ dance music resounded in the bar. After all, this is someone else's graduation party, so just go there and show off. If you keep pretending, you'll be stealing the show. You little girl, don't scare me again. Stepping off the stage, Ji Chuan walked up to Chen Gang and glared at him. Chen Gang chuckled, I'm just helping you cure your dog-licking syndrome. After saying that, he walked straight up to the group and apologized to Shen Yanan with a smile. I'm sorry, I was just joking with you. Shen Yanan shook his head and smiled politely. It's okay. Don't just talk about it, the girl is thirsty. Ji Chuan said by offering a flower to Budo. Chen Gang was stunned, and then a few black lines appeared on his forehead. You kid, the geese flying south from here will have to pluck a few feathers from you to use as collars. However, he still had someone send over a stack of drinks to express his apology. Sister Ling, you are late. Why, you drove into someone's toilet again. Ji Chuan opened a bottle of drink and looked at Li Ling in front of him with a smile. When Li Ling heard this, her face suddenly turned dark and she punched Ji Chuan directly in the chest. Why are you bringing up something irrelevant? Why, are you going to take the postgraduate entrance examination? Ji Chuan chuckled and didn't expose her scars again. Nuo, this is the wife I brought back for you. How about her? Isn't she beautiful? After glaring at him fiercely, Li Ling immediately pulled Shen Yanan next to her, and winked at Ji Chuan with a grin. Looking at the beautiful girl in front of him, Ji Chuan looked at Li Ling suspiciously. When did your aesthetic taste become normal? Upon hearing this, Shen Yanan quickly shook her head and explained with a slightly flushed face. Don't get me wrong, I'm your sister's friend. Don't listen to her nonsense. Ji Chuan smiled, not paying attention, and immediately extended his hand to greet politely. Hello, my name is Ji Chuan. Shen Yanan nodded softly, then stretched out her hand to shake Ji Chuan's. Hello, my name is Shen Yanan. At the moment of shaking hands, she could clearly feel the warmth in Ji Chuan's palm, like a small heater. People say that boys with strong yang energy are hot all over. So, it seems that what Ling Ling said is not wrong. Her brother is indeed in good health. Thinking of this, Shen Yanan suddenly came back to her senses, her cheeks flushed, and she pulled her hand back as if she had been electrocuted. In her mind, she had already started to imagine the shameful plot. The beautiful scene made her wish she could find a hole to crawl into. Tap, 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 the sound of footsteps was heard, and Liu Shen walked over from the fence on the second floor. Ji Chuan introduced her to the two of them with a smile. Yes, this is my English teacher, Liu Shen. But not anymore. Just call her Sister Shen. Li Ling's eyes widened when she heard this. You even didn't let your English teacher go. Ji Chuan seemed to understand her look and glared at her. We are pure, okay. Call teacher, not the teacher calling. Hello, Sister Shen. The two nodded and called out, Sister Shen, with a smile. This is my unreliable sister, and this is Shen Yanan. Ji Chuan introduced to Liu Shen. Hello. Liu Shen smiled and greeted them. It's been such a short time since we last met, and you've changed a lot. Li Ling walked around Ji Chuan and looked him up and down. I heard the results are out. How did you do? Ji Chuan curled his lips. It's okay. It's more than 40 points less than expected. Hearing this, Li Ling showed a gloating expression. Oh, the talented Ji can still fail the exam. She knew Ji Chuan's usual grades, which were more than 40 points lower than expected, probably around 600. Then you probably have no chance. Our Yanan is the campus belle of Nanjing University. The senior girl who is about to be in your sight is about to fly away. What's that saying? Even if I give you a chance, you can't do anything about it. She and Shen Yanan were not from the same school. After all, with her grades, she couldn't get into Nanjing University. It's just that the two schools were close to each other. Ji Chuan was a little surprised. He didn't expect that this girl next door was not only beautiful but also had excellent grades. As a top university in the country, Nanjing University has a very high admission score line. Last year's admission score seemed to have reached 630. Liu Shen's eyes were also filled with surprise. Are you a student from Nanjing University? Shen Yanan nodded. Sister Shen, didn't you also graduate from Nanjing University? Ji Chuan looked at her suspiciously. Liu Shen shook her head. I'm not a student at Nanjing University, but I have an aunt who is a teacher there. Nanjing University. It seems pretty good. Ji Chuan stroked his chin, thinking. I am not here for any campus belle or any aunt, I just simply like Nanjing University. Yeah, that's definitely the case. It's over. My beautiful sister is going to fall into the clutches of this bastard again. When Liu Bowen saw Ji Chuan's eyes rolling around, he knew that his senior was in trouble. Aunt? If she's pretty and single, then I guess she can't escape. After all, with Ji Chuan's grades, it was basically a sure thing for him to be admitted to Nanjing University. Hello, senior sister. Please take care of me in the future. Thinking of this, Ji Chuan grinned. He then reached out his hand again and looked at Shen Yanan with eyes like a big bad wolf with bad intentions. Shen Yanan had a dazed look on her face. She glanced at Li Ling beside her, but her hands involuntarily held those of Ji Chuan. Didn't you fail the exam? Li Ling was a little suspicious. Ji Chuan nodded and said as if it was a matter of course. I originally planned to take the entrance exams to Peking University and Tsinghua University, but now I can only go to Nanjing University. Doesn't that mean I failed the exams? Li Ling's face darkened. You will die if you don't brag. Ji Chuan. What is your relationship with her? Just then, a familiar voice came from behind. When he looked carefully, he saw Lin Chuya walking towards him with a frown on her face. He looked angry and questioning. Seeing her, Ji Chuan's face instantly turned cold. Beside them, Li Ling and Shen Yanan glanced at each other. Isn't this the rude girl we met on the road just now? Chapter 37. I want to buy Osmunda's flowers and carry wine together, but it is not like a young boy traveling. Lin Chuya still looks superior and always likes to boss people around. At this moment, he stood in front of Ji Chuan with his brows tightly furrowed. After glancing at Shen Yanan, he spoke, his words full of questioning. No, you are mentally ill, aren't you? You don't understand a word people say. What does my relationship with her have to do with you? Who do you think you are? Do I need to tell you? Ji Chuan was really being tortured crazy by this woman. He had told her 800 times, why couldn't she understand what he was saying? What did I do wrong in my previous life to fall in love with such a weirdo? After being scolded by Ji Chuan, Lin Chuya stood there in a daze, with a look of grievance on her face and tears welling up in her eyes, but her expression was still stubborn. If it were in the past, when Ji Chuan saw her like this, he would definitely try to please her. But now, there was only disgust and nausea in Ji Chuan's eyes, and he stood here, suppressing the physical discomfort. Just because you still like me. Lin Chuya said aggrieved but stubbornly. Ji Chuan smiled, and his smile was mixed with helplessness, madness, and the feeling of wanting to bang his head against the wall. No, so you took what I said before as fart, right? Good, very good, very good. Today, I solemnly tell you again that I, Ji Chuan, a good student of Shancheng No. 1 Middle School and a treasure in the palm of women's hands, do not like you. I don't like you. I, Ji Chuan, don't like you. Do you understand? Taking a deep breath, Ji Chuan tried hard to suppress the urge to bang his head against the wall, and patiently explained to Lin Chuya. If I don't explain this matter clearly to her, I guess there will be no end to it. At this moment, Chuan was extremely regretful. Why did he have to be so shameless as to confess to her? Lin Chuya stared at him blankly for a long while, and then said something that made Chuan almost crazy. I don't believe it. Chuan is going crazy. She didn't believe it. She actually didn't believe it. This fucker really stabbed my butt with a knife, and I opened my eyes. Beside him, Li Ling, Shen Yanan, Liu Shen and others were watching the scene quietly. After Liu Bowen's explanation, they roughly understood the reason of the incident. This is not impolite, this is uncultured. Li Ling frowned and made her own judgment. Although Liu Shen didn't say anything, her brows were furrowed. The impression of Lin Chuya in her mind was greatly reduced. Hearing the quarrel, Chen Shui, Suwana and others standing not far away cast their eyes over, their brows slightly furrowed. After the last incident, the image of Lin Chuya in their minds could no longer be associated with purity. Fuck. Was he caught cheating? Fuck you, your Chinese language was taught by a PE teacher, right? Do you know how to use words? Isn't this to catch an adulterer? Looking at the look on Lin's face, it seems like she's here to call for justice. Didn't you hear last time? The two have severed their relationship. Then what's going on here? I guess school beauty Lin is jealous and doesn't want Chuan to associate with other girls. Brother, you are indeed a wise man. May I ask your name? There is nothing to mourn. What do you mean? Brother, your name is really strange. There were also many students who were interested in watching the scene and began to analyze it. Chuan laughed angrily, fumbled in his pocket and took out a cigarette, then lit it tremblingly. Come on, tell me, how can you believe it? Lin Chuya raised her chin stubbornly. You've liked me for 3 whole years, why don't you like me now? Is it because of Chu Liao? Good question, why? I'll tell you why. I bring you breakfast every day, but you just say it's disgusting and then throw it into the trash can. I borrowed money to buy you a birthday present, but it was rejected and given to the garbage collector at the school gate. I rode my bike 30 kilometers to buy you the dumplings you wanted, but you only took 1 bite and threw it to the dog. I am just a poor boy from the countryside who can only afford a bicycle, so you drove someone else's BMW. You are high and mighty white swan, and I am just a toad rolling in the mud in the countryside. How can I be worthy of you? I don't like you. It has nothing to do with Chu Liao or anyone else. What's funny is that you're still looking for reasons in others. Yes, a noble white swan like you is destined to be accompanied by a BMW car. How could you be wrong? After extinguishing the cigarette butt, Chuan casually threw it into the trash can and looked at Lin Chuya in front of him quietly. Now, do you understand? After Chuan finished speaking, their whole audience fell into an uproar. Countless people gave him a thumbs up, their eyes full of admiration. Fuck. Brother Chuan is awesome. This is the epitome of pure love. Brother Chuan, you are truly the grandfather of dog licking. Alas, what a pity, such a pure love god of war finally fell to the ground. Sure enough, the warm man is ranked behind the dog. Unexpectedly, Chuan, who seemed to be a scumbag and seduced rich women everywhere, was once so affectionate. It's a pity that there was no good ending in the end. I didn't expect that behind the innocent campus beauty's persona, there is actually such a person. Yeah, you're keeping me hanging while rejecting my confession. What's even more disgusting is that he doesn't allow me to like other girls. This is a bit mean. As expected, some things may not be what you see, you have to look beyond the phenomenon to see the essence. I was also blind at the beginning. How could I regard her as my goddess? Compared to the campus beauty of Chu University, this person is just a green tea. In contrast to Chuan's affectionate character, Lin Chuya has a bad reputation. The once pure school beauty is now just a pure vase in their eyes. To put it bluntly, it's a green tea bitch. Lin Chuya stood stiffly where she was, listening to the insults coming from her, as if she had fallen into the deep ocean, suffocating and feeling heavy with pain. She didn't understand why things turned out like this. Why? Why are you doing this to me? Is there anything I am doing wrong? But when Chuan's words lingered in her ears and continued to irritate her nerves, she seemed to understand the reason for Chuan's cold attitude. Because she had never cared about Chuan, and had never realized that Chuan treated her so well. Sometimes, even a casual remark can make him remember it for a long time. Just like the Xiaolongbabo restaurant in the west of the city. When Ji Chuan went to buy it before, she didn't think it was a big deal, but when she went there herself, she found that the distance was so far. It takes a really long time to ride a bike there from school. But she seemed to turn a blind eye to everything Ji Chuan did, or seemed to take it for granted. Especially Ji Chuan's last sentence, it was like a loud slap in her face. Until now, she is still looking for reasons in others. Thinking about it now, it is really ridiculous. Wiping the tears from her face, Lin Chuya shook her head vigorously, walked forward and grabbed Ji Chuan's arm, speaking in a crying voice. Ji Chuan, I was wrong. I shouldn't have treated you like this. Let's make peace, shall we? Let's go back to the way we were before. I'll accept your confession and be your girlfriend. Even at the end, Lin Chuya's face showed a pleading expression. Ji Chuan smiled self-deprecatingly, then pulled her hands off and asked a question in return. If I'm still the same as before, will you still agree to be my girlfriend? Lin Chuya stood there in a daze, with Ji Chuan's questions echoing in her mind. Yes, if Ji Chuan is still the same as before, would I still be his girlfriend? Although I don't want to admit it, the answer is no. The look in Ji Chuan's eyes showed that he had gotten the answer, and his smile grew wider. So, why should I look back? Like before, maybe I would still like you, but I wouldn't be who I am now. This itself is a proposition that cannot exist at the same time. There is a sentence that may not be appropriate here, but it is still appropriate for the situation. I want to buy Osmundas flowers and carry them with wine, but it doesn't feel like the time when I was young. You don't like me, but you treat me like an object and don't want others to take it away from you. Excuse me, I am a human being, I have legs, and I can run on my own. After saying that, Ji Chuan lit a cigarette, put his hands in his pockets, and immediately left the bar. Lin Chuya stood there like a piece of wood, tears falling uncontrollably, her nails digging deeply into her flesh, her lips seemed to be bitten and bleeding. There seemed to be endless regret and bitterness in her heart. At this moment, she finally realized that Ji Chuan really didn't like her anymore. Once upon a time, someone who loved her so much was lost by her. In the park, Ji Chuan sat on a bench and smoked one cigarette after another. The air was filled with smoke and there were no flies or insects within 3 meters. I feel a little irritated. Bar. Bar. The flints collided, and Ji Chuan wanted to light the cigarette in his mouth, but as soon as the spark appeared, it was blown out by the wind. But he still kept rubbing, like an old ox plowing the field. If you smoke too much, your kidneys will become weak. Just then, a familiar figure walked over from the opposite side. Ji Chuan looked up and saw Liu Shen looking at her with a smile. Then he saw her stretch out her 5 slender fingers, and Ji Chuan thought she was going to take the cigarette out of her mouth. But the next moment, her palms curved into a crescent shape, helping him block the night wind. Bar. The flints rubbed against each other, creating sparks and cigarettes.